labor to do that. So a big like Silicon Valley tech startup or whatever probably needs a lot of money to do their sort of initial upfront investment stuff. But they don't need labor. If you do a co-op system, exactly what you're talking about. People have to buy in. I can't really accept money. I can't sell equity in my company without someone coming in to do labor. But, I don't need labor. I don't get the best use of labor on the margin. Someone else has the best use of labor on the margin. And under a co-op system, you're going to have a lot of issues with that type of allocative efficiency.
I see. But how... So people aren't specifically like, oh, I'm trying to sell my stake in this. People are more invested in the company itself. Can you hear me? It's kind of being weird internet. Let me know if you can't hear me at any point.
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't think I'll be able to see you, unfortunately, but.
Oh, I know we're like getting pretty close to being overtime anyways, but we'll just like wrap it up. As I was saying, I
have by the way, there's one other person who, for whatever reason, wants to talk to you. I don't want to like, I don't want to surprise you or like dogpile you or anything. I don't really know why he wants to talk to you so badly exactly, but.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna say no to that because I am a woman and I don't know. Like,
based, okay.
What kind of?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It could be a creepy thing. It could be like let's talk politics, but it could be a creepy thing. So I'm just gonna say no to that.
Yeah, valid. Okay.
My point was basically that a lot of times with these people's in co-ops, they're not necessarily trying to sell their stakes in it. They typically are much more invested in the company because it's more of a communal type thing, and they feel more purpose towards it. Whereas in the capitalistic society, when they're investors, obviously they're selling it if it's not making them enough money, right? That's what it is at the end of the day. So I think that we won't run into that problem as much because we are not having, there's not as much emotional investment in it versus financial investment.
So it might depend.
Right,
there kind of might be people, even in a market system, and I think this is kind of why you see co-ops even today, that are just invested in the idea of having a co-op in a common good or whatever. My point is simply like to the extent that we like mandate co-ops, or to the extent that we heavily like artificially incentivize co-ops, you're going to see issues with companies that need a lot of capital or have the best use of capital, the best use of investment on the margin. They can't actually get capital without also taking in labor when they don't have the best use of labor on the margin. So you're going to get allocative inefficiency because companies that don't have the best use of capital on the margin are not going to get as much capital as they need. Companies that don't have the best use of labor on the margin are not going to get the labor that they need.
Are you trying to say, so for the people who are not economists here, are you trying to say that they don't make as much money because they're a co-op?
No. They can. There is an issue there associated with they don't maximize for total output, they maximize for output per worker, and I think that's also tends to be inefficient. My point is simply, broadly speaking, under a market system, as a laborer, I'm just going to go where I can get the highest return from my labor, and in a market-based system, that's going to align with where my labor is sort of most valuable, right? Which firm can on the margin, meaning with on the margin, this means like just with one additional worker, right? Which firm with one additional worker can produce the most output. With co-ops, however, you're going to run into issues in that we're going to get to, we're not going to see that because, for example, if a firm wants to raise capital, even if they don't need labor, they're kind of forced to accept labor. They can't raise money from investors outside of the company most of the time because that would require selling stake in their company. The whole point of a co-op is to not have outside ownership.
Right. And so when you talk labor, though, I just want to be specific. You're not talking about they have to actually work in the, say it's a grocery store or something like that. You're just talking about like physical, entities representing labor is what you're saying.
I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be like physical work or whatever. I just mean like you would have to hire a laborer most of the time to kind of get this capital, or you'd have to do the opposite. You have to bring in capital in order to hire labor.
But so why, I don't understand why that would be a problem. I mean, there's people, what is the difference in your mind, or whatever, statistically speaking, of why it would be difficult to hire someone in a co-op versus non-co-op? Are you talking about if it was a mixed economy and that's because someone would pay higher if it's, there's a, corporate owned grocery store versus a co-op? You're saying that people wouldn't work at the co-op because they could pay, get paid.
It's not that people wouldn't want to work there necessarily. It's that companies are not allowed to or able to hire capital or hire labor separate of also bringing in capital, right? So like when you say like when people have to like buy in and stuff, it's not, like the fundamental problem is in order to have stake at the company, you have to work there. So investors can't really just invest in a company. They can't just provide the company with capital because they don't work there. The whole point of the co-op is to not have outside ownership. And that's going to run into a lot of issues with essentially investment not actually going to its most profitable use case.
Right. Well, and that's and so this is why I'm saying you're having an issue with it. I'm like trying to understand what your issue is. But yeah, you're trying to say it's not going to make enough capital, but that isn't necessarily the reason for a co-op. Sometimes a lot of these places they're more sustainable. They are more diverse. There's a lot of women, people of color that work at these places and own shares in it. There are many more things that people are driven by besides capital. So if you're saying that a co-op wouldn't work because it's not able to bring in as much capital as say, a big corporate, I can't probably disagree with you on that, but I do think that shouldn't be the only driver. And that is why I am a Democratic Socialist.
Well, so the issue, it's not just that they can't raise capital, it's that fundamentally we're going to see a more inefficient allocation of capital, of both capital and labor overall, because of because of this, because you're essentially mandating companies can't accept one without accepting the other. Like that's just going to lead fundamentally to probably a lower level of investment overall. You're going to see less job mobility because of this and because of the added transaction cost of having to buy into a co-op and having to sell off when you leave, presumably. I like that's like it's a fundamentally worse off like allocation of resources overall. It's not just that it doesn't make money or it doesn't like.
People always want to buy into things. I mean, like you said, there's a whole, there's investors who make startups and things like that. So I don't think that it would be.
They'd be prevented from that under a co-op system. They can't buy into, or if they buy into a worker co-op, they also have to like work there, right? Like they can't just have ownership of the co-op while being outside of it.
No, that's not true. It's not necessarily investor, but you do not have to be working at the grocery store, say, for example. I know this because I've invested money into a co-op and I do not work at that grocery store. So no, you just have a share, you have a vote.
Well, if you have a share and a vote outside the...
But a lot of times you don't have to pay a fuck ton of money to own something. That's why it's giving people who are typically wouldn't have any way to invest in a company because they don't have a fuck ton of money, like you said, a lot of these startups need. It's much more local too. But yeah, it's a more reasonable way for average Americans to have ownership, to have pride, to own something and to be a part of something and to vote and to have a vote and a say in their community.
So I guess like if you can invest in a co-op, that like I guess it can still probably holistically be like a worker co-op or whatever, but like that outside ownership and control is kind of fundamentally opposed to the conventional idea of a co-op, which is that the workers are the ones owning and controlling the firm. I get like you could, have co-ops that still like sell off, maybe 25% of the company is owned by outsiders and then 75% of the company is owned by the workers. But again, my point is that, even under that system, or even under, even in the case where maybe only, 20% of the company is owned by the workers, you would still probably see just an overall less efficient allocation of capital and labor than if you just had a market-based system. And, to the extent that like workers and people just want ownership of companies or local communities already. They are enabled to do that under a market system. Now, it's true that a lot of people
they have to start their own company. Yeah, they'd have to start their own company up, right? That's what you're saying. They can start their own, corporation or whatever.
You can buy ownership in companies without starting your own company, right? I mean, you can,
a fuck ton of money.
You can buy stock and. Right. I mean, you might not be able to. You're not going to have enough money to buy like controlling shares of large companies or whatever. But like certainly you are enabled to buy ownership in companies that for whatever reason you want to have some amount of say in. Obviously, for big companies, you're not gonna be able to have that much of a say if you don't have like a huge amount of capital or whatever.
Market? You're talking about the stock market. You can buy into companies and shares in the stock market, but whereas a co-op is more like you are holding a vote. Right.
There is a stock market, obviously, and you aren't able to do that. And like you can buy voting shares on the stock market, right? But there are you can just, it's probably going to take more capital than just the stock market, but you can do equity financing even as like an individual, not through like publicly traded like stock markets, you can engage in that. It's just going to require more capital than the median person probably has. That's why people don't do it. And because it's riskier and people don't have that high risk tolerance.
Okay, I totally hate to cut you off, but I am going to have to get off soon because I have to go get my daughter.
Sure.
So if you want, sorry, I know you told me like an hour to an hour and a half, so I just planned for that.
Yeah. No, you're good. No worries at all. Yeah.
Like final, if you want to do any like closeout question or anything, it doesn't matter to me. But I'm gonna have to.
I guess I'll sum up my position. There's one. So there is one final thing I want to talk to you about. Okay, which is, have you heard? I do this to all my guests. Okay, have you heard of the glorious Shrimp Welfare Project? All right.
Have I heard of the Shrimp Welfare Project? I have no fucking idea what that is. You're gonna have to explain.
Hell yeah. Okay. The Shrimp Welfare Project, very brief summary. Okay. It's the mathematically most effective charity. Okay. Or at least one of them. Okay. Basically, the way most shrimp are killed now is inhumane. Essentially, they're like left out on a bed of ice unless to like suffocate and freeze to death over the course of like 20 minutes. Very painful, horrible way for them to die. Shrimp Welfare Project essentially just gives farmers stunners to electrically stun shrimp before they go through this process, so they die an immediate and painless death as opposed to a prolonged and painful death. Okay, and just a single dollar donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project can save up to, or actually more than potentially than 1,500 shrimp from experiencing this painful death. And they also end other inhumane practices, like there's a thing called eye stalk ablation, where like live female shrimp have their eyes crushed or ripped out to artificially increase their fertility. Very good, very effective charity. You should check it out. And yes, the evidence suggests that shrimp feel pain and are sentient, but that's a more complicated than the 1 minute spiel allows me. I guess I do want to sum up my position, and then I'll let you sum up yours and everything and your final thoughts, and I'll let you shout yourself out. I don't know if you have any social media or whatever you want to promote.
Can I really quick make an insufferable statement about the shrimp?
Sure,
I'm sorry. I'm a vegetarian. I'm also insufferable in the way that I'm a vegetarian.
Let's go. W.
You're gonna have to say as much humanity as possible.
I've been vegetarian, or I was vegetarian for like 10 years or whatever, and I recently went vegan. I've been vegan for a little less than a month now, fully vegan. So yeah.
Okay, I'll take advice from you in that. Yeah, because I would like to be a vegan. I'm an aspiring vegan someday, but yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, sweet. But I guess I'll sum up my thoughts, and then you can sum up yours and shout yourself out if you want to promote your Instagram or something. But just like fundamentally, I think we have seen, I think we have seen broadly just gains speaking on the poverty front globally. I think at least some of those are attributable to capitalism. No matter where you sort of draw the poverty line, you do see just a rightward shift in the amount of income people receive. You do see an increase in absolute standard of living. You do see a decrease in absolute poverty. I think you see the same thing in the U.S. And I think in the U.S., despite the fact that we might, see minimum wage not being increased, you do just see broad-based gains for the median worker, for even the bottom quintile, right? Even for people whose market income has not gone up significantly, you see that government transfers to them have gone up significantly, and that has increased their standard of living dramatically. That has lowered absolute poverty. And, none of this is zero sum with the sort of increased compensation that we might see for people like CEOs and, investors and, the capital class or whatever. In fact, a lot of the innovation, a lot of the stuff the capital class does actively increases workers' productivity, actively benefits consumers and, who are also workers, obviously. And, it just broadly improves the quality of life. I think if you move to a social system, you're going to lose a lot of the benefits from a market system, a lot of benefits from a price system, even co-ops or whatever that maintains some of those things. You're going to lose a lot of the benefits broadly from allocative efficiency that a market provides for us. So I guess that's my general feelings. I'll let you sum up your thoughts and shout yourself out.
Yeah, that was a really good prepared statement you got. I have to run, so I'm not going to do anything super crazy. I do want to shout myself out. So there's actually a genocide in Gaza going on right now, and I know that's completely off topic, but I have to say it. I am actively working with real Palestinian families and fundraising for them, so that way they are able to eat and not starve. We have children who are malnourished, who are being bombed to death and starved to death right now. So if you give a fuck about humanity and you're not a piece of shit person and you actually want to help a Palestinian, please follow me on Instagram, Hot Takes Grace. I have donation links there to actual Palestinian people that I am in contact with every day. And if you want to help fundraise for one, please just hit me up and I can put you in touch with someone who desperately needs help right now. So that's what I'm going to end on.
All right, real. Well, I appreciate you coming on. I'm sure we'll talk more. I'll be talking to other Jubilee people soon, so I appreciate it.
Sweet. Thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Yeah. See ya. Great talk. That was a fun talk. I assumed, I don't know if Grok is still watching. Nalfun is Israeli pilled. I don't know what that means. Sample, if you want to join Grok, I know you wanted to talk to her. Grok, if you want to join and say whatever you wanted to say too. I don't know if he's still watching at all. I sent her Instagram in all my chats if you want to follow her on Instagram or donate to the Palestinian family. It's that she has in her bio. Who is Grok? He's just someone who is in my server.
Yeah. So
what's up?
That was a nice convo. I would have been a little bit more annoyed at the CAO memes, but that's me. That you're yourself, whatever. I think when you get asked questions like, is food a human right? You should make it very clear that you're not a demon. So it's like, you should be like, I think we should have a society which tries to make sure no one is starving and everyone is above poverty. And so I think we solved that with welfare, but I have philosophical problems with the idea of rights. I don't necessarily know what that term means, but whatever, something like that. I feel like is more optimal than because libertarians say that. And I don't really believe that, but actually close to. I mean, I feel like that maybe turns
probably
some
not
people's brains
optimal
against you. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I also think you should have listened to everything I told you in DMs, right? So no. I feel like a big useful graph from the Splinter paper is that it compares side to side that the increase in living standards, post-tax, post-transfers of each quintile, well, bottom, middle, and top, relative to their shares, right, of income. And so you can see, hey, inequality, at least by quintiles, not increasing, and you can see living standards at the end of the day increasing. So we are doing better than before, and not everything is the market. A lot of it is welfare, but it's not because of the unions. So yeah, I feel like that's also I feel like every time someone talks about minimum wage, I'm not, again, I'm in the middle about them. More recently I've seen data against them, but okay, but yeah, I mean, plausibly they have unemployment effects, and so what about that? If everyone deserves a wage, what about the unemployed people?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I think also I feel like when you say another thing, when you say the minimum wage thing, it's true that only 1% of workers work it right now, but you should also point out this is an inconsistent measure because it used to be 12% of people make minimum wage, right? Yeah, so it's not really a floor, and to the extent it is a floor. I mean, it shouldn't really be considered a floor, but it's just like you don't get a consistent picture of the over time because the number of people you look at in the group or the percentage of the population you look at in the group is ever changing. That's why you look at quintiles, to make sure you look at a consistent percentage of the population. Yeah.
Yeah. The CEO memes were annoying. What was the thing you were yelling at mean, chat about the S&P 500 thing, by the way, but I don't know. I think maybe I just misunderstood her. It sounded like she was just talking about the sort of aggregate amount of wealth that the S&P 500 companies had, not like their profits. She wasn't talking about their contribution to GDP or anything. She was just talking about the total amount of wealth they had. I don't know what she was citing for that, but.
Well, give me a second. Give me a second.
I think, like I said, I don't really know. What she was citing, but I think I Googled it and I saw like Wikipedia had like something on it.
Okay. Yeah, what? What did you say?
I think this is. It says total wealth or aggregate market capitalization of the S&P 500 index was approximately 54 trillion, according to Morningstar. Like, I think it was
the market cap. Well, that's not what the companies have. The companies don't have their stock. It's the shareholders, right? If you own all of Intel's stock, that's not wealth that Intel has. It's yeah. So I don't know why we would look at that. That's not like money that. I mean, it's like saying these companies have all that money and it's not the average American. First of all, you should not compare it to GDP. You should compare it to the total wealth of the U.S.
But she didn't compare to GDP, but yeah. She compared to...
Maybe.
She didn't really compare to anything. She just said, this is wealth that whatever people don't have.
I don't know if it's worse or better, but yeah. But yeah, so there's that. And yeah, that's not wealth that the companies have. It's wealth that their shareholders have, which a lot of them is the public. Of course, it skews towards rich people because they invest more. But the solution is just, tax cash flows, guys. Just tax cash flows.
Real.
We don't need the company. We don't need the government to run all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she fully understood my point about co-ops and allocative efficiency. I don't know if I convey that well, but I also don't know how to convey it better necessarily.
Wait, give me. Wait, 1 second.
This guy, unbelievable.
Yeah, what do you want? I'm typing. I'm talking with Rose. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I just didn't convey the point about allocative efficiency in worker co-ops well enough, or if like I.
Oh, the allocative efficiency of co-ops. The problem is the data about worker co-ops is dog shit. So I don't want to berate the people I'm talking. If you're talking to normies, like she was.
Well, I didn't even cite data. I just said like conceptually, like if you're saying we're going to limit sort of the outside ownership that investors can have, like you're going to make it harder to raise capital without also taking in labor. So
yeah, Micah gives a good example. Micah gives a good example. So usually, co-ops require their workers to buy into the business, right? Or at least provide initial capital. Because think of it like this: if just by working in the so imagine I'm running a co-op. Right, and let's say I have me and my 5 friends. We have the co-op, and each one of us gets a sixth of the company, right? And then you want to join. You cannot just join and then leave and get a seventh of our, company, right? What you need to do is provide an initial stake, such that we know we are going to be you don't just get to join and quit, right? So you need to provide an initial stake. And the problem with that is that some companies are like hella profitable but have like very little employees. And so like for example in Apple, he gives the example of like a worker would need, what was it, 40K or 400K to join Apple. Yeah, that's insane, right? And so co-ops are cute, but like they shouldn't be mandated. To the extent you think it gives people a better workplace or whatever, then let people know about co-ops, and then if they think that's worth it, they can join it. If they think that's not worth it, they can not join it. So that's what I think. Like, I think working out makes everyone happier, but I don't think we should force anyone to. And working out literally increases your life expectancy. So it's like literally part of your life, right? Same way that people say co-ops are like part of your. You work in the work. You live in the workplace. That's a lot of your life is in there. Okay, what do you want?
Mm-hmm. Do you have any strong opinions on PPP and the methodology for it? I know, like, some of the people who kind of talk about the global decline in poverty, and why they're like, oh, actually, poverty hasn't actually decreased that much, is because they think PPP is like the methodology is poor or something. But I
haven't looked into it. Is that something she cited?
No, it's not something she cited. But I read this post from Mia. What's her name? Mia Mindell. From a few years ago by now, but it's just talking about the decline in global poverty, and she cites she goes over different people's opinions on it, and she's like, oh, the people who are skeptical of it are typically people who also just take issue with PPP and how it's calculated and everything.
Yeah, I don't know what the issues are. I never heard of any issues with PPP. I mean, the methodology seems to make sense. So yeah, I don't know. I would ask, one, what's the alternative, and two, if it's Hickel, then he's a joke. He's a clown.
It is Hickel. Yeah, I mean Hickel.
Yeah,
it was
Yeah, Hickel is a clown. Hickel is a total clown. So Hickel was BTFO'd by Noah Smith and also by what's his name? Oh my God, Tibor Rutar. I think that's his name. So yeah, complete BTFO.
But I haven't seen the Noah Smith thing. I think maybe.
What?
Was it about poverty, or was it about
poverty? I don't know if it's about PPP. I'm just saying Hickel is a joke.
I agree.
Yeah.
Against Hickel. Let's go.
No, she wasn't. Yeah, there's a video of Econo Boy reading the exchange between them if you want. So you can watch that. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. So I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like you should have just referred to the Auden and Splinter thing, because that's like a really, it might change people's worldview a little, or like yeah. Did you show the graph thingy?
I did. DM her the graph. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so be like, a welfare state is important.
I DM'd her a few graphs actually, but yeah.
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 Wait, give me a second.
Have you seen
Yeah.
By the way,
What?
I know you want to talk about welfare or whatever. I found this paper. They say that the World Bank measures actually probably underestimate the poverty decline because they think people underreport income in most of the surveys that they do. And if you try to correct for that,
I didn't see this paper. I never saw this paper, but that seems like something that would confirm my priors, so I like it.
Exactly.
I'll look at it.
I'm thinking.
Control F.
Yeah.
So here. Okay. Every time I see a new paper, there are two ways to see if it's good. Okay. If it's about poverty, you look up Control F PCE. No mentions. Okay. Well, I guess it would make sense. It's a cross country comparison. Relative. What is that? Relative poverty. 1 second. Relative poverty. Doesn't mention. What about absolute? Doesn't mention that either. What about extreme?
Well, I think it's just comparing the World Bank measures of poverty, or no, the World in Data measures of poverty, which relies on World Bank surveys, and they're just claiming the surveys, people actually probably underreport their income on these surveys or underestimate their income, and therefore, if we try to adjust for that, you actually find decreases in inequality and decreases in poverty that are higher than what they say.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an opinion about that, but it sounds plausible. I mean, yeah, maybe. When was this written? 2024? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't have it.
Yeah. I don't think it's published yet, so.
Yeah. Can you join? No, shut up, hamsters. No, I cannot hamsters. He wants me to join a flat Earth debate. Stop asking me to join your
Let's
debates.
go.
You pick
Let's
your
go.
battles. I'm okay. I can pick my own battles. Um, yeah. So, yeah. Let me think. Yeah, I feel like, people should be effective. People should be like, okay. I feel like people don't know what a price index is. I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
like, people need the concepts before they take the pill, right? We take the neoliberal pill.
Right.
We gotta understand what econ is. But yeah. Either way, I'm gonna go. I'll call in if I have anything to say. But
Okay.
yeah. I feel like letting socialists now. I mean, on co-ops as well, without the voice crack, on co-ops as well. It's like, the literature on them is pretty dog shit. Right? It's just like no one should deny this,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's like I'd be okay with like some experiments on this, but like we I mean, what are your policies? I don't know. I feel like the policies, if it's nationalized. Also, she cited China as like an example, not necessarily that she endorses everything they do, but whatever. And then when we talk about climate change, China was absent from the conversation. What about that? Like, it's China
Sure,
reducing
yeah.
climate change? China is the biggest polluter, right? So,
Well, that's how the most people, to be fair, right?
the West needs
Maybe
to
per
do
capita,
nothing.
they're still pretty big.
No,
but...
per capita, they're still insane. I'm talking per capita.
Okay.
Yeah. Here, our world in data, emissions per capita, and I think they also adjust for so the common response is no, it's all U.S. companies. They're just offshoring, so their data adjusts for offshoring.
True.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, per capita. No, my bad. Per capita it's the United States. My bad. But China's third. But still, it doesn't. The world doesn't care about per capita. Yeah, I agree. The United States should reduce it, but China's the only one that like actively increases it. But yeah, the U.S. does emit more per capita, but it's going down over the last decades. And like I want to tax carbon. So yeah.
Real.
Here, carbon dioxide emissions from burning fossil fuels and industrial processes. This includes emissions from transport, electricity generation, heating, land use change. Offshore. Well, I think they have an article where they do it just for offshore by Rachel or something. I think that's something. So I could find it, but yeah. Either way. Yeah, I really gotta go read the book that I promised Swag I'd read. Nicholas Decker is also at that reading group. I want to what? Oh,
Let's
I didn't
go.
tell him. I'm in a group chat. I'm in a group reading of a book with Swag or whatever. He asked me if I want to join, but yeah, I don't know. It's like Interest in Prices by Woodford. It's interesting so far.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of boring, but I like boring. He's like talking about in the first 20 pages. I need to read 50. I'm in the first 20. Now he talks about stuff like, the importance of price stability and that he's like, there needs to be a theory of macro that explains the role of central banks because the two dominant ones at the time, real business cycle theory and the Lucas critique, not necessarily a model, but like an argument against central banks, they kind of seem to have problems. And so, vector autoregression studies like don't really support them. So we need an explanation. And it also doesn't explain the experience of central banks, like they do seem to be effective or at least affecting prices. So,
yeah,
stuff like that. And then he's talking about the importance of communicating to the public your policies, whatever. It's nice so far. I'm waiting for the math. I'm waiting for the graphs. Where are they? There have been a couple, but not too many. Yeah. Either way. Yeah. So I'll talk to later. But yeah. Oh, Rose sent me a long message about. I sent Rose the King of the Coast article. So Rose is a single polaroid. So sad.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My headphones are a little desynced, I think. What's up, Bob Marley, by the way? I don't know if you were here earlier, Bob Marley. I was just talking to one of the Jubilee socialist people. It was a good conversation. I liked it. People need to stop hating on capitalism. Look what it provides. We have many welfare safety nets. I mean, yeah, maybe it has nothing to do with capitalism. Capitalism is one pushing against it, but hey, it still happened under capitalism, so be happy. I mean, I think my point in that debate was just that like we had clearly like under a still holistically capitalist system, we have not only a mechanism for solving the problems that she was talking about, like with poverty, but what I would argue is a better mechanism than the things that she's talking about, right? I gave my reasons for preferring a sort of redistributive system to the type of predistributive policies that she was talking about, right? I gave all my reasons for like, oh, like you can just target a wider range of people, right? Like I think that's something that sometimes I'm confused why socialists, like, I don't want to say they don't leave it out, but I think are kind of confused on. It's like, these policies that are so good for workers, like unions, which are good for workers, co-ops, which are good for workers. It's like, well, a lot of the people in poverty don't work. They're elderly. They are children. They're people who don't work. So, like, maybe if we created a world that was like super is just so good for workers that they could like workers could like take care of their family on their own or whatever. Like with a welfare state, you can just target everyone. Like you can, just do it based on income. You can just give transfers to old people and sick people and poor people and children. Anyway, we might not watch all this. I'm so curious what Brett Cooper has to say. I'm going to pee as well, so I will steal her content, understandably.
Today's debate on Jubilee is going viral, but what I think is interesting is while the entire...
It's generally because being a socialist is a skill issue. They can't think that far. Real, Bob Marley. Yeah, exactly. Can only happen under capitalism. I don't know what you mean by that. Dude, YouTube changed their UI and it's fucked.
So, PPD's debate on Jubilee is going viral, but what I think is interesting is while the entire debate is supposed to be centered around debating the merits of capitalism, that doesn't actually seem to be the root issue.
To be fair, I keep wanting to call him PPG. PPD himself, kind of derailed half the time, but the ability to provide a welfare state with the profits it generates, I don't entirely disagree with that. Like, that is a benefit of capitalism, is that there are probably just a greater number of profits to kind of redistribute, right? A greater number of rents even to redistribute. Really, we should be focusing on redistributing rents and not just profits, but yeah.
So if you aren't familiar with Jubilee, they are a YouTube channel, a media company. They do a ton of videos that are on different social and cultural and political issues. They do these experiments and debates. And I would say that their most popular format as of late, like what they've been doing for the last year or so, is this 20v1 format, where you'll have one person, they sit in the middle at a table, they have a microphone, 20 people who oppose them surround them, and all of those 20 people come up and debate this one individual. So it might be like one anti-feminist versus 20 feminists, or one Christian versus 20 people who are not Christian, a black conservative versus 20 black liberals, whatever it might be. And that is what PBD just did with Jubilee. So his video was one capitalist, being him, versus 20 anti-capitalists or proponents of communism. And like I said at the top of the video, even though that was the basis, that was the topic for this issue, as I went through watching all of this, seeing what was, being discussed on social media, all the clips that were going viral, what was actually at the root of this entire debate was not a hatred of capitalism or a love of communism or socialism. It was actually just perpetual victimhood, and that is what we need to talk about. But before we dive into that, make sure, of course, that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and ring the notification bell so that you can always be updated on when I post a video in a new random room in my house. I'm in the guest bedroom right now, hiding upstairs. We're having a deep clean done of the house so that everything's clean for when this baby arrives. So that is why you're seeing a new bedroom for this video. Anyway, getting into it, even though I just said that most of the debate did revolve around victimhood, which we will get into, there were 2 points where they did actually discuss communism, and it was so hysterical, and it was just so perfect, because per usual, their rationale as they were debating PDD was that communism and socialism, because it just hasn't been tried yet. It just hasn't been done properly. And that is why they're anti-capitalist and why they love communism. Just listen to this.
Statistics are against you. It's never worked. There's so many Cubans that moved to Miami. They love their country. They hate the politics. In Russia, they went away from communism because it didn't work. It killed so many people.
Almost like it wasn't communist.
It's almost amateurish to debate a communistic argument.
It's almost like you're not replying to any of the statistics that I've presented to you. I think that's the biggest problem.
You're a dictator telling me what
Dictators would
dreams
not
should
be
be.
allowed under communism.
Okay, all right. Dictators would not be allowed under communism. And in response to some of the other things PBD said, she responded and said it was almost like that just wasn't communism. That's always what they have to say. That wasn't real communism. That wasn't real socialism. We have to try again. More people have to become impoverished. More people have to die. More.
Dude, I totally forgot to even combat the stupid the multiple job holders thing that she mentioned. Oh, I forgot to mention when I was talking to that Jubilee girl. Like, she brought up the multiple job holders, I think both in the Jubilee video and in our conversation. I totally forgot to mention this. Like 5% of it's like, I think it's like 5.5% of the workforce works multiple jobs, and that's like it's been at that rate pretty consistently. But thoughts on Department of War? I don't have super strong thoughts. I think it's funny that Trump did that because I've seen a lot of like leftist people like advocate for that because it used to be called the Department of War, and a lot of like lefty people are like, oh, they renamed it Department of Defense to like justify more like U.S. intervention stuff or whatever. I think it's just funny. I think it's funny that Trump is the leftist we need apparently. Let's go.
Or dictators have to rise to power, but oh my gosh, no, I'm so silly because actually under real communism, dictators simply aren't allowed. Like, what delusional world is this girl living in? Like, crack open a history book, for Pete's sake. Like, that's literally the only thing that I can say. Also, what I want to point out is that in the few minutes leading up to this, PBD sat and let her speak. Let her go through all the reasons why she's in support of communism, the response to the prompts that they were given for this part of the debate. He did not say anything. In the moment that he opens his mouth, you didn't talk about my statistics. You're not responding well. Can you let the man speak? This is such a terrible, terrible way to debate. And
what is your, I mean, PBD, there were times where he interrupted. I don't know if he interrupted Xena that much, but he also did not really respond to most of the statistics that Xena brought up.
Back to this idea that communism and socialism has never been done properly. Like, I'm sorry, no, it has been tried time and time again, but it never works like the way you hope it would. Like, it never works as it does in theory because you're dealing with human beings. And power and control always corrupts. That is just a part of human nature. We've seen it time and time again in history. That is why, power corrupting is one of the most important tropes in literature. It is one of the first things that you learn about as a child when you were reading fairy tales. Like, all of that is why dictators who do exist spawn under communism. Like, just because when it has been tried before, it has not created the utopia that you envisioned, that you read about in college when you were learning about Marx.
My most sexist take is that Brett Cooper's only famous because she's hot. It has
not been tried properly.
I think she's famous because she's hot and because the Daily Wire gave her the capital, exploited her, okay, by providing her capital to blow her up, okay. But yeah, although she was like, I don't know if I would call her famous before that, but why did the Daily Wire do that? That's true, actually. They did it because she was, yeah, that's true.
Or been done
Let me consider that.
It could just mean, unfortunately, that it doesn't work. And that is just a fact of life, and maybe you need to...
It was endogenously determined.
Now, with another girl, they didn't discuss dictators specifically, but she did argue that none of the famous communist countries were actually communist, so it's kind of in line with what we're talking about here. Take a listen to this.
I got an offer for you before we move on. If I were to give you your $2,350, which is the cost to renunciate your citizenship, and I paid you your first class, flight to whatever communist country, and $20,000 to spend money, would you give up your citizenship to go to that country? Whichever communist country you want to go to. Cuba, we can give you Venezuela, we give you North Korea, any one of those you want to go to. Choose any one of them, I'll give you one way. Ticket.
Countries, Venezuela, North Korea, Cuba, famously Cuba. Nope, none of them are communist countries, so I can't go. Unfortunately, PBD would love to take you up on your offer. So nice. Paying to, get rid of my U.S. citizenship, a first-class flight, $20,000 to, get my bearings.
Did you read the thing in Discord between me and Sam on a paper?
No, my government-given job under communism.
I, just woke up. I woke up at, or I guess it was was this yesterday? Oh, no, it was a few days ago, it looks like. I did literally just wake up and immediately start streaming and talk to people a few days ago. No, I didn't really see it.
So that's so nice of you, but actually I can't because
was it about that the Austrian business cycle paper thing?
Communist countries don't exist because it's never been tried properly. Okay.
About the slot paper, yeah.
They have to think like this in order to keep the fallacy alive. Comes to your hydration, which is why I rely on Peak.
Oh my God, sponsored.
Convince these young people that they were worth something, that they weren't victims, that they could have success in this world, that a capitalist society.
Yes, and he offered them the MLM position. Let's go.
He's going out on a limb saying, you have fallen under hard times, you allegedly can't find a job. I'm going to go to bat for you.
Allegedly.
And make a job for you. And this guy's so like, no, I don't know. I mean, the attitude throughout this entire clip. Oh, okay. Oh, man, I'll look into it. Dude, he just wants to bitch and blame everything on someone else. Yeah, exactly.
This is who I got on my side, dog.
To buy you a salad at Whole Foods, and you're upset because I'm not giving you cash to go buy God knows what. I remember one time I literally...
Not a single mention of Hayek 1945. Oh my God, what the hell?
I think it was a Whole Foods salad, and the guy didn't like the salad dressing, the ranch that I picked out. I was like, okay, I'm sorry for trying to help, but if you want to stay in the situation, then I can't do anything about it. That is literally what we are seeing. Get jobs and make lots of money.
What's up? Hello?
Did you win?
I mean, I think I'm always going to think I had better points, but, I think I had more knowledge and better points. I think I probably rhetorically could have been more effective at some points, but.
Can you give me mods? Sample, why can mods take away each other's mod?
Wait, what? I didn't know that.
He took away my mod we were in VC because I disconnected him after he disconnected me.
Dude, let's go. I don't know how to fix that. I can give you mod again. I'll fix.
Yeah, I'll fix it and take
after mod stream. I think I'll see how I can fix that.
No worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just in the Flat Earth VC in the political server. And this guy told me to grab a water bottle, and I asked him what experiments to start doing because I grabbed a water bottle, right? And then he started screaming at me. It was so funny.
Incredible.
But you should do a stream in there, honestly. Like, I feel like it would be good content.
Would it?
Yeah.
Would it really?
Do Round Earth Apology.
Yeah. Actually, Round Earth Apology. Yeah, true.
All right. Talk to it.
Yeah, talk to it. I could do TikTok debate stuff. I don't know if there's anyone. Oh my god, Gooner TikToks, let's go. I don't know if there's anyone live or whatever. Not fun one, I didn't see the whole stream. I also forgot you had another debate. I do have another debate at like 9 p.m. Quite a while away from now. I don't know if there's any of these that I could go on. I don't know. Although I don't have audio on.
And build things to help people and to help themselves, because then they're making money. That system, again, that breeds innovation, that has pulled more people out of poverty than any other system. Because of that, she can't find a specialist. Good for that. We'll just let her continue.
Is there anyone in your life that's willing to pay for a specialist?
Well, they could, or they would if they had money. But yeah.
In my opinion, maybe we'll get some non-fun here from the capitalists. Okay, in my opinion, the phrase like capitalism pulled more out of poverty than any other system. In my opinion, that is too vague to be meaningful in any way. I don't disagree that capitalism has led to a broad rightward shift in income. But in my opinion, like that actual claim is just too like, what the fuck does capitalism mean? What the fuck does poverty mean? Both of those things are debatable. Like if we saw like declines in poverty because of the welfare state under a holistically capitalist country, do we attribute that to capitalism? Maybe markets would be more precise. Maybe. And if we see a decline in poverty in China, do we attribute that to their liberalization, even if holistically you consider them socialists? Like what are we doing there? I don't know. In my opinion, it's too vague to be that meaningful. But yeah.
Would you be okay if I pay for a specialist for you to go see?
Yeah.
Would you take money from a capitalist to help you go see specialists?
I mean, yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm going to have you go see two. Do you live in California?
Yeah.
I'm going to have you go see two specialists. But would you also be open to seeing somebody else I choose as a psychologist that may...
No.
You're not.
No.
So
you choose as a psychologist.
Also, I don't know if Becky was going to mention this, but like I'm pretty sure PBD like does not believe half of these mental illnesses are like real. So this specialist he would recommend, I kind of doubt are even like good or anything. I wonder if there's just like
There's a man named Patrick Bet-David. He's my CEO. And if you guys ever have a chance to look up Patrick Bet-David, he's a phenomenal CEO. Well, he looked at me, he says, I'm like, I have ADHD, I struggle. He says, stop using it as a crutch. He's like, that's a superpower. I'm like, what? I couldn't understand that because I've always heard of ADHD being a bad thing. It's not, it's a phenomenal thing. And I read a book called Hypomanic Itch. Christopher Columbus back then, it's not called ADHD, back then it used to be called hypomanic. Hypomanic.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I don't know if he talks about it ever, or if he has a like video or segment on it. That's where it's in the title, so I could search it. But oh, let's see.
The school brought me and Jen to the school and they said, we need to talk to you. Your kid has a hard time paying attention. I know where they're going, but just because I wanted to know how they're going to lead me into prescribing my kids medication. So I said, let you lead me because I want to learn. Okay. Well, we think we need to recommend you to see this doctor. I said, no problem. We'd love to see her. So we go to her. Is it okay if we do the assessment with your kid without you guys being in the room? Is there a camera? You can do it as long as there's a camera and I can see it. Then it comes out, your kid has a hard time paying attention and this is going to really help him with his grades. So what are you suggesting? We think we need to suggest such and such and such and such. I said, do you by any chance think maybe extremely creative people are like that and have been like that for many years? And they...
Okay, YouTube chat works now. Woohoo. Bro brought up the man who, even the people who sent him to explore the world.
Never took
yeah,
anything.
I know.
I mean, Beethoven, Mozart, all these artists, all these folks that we buy and admire. If you think this kid has issues, he's like his dad. His dad was just like that as well. He's going to be all right. The school brought me...
Wow, okay.
Psychologist, you're choosing who gets to determine what my mental health looks like. No.
Okay, then I wish you nothing but the best.
She is absolutely does not want to hear about. She's like, F no. But that really wasn't what PPD was trying to argue here. Because at the beginning of that second clip that I showed you, he was saying that there is an incentive structure, especially in the world of psychologists and mental health, where they make money if you are on medication. They make more money if they're able to diagnose you and then get...
Whoa. Isn't that a problem with capitalism, Brett Cooper? Isn't that a problem with capitalism? What the hell?
And he was specifically talking about the world of mental health. So what he is trying to do by saying, I will pay for this and I will find you a psychologist, is he's saying, I'm going to find you a psychologist that's going to be productive and try to help you move on with your life and actually fix this thing that you were dealing with, the thing that you keep coming back to. In our entire 3.5-minute debate that you're saying you can't...
My school psychologist was retarded because I couldn't pay attention to the kid instead of just testing me for ADHD. 2 different schools thought I was just bored because I'm too smart, having to do IQ tests instead. Base.
Thrive under this capitalist system because of your mental illness. I am going to find somebody that can actually break you free of these chains while we also address your serious medical issue. But she doesn't want to hear any of it. She's like, absolutely no. No, he also didn't even get the chance to say how long she would have to go. Is it one appointment? Is it multiple appointments? She just shut down the entire thing. I would rather have no help whatsoever. It's like the guy with the job. He wants to be able to be selective. She wants to be able to be selective. She was fine to receive medical help from him, but if she was going to receive...
This is who they put on my sign dog.
It is probably easier and more comfortable for her to be mentally ill because that is a crutch, because that allows her to live her life as a victim. And again, this was the entire...
I don't even disagree. Like, conceptually, that's a thing that can totally happen, by the way. And you can even argue the left might enable that to some extent. But, like, I don't... I mean, it is Patrick Bet David we're talking about, so I'm fairly okay with suggesting that the specialists that he would have recommended just are not within the realm of sort of... medical consensus in any way. But so to this day, I think I'm undiagnosed ADHD based. Dude, I mean, you can probably get tested pretty easily on I think they do shit online now. I had a childhood ADHD diagnosis like from when I was 6 or whatever, and I medicine shopped until I found that I went to like just my primary care person, whatever, and she was like, "Oh, we're gonna do a bunch more random. We're gonna get your blood tested, and we're gonna get you vitamin D, blah 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 blah." And I'm lazy, so I didn't do that. And I just made an appointment with some girl online to get stuff, and like they just gave me, they're like, "Oh, you got a childhood diagnosis? Good enough for us." Okay. I had to fill out like 2 or 3 like questionnaires. That was just like, do you have trouble focusing? Yes. Wow. Do you want to kill yourself? No? Good. And then, woohoo. Like,
opportunities that they would be able to thrive. That they would not be sitting here debating the merits of this system and arguing for a system that has literally killed and oppressed so many millions of people. And yet they rejected him at every turn. And again, I say, because it is easier to ignore and deflect. Because if they ignore the reality that communism and socialism has never worked, if they ignore the reality that if they were able to get the help they need, the job they need, pull themselves up, it made sense. I had a point that I was going to with that. I heard a dog bark. I had a pregnancy brain fart. And so hopefully I landed the plane the way that I was trying to. But would then see that these systems had never worked, they would be forced to face a harsh reality. I hope that made sense. I had a point that I was going to with that. I heard a dog bark. I had a pregnancy brain fart. And so hopefully I landed the plane the way that I was
pregnant.
But basically,
I thought she gave birth already.
I was able to extract from this episode. I think it's really interesting, and I think it goes back to this idea that I have found, especially being a young person going to college, in the 2020s, being around a lot of young people that were in support of communism and socialism. Remember, like, one of my favorite stories from UCLA is the fact that I had a Communist Manifesto literally chucked at my head at the party. Like, that is how much these young people like cling to the words of Karl Marx. But something that I've observed is that at the end of the day, it really isn't about this political system. It isn't about the merits of it or the fact that they really believe in it.
What the fuck, LMAO? What do you mean?
It's so incredible and all of these things, but it's more about them and the way they view themselves and the way they perceive the world to be out to get them, and that has led them to this political system. It's why people who are independent and empowered and believe that they have agency and that they have things to offer this world don't often find themselves loving and supporting communism and socialism. So just some food for thought.
Real. Kill me.
You all probably think that you know the story.
Maybe my brain is broken. I think it's so unfortunate. I think rhetorically, the best points that Patrick and David have were the ones that were just like completely devoid of substance. For me, it's like it's totally non-consequential. There's no substance to just being like, you want a job? I can give you a job. Oh, you don't want this job? Must be lazy. Like there's no substance at this point. There's no data behind that point. Like there's nothing like relevant to that point of view. Like I put like very little weight on that, but like rhetorically, apparently that is what's most effective to conservatives. I guess it's why Patrick and David brought it up and why Brett Cooper focused on that and not any of the other stuff. Destiny's the worst stat ever. Thank God Brett Cooper's covering the Destiny drama. Let's go. Oh my God, Taylor Swift just broke the internet. Can I bench more than a socialist? What do you think about fields like sociology, where the Marxist shit is pretty widespread? The only real field is economics. No, I don't know. Or the only real social science is economics. I think I don't know exactly what to make of it. I do think like there's probably there's definitely some ideological capture going on in a lot of institutions, in a lot of fields, and in a lot of colleges, like generally. But I don't know.
You all probably think that you know the story.
Also, what if job match skills? Patrick losing his mind? Real. Dude, I don't even, like I said, I'm pretty sure, I don't know for sure, because he didn't give any details on the quote-unquote job he was offering them. But I think he was literally talking about his MLM. I think he was literally referring to his MLM thing that he does for life insurance. Which, you know, it's not really a job. Most people in it probably lose money. Probably. Apparently they said he like debated CoffeeZilla, right? 4 years ago. This is 3 hours. I don't know. I love 3-hour video essays. I love 3-hour video essays. I think less people should be going to college. When abundance comes along, we need a lot of manual labor, more of the trades. I think we just probably made it kind of too easy to go into fields that are too not occupational, right? I think there are plenty of occupational degrees that I think we should incentivize people to go into. But we've been kind of just subsidizing like everything with college, and that's probably not good. With AI, we can replace, just give them UBI. This is me for real.
And then one day I go Monday morning to collect checks. True story. I can easily make $100,000. Hear all you want to hear, and you can do the smiles and all that stuff. I actually appreciate trolls because I get entertained by them. Believe me, when you look like, go bring them on. One of our old friends.
It's April 22nd. Was this posted before or after? It was posted before. So I'm assuming these are the allegations I guess he was responding to. Is there like a edited version of this debate that's not 3 hours long, that just goes over the important things or whatever?
Multi-level marketing, once seen as the new way to make a part-time or full-time income from home, now it's almost universally ridiculed.
How does Patrick sound so lame?
By anyone, because guys, we've done the experiment. The numbers are in. It's a failing business model that doesn't work, except if you're at the tippity top. If you can get enough suckers underneath you to lose money, you can then make money. That is true. That is an honest thing they say. Take a load off, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the marketing versus the reality. Get ready for some contradictions, some hypocrisy, some lies, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, here we go. Big promises.
Until now.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Truly incredible.
One company dares to dream bigger and do the impossible. One company pushes the limits of the status quo.
Wow. We got it all, guys. We got people smoking cigars, fat cats, dude. This is a lot like the Amway thing. It's like a younger Amway. It's nice. It's fresh. It's exciting. So what is the reality of PHP? According to the disclosure they have to file. Let's check it out because they say they have the top compensation plan.
With the top compensation package in the marketplace for entrepreneurial agency builders, PHP is ushering a new era of multicultural and diverse agents.
Wow.
Diverse.
World-class. This
woke.
is the best we're gonna
PBD is woke.
today in terms of compensation plans. So it better be good. So we got to go through a little bit of this. The first thing you have to notice, this is a measure of the average of the life licensed agents in the periods of January through December 31st, 2019. So I wanted to make sure to get 2019's income disclosure because I know COVID shook things up. I didn't want to, get that.
I read the New York
so
upzoning paper.
Agents that
Probably. Is it a new one? I feel like I probably know what you're talking about. This one? Unless it's a new one? That's New Zealand? What? Oh, this is the New Zealand one, isn't it? Is it this one? I don't know if it's this one. I might not have it. Been out for a few months, but I only just found it today. I feel like I probably have seen it. I don't remember. I don't remember it though. It's probably somewhere. It's probably somewhere in these. Wait, what's the author of it? I think I can just see the authors. Yeah. No, I don't think I do have it then. I might have seen it on Twitter too or something. Can we rebuild a city? The dynamics of urban development. Cities increasingly grow through redevelopment, tearing down old buildings to make way for new ones. This paper studies this process and how it is influenced by zoning policy. I build a dynamic general equilibrium model of floor space supply and demand, which I estimate using a newly constructed parcel level panel of buildings and zonings in New York City. I validate the model using quasi-experimental variation from recent zoning reforms and use it to simulate the effects of zoning changes. I found that zoning is the primary determinant of local floor space elasticities and substantially constrains the city's growth, particularly in high-priced, low-density neighborhoods. However, redevelopment involves substantial fixed costs that rise sharply with the size of existing buildings. This generates path dependence, particularly in inexpensive or densely built areas, where redevelopment is typically unprofitable and relaxing zoning has little effect on construction. Furthermore, the welfare gains of relaxing zoning materialize slowly and through migration, largely accrue to households outside the rezoned area. Well, this is what I want to happen, but yeah. At least first sight, it seems like the strongest such paper so far. There's some really nice graphs. Hell yeah.
that got their license, because I know you have to get like licensed with these kinds of businesses. So I wanted to make sure we measured the licensed agents, and they said this is licensed agents. Well, let's check out the numbers. $800,000 of income. That's pretty good. Well, how many people get that? 0.13%. Okay, so it drops pretty steeply off from that. Okay, 300,000, not bad. 0.14%. Now going on from that, like you basically have 1% of people making a really good income, it seems like, because 0.75% make $148,000. That's a great living. You're gonna do very well with that. Well, now we drop into the middle class, right? 1% of the people do that. It's still great, still good compensation. Here's where it really falls off. Down here, I don't know if you can see that, 64% of paid agents, these are agents getting paid, made $200. The vast majority of people who made money with PHP barely paid off their enrollment fee of $200 that year. You didn't even hardly broke even on an enrollment fee, over half. Now, 20% of them made $2,000 in a single year. Terrible income. Let's just be honest. That's like a side hustle at best. 7,000, same thing. 6% of people made that, meaning that about 90% of PHP's employees also make less than, take a guess. Everyone got their guess ready? McDonald's employees. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the number one compensation plan in MLM, the thing that's changing everything, that's changing a world full of debt. McDonald's starting salary makes more than 90% of those people. This isn't to dump on those people, by the way. This MLM as a rule, it just doesn't work. Guys always tell you, MLMs are scams built to enrich the very people at the very top and basically no one else. And to make money, you have to recruit people underneath you. Now, the thing is, these people will tell you, well, of course, Stephen, people at, not many people succeed. It's just like owning a business where most people don't succeed, except there's a problem with that. You don't have to go out and base your success on getting new suckers in the program. This is the problem with MLMs. MLMs involve, the majority of their work is, hey, you got to go recruit. So in order for you to succeed, this is what makes MLMs completely unique. You have to make other people go lose. Do you get that? Because to succeed, you have to recruit. And to recruit, you have
to... know that under capitalism, if you want to succeed, you have to exploit your workers. You have to extract their surplus value.
Knowingly bring people into a system where 90% of the people make less than a McDonald's salary. Where it's probably slightly more than that, right? Yeah, actually it is, because actually it's 95% of people, because these 4.8% make only $15,000 a year. I think a minimum wage at McDonald's makes a little bit over that. How do they get away with this stuff, man? It's mind-blowing to me. Now we're gonna look at another MLM called Vima. And again, these are their numbers, not mine.
Damn, this bra makes my breasts feel amazing. Michelle, you should get this bra. But in the bra world, if she bought a bra...
Is this guy drunk? This is like Vima's sales guy? What's going on here?
I ain't getting Jack Shinola. That's right.
No Jack Shinola, guys. But you know what? With Vima, you're getting Jack Shinola.
I tell her to buy that bra, I'm getting broken off some. That's what it's about, peer to peer. Nobody watches commercials.
Say that to like the billion-dollar advertising industry.
What is the transit-oriented development? Is this like has New York actually done any of this? I'm kind of curious. Obviously, we're not going to get the no zoning New York. So I don't know if but it's an interesting counterfactual to have, obviously. But
buffoon.
No one ever sits and looks at billboards and goes, "Yo, man, I can see that movie." No, you hear it from what? Your friend.
Oh, this is the greatest lie ever. Forget about the ad age where everyone's like sitting glued to their phone. What are you going to advertise on someone's?
Okay. Anyways. Yeah. So most of the people. It is fucking MLM or whatever lost money, which is the way most MLMs work. I'm not even sure they really can work if most of the people in them don't really lose money. Basil as usual, true. But I want to know. This is 3 hours long, although not all of it is talking to him. I don't care about most of the stuff in here, most likely, but...
Happened to everybody is different. He had a heart attack. I love my dad. The rest is history. I'm off to the races. I want to make him happy. And now, obviously, I got a wife and 3 kids and 1 on the way. I have 3 kids. You know, as much as I love my 3 kids, I went to school and the teacher said, your son said the S word the other day. I said, you're 1 in 1,000. Tell me which part of it. Tell me which part of it bothers you.
Right here.
You messed the whole thing up. You only make $200,000 a year.
You completely messed things up. You only made $200,000 a year. This is an onboarding style video, or people would send this video to people.
Can I make a suggestion?
What if you completely mess this thing up and part-time you make $60,000 next week? Would that change your life?
$60,000 a year, part-time. Nobody's making this. Like, it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction.
Is this shocking, you guys? What part of this upsets you? What part of this upsets you?
Deceptive marketing, Patrick. It's
That's not deceptive marketing. It's not. Let me explain to you what it is. That is not deceptive marketing. That's not deceptive marketing. Look, a part of what you do is also deceptive because you don't know the whole story.
Wow.
Think about it. A big part of what you do is you don't know the whole story. You say what you say, and a lot of it is assumptions, and some of it may be true, but it's not 100%
But address
accurate.
the video. Just push it onto me. Address the video itself.
May I make my points?
Sorry, go ahead. Well, you always say you're making your point, but then it's not about the actual thing I'm saying, though.
But if I can, I'm going to make my point to your point that you asked. So, for example, he said something earlier. He said, what if somebody's in it and 10 years later they find that this doesn't work for them? That's 2/3 of marriages. That people get married and are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I've been married for 10 years. This is not most.
He's never going to actually address the point.
He may not make the right
is
decision.
he?
Maybe a career-wise, business-wise, but to sit there.
That like most people are losing money. Yet he said in his video, even if you mess up and you're doing part-time, you can make $60,000.
That's also a little bit irresponsible to put all the onus on that. Now, if we as a company have to take responsibility, what would it be? It would be, but if you have another topic you want to hit up at the end, let's do it. But we've already addressed this. Here's what I said to you. I said, say we've had 23,000 licensed agents that we've had over the years.
But he's a scammer? I mean,
appointed with us.
I mean, he runs a MLM and seemingly it, unless something radically has changed, you know, like most MLMs, the majority of people in it, in fact, the vast majority of people in them, like lose money.
That's right. Out of the 13,000, I said, how many of them you think actively log on or come to the office for training? Let's say 10%. If the number, I don't know the number, but I'm going to say 5 to 10%. Let's even say it's, you know, anyways, 5 to 10%. If it's 5%, 600 to 1,200 people log on every week when they come to the training. You have to understand the difference between a, you know, by the way, the one criticism you didn't even get into, which I would encourage you to get into, is how hard people work at this industry. There are people that work extremely hard. So that hard working is not 40 hours a week or 60 hours a week. I'm talking like they work.
Well, I was saying that people do work for like 10, 15 years, and then they end up being like, oh, I made a big
But they don't.
Like
but there are a lot of
people
like
that. No,
I had a guy that was working for me years ago. He called me the other day because one of our old friends died. He was a phlebotomist. He passed away. He called me, him and I were speaking, and, you know, we're having a conversation together. He says, you know, I still don't forget that the day you sat me down and you told me this industry is not for you. I said, I said, you don't like that too much. He says, no. I sat him down and I called his wife and I said, ma'am, I'm not going to say her name because she knows who she is. I say, you got to call your wife and tell her this is not for you because you're not working. I can't tell her this is not working for you. We made a phone call together. I said, I am requesting for your husband to quit because I don't think he's going to do this business and he's wasting time being away from you and your family. I think he needs to go back to being a plumber. He did, and he went back to it. This wasn't a business for them. If you see the way I interview, my level of curiosity, if you see the way I create content, you have to know that I'm not one that is uncomfortable telling people that something isn't for them. And there are many people that isn't for them, but it doesn't mean I sit there and tell them, hey, you shouldn't give it a shot. I have people that come up to me and they're still playing and they got 5 girlfriends and they want to get married. And I say, I don't know if marriage is for you. I want to give it a shot. Go right ahead. 5 years later, dude, it wasn't for me. Well, I kind of knew it wasn't for me, but what am I going to say? Why did you let the guy get married? You got the opportunity to make the choice. The same as closing a business.
You're trying to be Patrick, we want to be super respectful of your time. So I'm going to start wrapping it up here because I think we've gotten to a lot of the substance of our disagreements. Obviously, we're big fans of valuetainment. So I want to pass a question off to Amish because I feel like you've been more sidelined, Amish.
If I had to pick a person, usually that is similar to my video.
What was the community note there, actually? Patrick David ran an insurance company, PHP, that operated as a multi-level marketing company, and an MLM has a structure similar to a pyramid scheme, though an MLM is technically legal so long as they resell an actual product. Oh, wow. Incredible. Okay. I don't know how worth it is to... I don't know if I'm going to talk about the world poverty stuff with anyone else. I don't know if it's worth it to do anymore. Right? Reading into it, I don't. From what I saw, like I said, to me, it's vague and like it's vague enough where the actual claim doesn't have much meaning to me. But I think, like, obviously, it seems like we probably just have seen an increase in like global well-being. Cato has this article, which I read before. Like, if you just look at inequality, not of income, but of just things like electricity and like life expectancy, like that has been pretty decreasing. Like, well, I guess they do have income inequality here. Like lifespan inequality has been decreasing. I think clean air and child life expectancy or child survivability have both been getting more unequal. But other than that, like basically everything else has been sort of getting more equal between nations for the most part. And these are metrics that probably matter more for like absolute well-being than like relative income quintiles, but not even quintiles, relative incomes, but you know. Also, I guess I should have data on. I tried looking this up. I guess I probably need like data on this. I saw this. It's for the UK. I need the US. I guess I should have data on like the calorie intake per person or whatever. Because apparently people think we're spending a lower percentage of our income on food just because we buy less food or something, which is wild to me. All right. Measured in kilocalories per person per day. This indicates that calories are that are available for consumption, but does not necessarily measure the number of calories it actually consumes. It doesn't factor in consumer waste. I know I have the I think this blog post mentions it. Like this just has wages. I think this is wages and prices for food indexed over time, and obviously wages have pretty far outpaced it. Well, to be fair, I think this is everyone's wages, not just production and non-supervisory employees. That's log scale. The best basic Excel design reel. I think he had I mean, it's just data on this elsewhere too. I mean, I could calculate it myself too if I just open Fred, I guess. But there's a graph that this guy had once that I liked about just the percentage of income people were spending on food in the U.S. and that's just has pretty dramatically declined in the U.S. Can I search archive? Damn it. Not that I want to kill myself today. I saw Soy Debate on Chorus and Gen 6 and the bad faith was beyond cringe. Yeah, I saw, I don't know, I think we were there last night for at least some of when I was watching that. I watched most of the J6 thing, I think, but not the Chorus stuff because I don't care that much about that stuff. I don't care enough to watch more than I have already watched. I watched the Destiny Taylor Lorenz thing off stream, and I watched the whatchamacallit, the not the soy pill debate. The I watched the other most of the other debate with the circle jerk of the fucking 14 liberals, okay, that showed up for that one. But corporations aren't people, non-fun. This is true. That's so real. By the way, I'm more and more just like don't give a fuck about some of the corporate donation shit. I don't even know if I don't even know I don't even know if I care if the Chorus people disclose that they're getting Chorus money. Do I truly even care? I just don't think it's that impactful, and I don't think it even leads to bad outcomes, even when it is somewhat impactful. You should on some level. LMAO real? It is real. Is there a wow, cool. Is there one just for food? Or is there only the food at home and food away from home? Oh yeah, there. Okay, all consumers, food and beverages. I think this is what I want. I think this is what I want, right? And then earnings. Or production. And non. Supervisory. Employees. Does this include really the hourly earnings doesn't include benefits, does it? What series includes benefits? Forcefully was frustrated because he wanted to debate the article, but it's turned into left hates Dem guys. Yeah, I know. It was which I understand the frustration. It was very annoying. Well, I should just go to. I think this guy explained. Measuring worst series for wages throughout the chart. Well, it tells me what. Oh no, units dollar per hour. So I think it is only wages, right? What I guess I could ask ChatGPT. What series on Fred includes I'm the same way, to be honest, I am anti-dark money, but playing niceties while Trump is on the Vanity EO arc, changing DOD to Department of War is goofy as hell. Dude, I don't even, like I said, I don't even know, like this, I don't even know if dark money is that impactful or bad. I don't know, maybe I'm just evil. I don't care. It doesn't seem to have that big of a, stuff. I've not seen a paper that suggests like the effects of even like Citizens United was just like bad. And like maybe they're out there. Like all I've heard is like anecdotes. Employment. Oh, I guess there is a employment cost index, right? Can I Is there one for production and non-supervisory employees for that? AI is such a cheat code, that is real. Kill me. No, there's gotta be a... manufacturing, production, transportation, moving material. Maybe that's probably roughly a lot of the production non-supervisory employee people, but there's got to be a series on Fred. I don't know what it is. There's got to be a series that looks at wages and non-wage benefits for production and non-supervisory employees. Total compensation or something? Well, that's what this is. Oh, nice one. Like employment cost index, total compensation, all civilian. Whatever, okay. I'll play with it off stream if I need to, but for now, I'm good. Okay, I'll just keep this here, and you know what? I'll keep... Actually, I think Cato has a... I wonder what Cato cites. think Cato had an article. Might be the must take place nostalgia for less globalized past. I think this article actually has data in it. What's up?
You said you were talking later to some guy.
Yeah.
When?
At like 9 p.m., like 4 hours from now.
Oh boy, I'll be asleep by then, so I'm not gonna be able to DM you that globalist talking points. But yeah,
Right.
what are you reading right now?
I'm trying to find. Is there a series on Fred for total compensation for non-production and supervisory employees, or do they only have total compensation for all employees?
No.
Rip.
No, they don't. No, there is no compensation. As far as I'm aware, what the EPI does is they just take the ratio of compensation to regular earnings of all workers and just multiply that by the supervisory thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Not that it matters. Again, you should not compare some workers to all. Why do you need it?
I was gonna compare it to the price of food.
I sent you median. Just look at median disposable income.
Yeah, but like Billy, I mean, I guess it's median. So, but I could look at that. That's true.
And we also have a wage series for the bottom 20 whatever percent you want. Although you do see lower gains there, but I don't think that includes like all compensation. I think it's just wage earnings. So that's why it gives you a distorted picture.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think yeah, that's what I sent you. But this is not disposable income. This is just personal income. There's a series for median personal disposable income. Pretty sure. But also, wait, okay. But also, I was gonna say, fuck it, the yeah, you can look at the bottom 20% thing. If you want, I can send it to you. Try to find it. But yeah, I mean, either way, pretty much every thing you look at. Just look at median disposable income, which is income, including transfers. I don't think it includes transfers in kind, but whatever. It's your median, but personal income is not disposable income. Disposable income includes taxes.
I don't really. I don't know if I.
But not in kind.
Care about the disposable income thing. I mean, either way, you're gonna see a decline. That's still like either way, you're seeing a decline that's representative of an increase in a standard of living. I don't think I care about like whether or not it's
Yeah. There's no median disposable income. There's only per capita. Yeah, I guess then just look at median personal income, right? What about local household? Yeah, I guess you can only look at average. There's no median disposable income. Rip. So sad. So sad.
Am I stupid? Am I using federal?
Yeah. Give me a second.
I have to add both of them here. I can't. Okay, hold on. Oh no. Okay, I am using federal. I am stupid. Okay. Add. A over B. Apply formula. Okay. This is with CPI. Which is probably worse, but.
Thus, we use caution. We use caution when comparing median incomes above.
Wait, how do I on Fred? How do I like share the graph with the the two multiple lines divided by each other? Oh, the sheer graphing at the bottom, like the custom graphing. You know, that probably.
Fucking dumb. Yeah, that's probably.
You
thing,
know,
right?
that makes sense, I guess.
Wait,
you know,
how do I
that...
how do I use the account tools? Sample text. Can you help me? How do I do account tools? Oh, you press the fucking account tools button. Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay, buddy. I see how it is.
How do I download the image of the data? How do I download the image?
Buddy.
Oh, you click download and then image. Dumbass. Yeah. But yeah, no. So you just and I recommend indexing it to some year because it's a price index. It's not a price. Yeah. It's like, you know, it means nothing in terms of like absolute units. So you should look at relative units. I don't know how to find like the actual price in terms of like, you know, constant $14 or whatever, but you know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah. So anything else?
No.
Okay then. Wait. Why can I not can't disconnect you anymore? That's so sad. Wait, what? That is so sad.
Dude, apparently you can remove. Hamsters told me you removed his mod.
It? Oh my god, bro! Why is he such a fucking bro? Why is he? Why did he tell you? What, guys? What are we doing? Wait, you removed my mod? I don't have my. He removed my mod.
No, I didn't.
He removed my mod.
I didn't. He might have removed your mod. Yeah, he might have.
Gave him his mod back. That justifies removing his mod. Give me my mod back.
I need to.
Give me my mod back.
I gave you your mod back. I don't know how to fix the fact that like you can just.
I removed your mod, or like I removed your mod.
Oh no!
Wait, can you disconnect me now? Can you still disconnect me?
Well, I should still be able to because I have other roles that let me do that. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, let me. You're a mod again. I apologize.
Wow.
But yeah, that's right. Yeah. Bro,
Yeah,
I joined the Unlearning Economics. Did I tell you about this?
No, you didn't.
I joined the Unlearning Economics Discord. Holy fuck, bro, are they like fucking dense? I was just posting the Auden and Splinter graphs and the wealth inequality thing, and then they're like, you know, doing the regular thing of like, first they were saying I was aggressive. I was just posting the graph and saying like, yeah, it's pretty much a myth. Say that it's increasing, and they're like, it's still somewhat increasing. I'm like, yeah, I said pretty much a myth. Certainly not as much as people say. And they're like, oh, what are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I like UBI. I'm not against anything. I'm just saying the narrative is kind of false. And then, you know, they were like freaking out. It was so dumb. Like I was, oh my God, it was like insults and whatever. And then they gave like terrible arguments, and they were like sending me like garbage. And eventually I got kicked. Funnily enough, I got muted for a day, and then the next day I got kicked. I joined again. I was able to join again. I don't know why. I'm not talking there now. I don't know if they know I'm still there. But like, yeah, absolutely slop. Like, I mean, anyone can read the exchanges I had. Like, absolute slop. One of the critiques of the Social Security paper, or at least flaws in it, or whatever the fuck, was that it did talk about the top 1% wealth shares, but not about the top 0.0001%. Not the billionaires.
Bro.
It's like, wow, thank you. Wow, that's so insightful. Thank you so much. Yeah, and other slop. I don't know. It was annoying. What after I got kicked, one of the people said something like so they told me like, oh, it's probably not good to cite something that is against the consensus or something. And I'm like, I mean, there aren't that many estimates, and you know, they are published, they are well accepted. And it's like, oh, I've seen bad papers that are published. Like, yeah, publishing is not the end all be all. You should read the paper and see that it's good. They're very transparent about everything. And I don't know, it was just like talking to brick walls. And yeah, explaining to them why Social Security should be included. Oh, I forgot about this part. They're very left wing, so you know the IQ is very low. But I was telling them, you know, Social Security, if you're not including it in wealth, then you know that affects the saving behaviors of people at the bottom of the distribution. And so paradoxically, you get that increasing Social Security would increase inequality. And then they were like, what? How? I was like, okay, imagine I'm poor. You know, the government provides me my pensions for free, basically, or at least subsidize my pensions. And, you know, now I'm like, yay, I need to save less for my pensions. I can spend more now. So I need to have less private savings. But if we only look at private savings, it looks like I have less wealth now. That's dumb. Of course not. I have an equivalent of wealth in form of Social Security, so you should adjust for that. And you know what they did? You know what they did? They kicked me for saying, "Imagine I'm poor," because not all poor people behave like that.
Wow.
Not all poor people think like that.
That's true.
Fucking
That's true.
dumbass. To be fair, the two other people there that were like a little bit more serious were like, I don't think that was offensive what he said, but still. And other people were like, wait, so I don't get this. I mean, if we're looking at it from a welfare point of view, a personal welfare point of view, then why would Social Security matter? Because it's in the future. But like, if someone is starving right now, they don't care about their future pension. I'm like, wow, almost like we should also look at income inequality. Well, I couldn't respond because that was after I got kicked. And so I don't want to alert them that I'm still there. And it's like 4 days ago at this point, so who cares? But like, yeah, absolute. Like this was, I've sent this graph in like other left-wing servers. Some of them are econ oriented as well. Like, well, not necessarily the server, but the chats I sent it in. And none of them were like this, like dumb, bro. I don't know what's up with unlearning economics. But yeah, he not good. You know, I think you should talk to Econ Chris Clark maybe for like even an hour. Like this guy seems nice, although maybe he's a little high level. You know.
Yeah, no, I thought about reaching out to him, but I don't know. I would need to like just plan what to talk about for an hour and stuff. Yeah.
I feel like, you know, one, you should talk to him about. I think he enjoys talking about political philosophy or like political economy stuff. You know, he talks about like anything from Mill to Hayek to Ricardo to Trotsky. Even. So yeah, I think like he's very interested in that. I think that'd be fun to talk to him about. I think he has wrong views about Hayek. I think he thinks Hayek was more pro-welfare than he actually was, or at least early Hayek was, but not late Hayek. So there's that. Should tell him that PC is better than CPI, although he knows this probably. He knows this. No, other things. He recently uploaded a video about like how Gen Z is doing better than everyone else. So
let's go. I haven't seen that one yet, actually.
Yeah, it's good. He also shows very interesting stuff. So, for example, you know the wages data that like has an artificial bump during COVID.
Yeah,
that's because a lot of poor people got fired, right? And so
there's a composition effect.
Artificial. Yeah, and so he shows some economists who just like took the people without employment and just set their incomes at zero and corrected it that way. I thought of doing it, but I didn't know how to do it well. But he did it, and yeah, it looks great. And so now you see that actually incomes like decreased during COVID. I wish there was a CSV of that. I would use that a lot. I wish you could also upload to Fred your own series for personal use so that you don't need to download the data and work everything in Excel yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel like that'd be so goated.
Wait, where did he upload this Gen Z video?
On TikTok. I can send you the
I don't
link.
see it on TikTok.
The
Last video.
testifier Fed governor.
I'll send it again. I sent it in the server. So I need to scroll up. Maybe he deleted it?
Gen Z is
No, the video's here. Okay, copy. Paste.
Not that new, then. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's not that new.
Well, when was it? Never
7/12.
mind. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, no. It is from 2 months ago. Oh, it popped up on my feed, so I assumed it's new. But yeah, okay. So whatever. There's that. Maybe you could invite him on stream and just like talk about how to be left wing and not populist. Maybe that'd be funny. Although maybe he's a professor, maybe he cannot talk about that. But although never mind, he must be able to because he uploads a lot of videos about Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big Trump uploader, Trump discusser. Yeah, I think. You know what would be goated? If you could host a conversation between him and Quick Thoughts. That'd be great, bro.
Yeah.
That'd be fan service. And by fan service, I mean me. No, that'd be cool. I mean, I'd enjoy you seeing facilitated conversations between people.
Mm-hmm.
You can talk about the MAGA right.
Epic TikTok debunkers, okay? So
Yeah. Two econ-oriented debunkers, and they like each other because I know Chris Clark recommended Quick Thoughts in one of his videos.
Mm-hmm.
He had a video where he recommends
by the way,
people.
I watched some of I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched it off stream with Quick Thoughts and talking to people about chorus on Tom Fuller's panel.
Oh yeah.
Dude, him and Lonerbox were fucking yelling at each other, dog.
Well, not really. No, only Lonerbox was mad. Quick Thoughts was irritated, but he never yelled. He's a very respectful person.
That's true, yeah.
Now we have the audio of Quick Thought saying retard. This is a beautiful day. This is a beautiful day. But yeah, no, I think he was correct about everything he said. Quick Thoughts. I'm very skeptical of Loner Bucks here. Loner didn't make any good points.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, what you think? Is Ron Mamdani's the party line? And it's like, yeah, very clearly, if some people talk insofar as it advances the interests of the party, that's like party line. And maybe you could interpret it in some ways, but now you're making a semantic argument, not a factual argument.
Yeah.
So very sad from Loner Bucks. I don't think he's that. I don't think his positions are that good on certain issues, but no, he's a good debater for the sphere he's in. I don't think for me it's very convincing. Yeah, he's very quick to insult people. I don't think he knows how nuanced Quick Thoughts is. No, I'm glazing Quick Thoughts just for him to go on your stream. Quick Thoughts, I know you're listening. You should go on non-funds.
Yeah, he's a consistent
there's that.
non-fun viewer.
He has a Discord confirmed now. We confirmed he has a Discord now.
Yeah.
Actually, confirmed he's on Tom Foolery's Discord server. So actually, now there's an easy way to reach out. Yeah, I talked to him a couple of times on stream. Oh no, his stream. I mean. I just called in.
I didn't even know he
told him, like,
stream. Does he do like TikTok streams?
Well, he did. He doesn't do them regularly. He used to do them in April a couple of times, like Trump tariffs bad, stuff like that. Yeah. So they talk to people and they could not make any good points. And I told them like, hey, by the way, they're saying bring back manufacturing. That's actually never going to happen. There's this Peterson Institute, my bad. Peterson Institute. Behind the curve. So yeah. Yeah, I recommended that to him. He's very cool. He's very cool. I like him a lot. So yeah, that'd be fun. Conversation between Chris Clark and Quick Thoughts. Maybe just an hour or something. That'd be great. Yeah, I don't know. So I haven't read a single page so far from the book, and it's I have 24 hours to read 30 pages, which is nothing. 30 pages is nothing. I just cannot focus. But I should do it now. I should also take a sleeping pill right now. But yeah. So yeah, actually, let me just take my sleeping pill and get a glass of water and something.
Wow.
Maybe I'll buy a snack. Should I buy a snack now? What do you think?
Nah, that's not how you sleep. Because you gotta use like energy to digest and shit. So you're not supposed to.
Correct answer, wrong reason. The reason is you should not buy a snack because $1 goes way further away.
The Mark Chili's higher for the shrimp file for a
That's
podcast.
right.
Yeah, that's true.
That is correct. Yeah. If you want, I think King of the Coast, obviously. Do you know Red Takes on Twitter?
I don't think so.
I also never interacted with that guy, but fuck, Twitter recommends him to me so much, like just to follow. You know how like people to follow or whatever. He's always there for some fucking reason. So he's like I don't think he posts anymore. I think he stopped like around 2024 or something. But he used to fight with King of the Coast a lot. He's like a SOCDEM thingy, or market socialist, whatever. Not SOCDEM for sure. Not SOCDEM, like market socialist thingy. Maybe not even market socialist. He kind of hates markets. I don't know what he thinks about markets. I just saw him defend Sam Cedar on against Ezra Klein.
Yeah.
So I thought it was retarded. But whatever. Yeah. Either way, I'm sorry. Whatever. So he fought a lot with Epiphania or whatever on Twitter. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
The guy who wrote the Why I Support Free Markets article.
No, I don't think so.
You don't know? Oh, let me. You for sure know. I think I told you to follow. Yeah, you're following him. Epiphania, whatever. Epiphania. Here, I'll send you his Twitter. Here's his Twitter.
I don't even know when I started following this dude. But
I think I told you to.
I do remember seeing this article. So yeah.
Yeah. So he fought. So Red Takes the guy. He fought a lot with King of the Coast about unions, and with Epiphania about state ownership after Convoy was whatever. He briefly was on Twitter again in June and July, but then he stopped. So whatever. So he wrote a Substack article, that Red Takes guy. He wrote a Substack article defending unionism. I don't think it's convincing. I think it, to the extent it shares studies, it misinterprets them. I think And to the extent it doesn't misinterpret them, they're just garbage, kind of like linear regressions about like workplace happiness. Okay, but I don't care. And so, yeah, so he fought a lot with King of the Coast about unions and whatever. And so might be also interesting to just like, you know, oh, I mean, they had like a lot of messages in exchange, so maybe not read them, but like, I don't know, you might want to read his article, but I feel like you should go on the causal inference arc first to understand like what regression discontinuity designs are and differences. Basically what it comes down to is King of the Coast, Swag, whatever, all of them. There's like a literature of difference in different studies and regression discontinuities that show that union's bad, basically. Bad for investment, bad for even wages, potentially, bad for employment, bad for firm survival, bad for a bunch of stuff. And what he says is actually it's not unions, it's actually employers, plausibly. It's plausibly employers that just shift production away from the the establishment with the union because they don't like union. And it's like, okay. And then he's like, well, I think that's still an effect of unions, right? It's the same way that minimum wage doesn't increase in unemployment. It's the business owners firing people or not hiring or firing people because of the minimum wage, right? That's a consequence of it. And he says, well, it would be weird to say that, like, imagine you're like ideological non-font, and every time I say the word Apple, you're going to punch me. If I say Apple, I cause you to punch me, but it'd be weird to blame me.
Yeah.
Like it's not about blame. It's about the consequences of doing certain policies.
Right.
And so he never addresses the fact that, like, if you're a worker, you should not vote for a union, regardless. Like, whether it's I guess the only way I can interpret it to be plausibly in his defense is to say, maybe overall production is increased and actually competition is increased, but the production shifts away, so there's like a measurement bias there. But I don't think that's true. I don't think that's accounted for. Or I think that is accounted for. So I don't think that's what he would say, unless he wants to be wrong, or maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. True. And so, yeah, as long as that's the case, maybe unions have a good effect, but so first of all, the papers he cite kind of say that like the increasing compensation hypothesis is actually against the production shifting hypothesis. But either way, even then, like, yeah, that's still a consequence of union. So, like, based on the regression discontinuity designs, you should not vote for a union if you're in a re-election, right? So yeah, I just think he misinterprets the stuff, but I think the studies are good. I think the best study, the one I cite often, the surprising impacts of unions study from 2021, I think it's pretty good. It's pretty sweet.
Wait, what does that paper even find? I was confused. Maybe I was just confused by the wording. I don't even...
Yeah, it finds decreased payrolls, decreased pay per employee. It finds decreased employment. It finds decreased firm survival. I don't think it talks about investments, but yeah. Oh, profitability, I think. Here, I'll send it to them.
Well, I have the paper. I haven't read it, though.
Yeah, I mean, you should read it after understanding what...
After econometrics.
I can explain everything to you, by the way. I can explain all of it to you. So if you want, except for like matching, I don't know much about matching. I don't really care. I just assume it's good. I never really cared for matching. It seems just boring. But yeah, if you want, differences, regression discontinuity, all of it has good videos online as well. And the mixtape book they have on the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think they have, or at least they were covered now on a YouTube channel. So whatever. Yeah. So either way, that red text guy. I mean, he seems like to read the study, so he's not a complete garbage like Robert Reich or something. But I just feel like it's motivated. It's not good. But yeah, Rose linked to me his article about unions in response to the study I sent. I don't think she even read the paper. I think she just saw it on Twitter. I'm like, what? Yeah, defensive unions. I like unions. So Rose sent it to me in response to that, to me saying unions bad. Because I responded with the regression discontinuity design article, and if she actually read that paper, she should give the critiques of the regression discontinuities that he gave, but she didn't. So I think she didn't read the article. Because that's like the first thing he opens with.
Well, you should send me the. I'm gonna have the study, but if you send me either the Twitter exchanges and or the whatever article, I can read them.
Twitter. His name is. Yeah, you don't need to read them. I'm just telling you, like, some stuff to keep in mind when you talk about unions, whatever. Yeah. So I don't know. What are your stream plans right now? Also, so sad that King of the Coast is not publishing yet the Sovereign Wealth Fund article.
I know, horrible. I know.
Is he going to talk about the DBCFT equivalents? Because if not, I will. Yeah.
I imagine he would. I imagine he'd at least mention it. Yeah.
Yeah. Why are MAGA so scared of debating you?
I don't know. Well, I mean, what do you mean? I haven't reached out to many MAGA people. I guess I could. I don't really. I only know so many MAGA people, though. I don't know. Like, there's only so many conversations I can have with Gibbs and Lactoid and whoever.
Right.
So I don't know. Like, absent stuff in the news cycle mattering a lot. Like, I don't know. So.
Right. Yeah. So
there's always TikTok debates.
That's right. We love our TikTok debates. Yeah, I'm thinking about anything else to do other than read the book. Yeah, I should just read the book, right?
Probably.
You know, the USA Tracker website also tracks the Medicaid cuts, so that's interesting. Something like 30K Americans died. No biggie. Yeah.
There's a book about economics that has to read for a book club.
Let's see. You know what? Let's go over my notes a little bit, because I don't think we disagree much, but I want to see.
I don't really. I kind of want to get back to.
Oh, you want to move
stuff.
on?
I don't really need to.
Oh, what were you doing?
We're gonna read a little. I'm gonna watch a little bit of stuff. I might watch Peace Corps Talk to Prime Guys. I kind of want to watch some of that. We'll see. But.
Yeah, you should watch some of that, but watch it on fast forward because, like, holy fuck, is it insufferable. She did not earn my vote. She did not earn my vote because she's part of the. Yeah, oh my god, bro! What the hell, bro? You didn't vote to prevent 500,000 people dying because of aid cuts. I'm sure it's worth it because some fucking dumbass standard. I hate communists, bro. They're actually so demonic, bro. They're actually so evil, bro. And then they can hide behind like, oh, I just want free stuff and everyone to be happy and not exploited. God, oh my god, fuck, I hate communists. God, I hate communists. You know, Nazis are explicitly evil, right? So they don't even debate anymore. Like they just say the evil stuff, but like communists debate. So at least that's in their favor. But it makes me a little bit more irritated because then then like, well, then why can you not respond to the arguments? Nazis are like, yeah, I'm not going to respond to you. I'm just going to be evil. So it's like, that's evil, but like I respect that. But like, why do you, if you want to engage in debate, why not understand what I'm saying and learn? I don't know. They both look bad. I'm enlightened, but not a centrist. I'm an enlightened neoliberal. Wow. I realized both bad. I realized that right now. Oh, here's a question. I was talking about that. Do you think gambling should be banned, or do you want to move on? Whatever you would.
I think I don't know. I don't think I would ban all gambling. I think there's probably good reason to ban like some online gambling. I don't know. Maybe that's just because what I see around me is like more salient to me, and like I see people my age like betting insane amount of money on sports, on like stupid betting apps or just doing stupid roulette shit on Instagram Reels and Kick and everything, and like that stuff is probably pretty bad. But I don't think I would ban all gambling. I think I would just ban some online gambling, or at least put restrictions on it.
Not just online. I would just ban gambling over like a certain amount.
Sure.
Recreational gambling, whatever. But I don't know if that's the right term. Recreational. For fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recreational sounds like drug. But yeah. I feel like the fact that it's addictive is like grounds to like restrict it somewhat. And motorcycles should be banned. I think that's just okay. Think of it. I think that's just like an okay thing to do. We don't need more
real
motorcycles. I talked to someone without giving too much details. I talked to someone like a week ago or something, and then the next day I found out he died in a motorcycle accident on Discord.
Wow. I don't know. It seems biased.
Well, no, I had that take before.
Seems motivated. I don't know.
Maybe motivated. Well, I didn't know them that well, but
sure,
you know. I don't know.
Our motorcycle. I don't know how dangerous motorcycles are.
Oh, they're hella dangerous, dude. Well, you should see. Look up deaths per mile or something for each car. Oh, Charsky, what's up? Don't watch the debate he had with the socialist girl.
What was that? Sorry.
Don't watch the debate he had with the socialist girl.
Okay, well, it makes
He explained to her why, imagine you have a group of central planners and they need to make a road.
I did use that example.
They might use more steel, but they might use more engineers. And how can they know the alternative uses of goods?
We're gonna run the modal two-step.
You always do this. That's the problem. You always do this. You always are like, we're gonna have to talk about this. Soundtext, we're gonna have to talk about YIMBYism.
Yeah, there's a lot we got to talk about, man. But I never have enough.
You never talk about it. You never talk about it.
No, we talked about housing. Wait. We talked about housing policy a little.
Barely. You asked me for historical examples. That's it.
No, we talked about the paper as well. But regardless, I do be doing.
What about the New Zealand synthetic control? What about the New Zealand synthetic control paper?
True. I do. Broadly though, I do be saying we should have conversations that never happen. But that's just because
incredible.
That's just because I want to have time to have full conversations.
Do you know about By the way, Charsky.
Yeah.
Right. So Sam's dissertation, right?
Yup.
He wrote my name fucking backwards. What a fucking retarded moron.
No.
He wrote my name, last name, first name.
Wait, isn't that? I don't know. Isn't that how it's on your Twitter?
No, it's not. It's not. It's first name, last name. He was like that too. He was like, no, not me. He was like, wait, that's how it's on your Twitter. I'm like, no. How did you think that? It's never been that way. I have my tag and my.
I haven't read the full dissertation, but I did read the acknowledgement section, and it didn't strike me as wrong. So in my head, it's correct.
It struck me as wrong. Sam, you're retarded. Sam, you're retarded, and I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you, Sam. I'm mad at you. You wrote my name wrong. What the fuck, man?
I have a more memorable name.
This guy, I not only that, I spelt Patrick's surname wrong.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's what drafts are for. That's what drafts are for. Also, it's Polish.
Well, no, you submitted it.
No, I've already submitted it.
Well, that's what submissions is for.
That's right. A retraction. I want a retraction.
We will be filing complaints with your university.
Your name is like your surname sounds way more like a first name.
Like a first name. No. I'm memeing. I'm memeing. I don't give a fuck at all. I just wanted to talk to Charsky because I know we're both there. But no, I want to. No, it's just you know how many people think my first name is my last name. Well, my first name.
I'm sure it happens a lot.
I've had teachers in Israel call me that. But yeah. I don't know. Whatever. It's a good first name.
The state should own all vice industries, by the way.
That's right.
The state should own gambling. We should ban all gambling that isn't.
I don't think that necessarily the state should own it. I'm fine with it being just a consumer co-op or something.
Maybe, but we should ban all non-sports gambling because sports gambling is pro-social, right? Sports are a very, very lovely activity to do to watch with others, right? There's nothing more fun. Because it's fun. Because it makes it fun.
Well, I feel like the reason why I like the stock market, even though there's a lot of risk there, is one, the odds are not biased against you, and two, there's spillover effects that help everyone. Literally financing it. But if you're gambling, you're mainly just helping yourself.
Well, clearly you've never been bought drinks by somebody who's just had their bet pay off.
That's right.
That's a powerful spillover.
That's
effect.
right. All on red.
All on red. No, genuinely, it makes because the night when all of your buddies are betting on the same. I mostly watch UFC, but the night when all your buddies are betting on the same fighter and he wins is the best night in the world because they buy you drinks, they buy you food and stuff because they're hundreds of dollars richer.
How about this? You cannot bet more than a set percentage of your income. But it's progressive, so rich people can get to bet more of their income, and that way it's just a redistribution from poor to rich.
True.
Let's go.
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah, that's enforceable.
I'm down. Yeah, everybody will have their sports betting percentage on their driver's license.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, I'm okay with gambling being like a consumer co-op or whatever. I just think it's a. I don't think it matters that much, but like
I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but I do think some of the insane like predatory gambling, like online gambling sponsorship stuff, like the stake ads and stuff, are pretty crazy.
100%.
Yeah, like the fact that Kick is just allowed to exist purely because they rake in infinite money from paying streamers to do the fucking Plinko.
And then they're all in tax havens and whatever. So
yeah,
not like we even get money from it. It's just we need a DBCFT and we need to consumer co-op with gambling.
I do think some advertising stuff is crazy. Because when I was little and I was watching like these kid shows and like this advert comes up and it's like of these like this like homeless dogs charity and they're like, oh, you need to give us like all your money, otherwise these dogs they're never gonna find a home. And apparently I was like, like mum, I really want to like get rid of like all my toys. And
effective altruism,
right? Like that's what I want to do. And like mum actually wrote to the channel and complained, and they were like, "Oh, we totally get what you're saying, but like no, they were like nobody else gives a fuck, so we're not going to change it."
Right? No. Sam, we should have had these ads where it's like, look, there are these shrimp, and if you donate your money, you save the shrimp. And then
even if you think there's a 1% chance that they experience 1% as much as human beings,
that's right.
They should explain that after.
That's like 4.5 people saved from torture with $1.
Yeah.
Think about just we obligated to do that.
What's the worst economic system you would like? It doesn't have to be like capitalism but socialism, but it just sort of like an economic policy regime that you would implement or be happy with implementing in order to get the shrimp welfare projects completely changed.
Yeah, we're gonna call it.
Would you be ANCAP?
The SW. So the shrimp welfare project is no. So there's shrimp welfare project is SWP, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do the SWF for the shrimp. No. SWF sovereign wealth funds, which are bad for shrimp.
Well, they're not that bad.
We're doing the shrimp welfare.
Well, they're not bad. They're just suboptimal. They're suboptimal.
Are you getting in anarcho-capitalism to save the shrimp? That's what I'm asking.
To save the shrimp? No.
Okay.
Unless it would say, whatever. What are the impacts on the insect population? What are the impacts on the insect population?
True.
Are we talking wild shrimp too?
Spillover. Suppose there's no spillover. There's no like out of control insane suffering because the shrimp don't eat.
I don't know. That's unrealistic.
Oh my god,
bro! This guy's questioning.
But I literally ate breakfast. I literally.
That's what Prime was doing. That's what Prime was doing in this convo. Then. Oh my god, bro!
Why are there no competent debaters in the streaming space?
I think Pisco is competent. I think he's just like too AY brained.
No, it's based. Well, just everybody in the streaming space is nowhere near linear enough. So even if Pisco is a little bit over the line sometimes, I think it's overall way beneficial.
It's like you say, I think it's pretty nice. It's like, I don't know what you mean by pretty nice. Can you define that? It's like, shut up. But yeah, no, Pisco is better than most people.
Pisco is probably my favorite person in the streaming debate space right now. Now that our goat Econo Boy is.
Well, no, I mean now that Quick Thoughts is officially entered.
Is he streaming?
Well, no, he was on Tom Foolery's subathon. Yeah. So Tom Foolery had a subathon where he like hosted a debate about chorus, and Quick Thoughts was there. He fought with Lonerbox. Lonerbox was retarded too, but Lonerbox called him retarded.
Wait, what was it? Wait, send me this. I want to see.
You should. I'll say it's look up Tom Foolery show. You'll find
Speaking
the channel.
Of the Destiny convo with Taylor Lorenz. I've been convinced.
It was okay. Yeah.
What was the debate? Like, what was the topic?
I came out in favor. I was like, it was about chorus.
It was about the chorus stuff in the dark money.
So Lonerbox was like, the article implies this and that, and Quick Thoughts was like, maybe, but if anything is false, they could falsify it with releasing the contract or contacting Wired and whatever. I mean, I thought Quick Thoughts was the most reasonable there. And yeah, with Destiny's convo with Lorenz, I mean, I was like in the middle, but after seeing it, I'm pretty partial to Lorenz, specifically on the facts. But I think the phrasing is like. Well, it's just. I think clearly the phrasing is bad.
I think the phrasing is like provocative. My issue is just that people are blaming Lorenz for the perception of her article just because, and the perception of her article is shaped by all of these people responding to accusations not made in her article, right? Like all of the chorus people who responded by saying, actually, it's not the DNC, actually, and just saying, like contradicting things that Lorenz never said, right? So, and
I don't even. People placing way too much blame, in my opinion, on the article, because as we all know, nobody reads any. People read headlines, right?
It's paywall.
So this is just passing by like word of mouth. Like somebody reads the article, and then somebody tells them about the article, and then that person tells somebody else. That is all.
I mean, to be fair, she did say the party line in the subtitle, so maybe that's like setting it up. But I mean, yeah, that's fighting over the semantics.
That's explicitly what it is, isn't it? It's like explicitly trying to get Dems. It's not Dem affiliated, but they are pushing the party line, right? Like that's not untrue.
Sure. No, I mean, again, you can say true things.
That imply other things, sure,
yeah. You have one arm, right? That's the example.
A good example as well is that Quick Thoughts is debunking. Like Quick Thoughts is like responding to like.
Oh wait, on Quick Thoughts. He said his point in the panel. The main point he wanted to communicate is the fact that what he has the most issue with. Put aside the article, put aside whatever, is their response from Democratic content creators that they can just say it's debunked, it's fake news, and not really show anything false about it. And that's what. And Lonerbox could not respond well to that. I think he just failed.
Nah, Loner's fallen off. Loner's washed.
Always has been.
True. I like this. His MLK video was pretty good.
Yeah, true. I think that the main bad thing about Quick Thoughts, in my opinion, was the whole Russian life expectancy thing.
No, I mean he corrected himself, but he corrected himself.
It was indicative of, I think, some motivated reasoning.
Like built up his narrative even more, which I don't agree with.
Yeah, like he responded to it better than like 99% of people would, but he still didn't respond to it optimally, I would say.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he did correct himself, but he said that. I don't think it can be the case
still reinforces his
where
point
like
of view.
one thing where like A happens and then not A happens.
No, you're right. That's not mathematically. That's mathematically correct.
That's just,
yeah. If you think A is evidence, for B, you were saying. Yeah, you were saying. I don't know do you know what the principle is called, by the way? Because I've seen a friend of mine call it evidential symmetry, but I know that's not the name that I can find online. So
for what? Sorry.
The idea that if A is evidence for B, then not A is evidence against B.
Evidence for not B,
shit
or evidence against B. I don't know what the word for that would. I don't know if I've ever seen it called anything. I think we should. There's probably a fucking fancy term for it, but
like on Thursday.
So I don't know. I've seen my friend call it evidential symmetry, so that's what I'm. Yeah, it's just the probability space is constricted. It sums up to 1. So if one thing increases the probability space, the opposite of it must decrease. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, Quick Thoughts. Of course, that's a false point. Like, yeah, if he either says the original point he made is false about like the graph, supposing his interpretation is correct, enforces his point, which is different than saying the graph is correct. So that's also wrong, and maybe you should acknowledge that. But that's whatever. I don't think that's what he's known for, or like his main content, or I think that's like a minor thing. It's like I love David Pakman. He has some slop, videos about like the fucking Jones and Page paper or like fucking productivity wages gap, whatever.
Have you read actually? I know people shit on the Gillens and Page paper for what seems like, from my memory of this, like 2 years ago, good reasons. Have you read any of the responses though? Because I've been told recently, I've had like 3 separate people tell me that the responses are like damning.
The responses from what? So they had a response. They didn't have a response published. They had a response to the Washington Post, I think. I read it.
They also put something on a blog.
I don't know them to have a blog. If they have a blog, then I'll read it. I couldn't find anything else, so that'd be surprising. I looked up on Google exact fucking quote unquote the thing.
This is my memory from like 2 years ago though, so I could be
misremembering. So there was the Bashir papers. There were some points that they could not respond to, which I mean, maybe fair enough. You cannot respond to every point, but as long as you didn't respond, I'm going to still go with it. I thought one of the most damning points. Maybe. Now that I think about it, maybe they attacked the methodology that made them arrive at that point. So maybe that other concept, but I don't think that's the case. Maybe I'm wrong. I need to reread everything. But I think Bashir made the point in his response paper that if you literally flip the coefficients, you get basically the same predictive power. And so it's like, Whoops. I mean, the best criticism you can make, which none of the papers did, which I mean, it's just basically a kill shot at the spot. It's just like it's a super simplistic model. The R squared is insanely high. It's just like not good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just not impressive. And also, I mean, I would like to see it updated. But yeah, I don't know. And Citizens United was good. So that's
shut up. Shut.
This guy is like a lagged King of the Coast takes. Like I saw King of the Coast say this like 3 days ago, and now I see this guy says it.
What?
Look,
Like,
all you're forgetting. This is the first person to do this counter signaling was Destiny, dude. He's always been. Actually, Citizens United is goated. Shut the fuck up.
That's right. He destroyed Cedar. That's right. He destroyed them. Buckets.
Whenever I see a paper on my Twitter For You page, I'm like, I have a sixth sense that I know that Sampletex is sending me the paper later.
No, half the shit you quote tweet and are like, oh my god, this is the worst thing in the world, is like stuff I liked the day before. So it's
silently removing the like. Yeah. you better be removing the like. By the way, we can't have you.
Maybe.
So sorry for
no. So he had like Sam told me a funny thing in the end. So there was this do you know Vincent Geloso, whatever Charles?
Yeah. Vincent Gelsel or whatever his name is.
He's cool. I don't think he's bad. But
he seems normal on Twitter, but
he tweeted on Labor Day like since productivity equals or like alpha plus times L to the alpha whatever the Cobb Douglas production function. So he was saying, since that, it implies that, with no capital, there is no labor. So happy Labor Day or something.
Wow.
And then Sam was like, I see this tweet. So I sent it to Sam in DMs, and he told me, I saw this tweet and I got triggered because of the tweet. And then I got triggered because I know you will send it to me. And then I got triggered again because you sent it to me.
You can just stop harassing Sam, it seems.
Yeah. Oh, also, Sam, you have no right to complain. You subtweeted me. You tweeted something about what I said about the Keegs. I complained about Keegs briefly on stream yesterday.
Oh,
yeah, I did see that. Yeah,
yeah, I caught that. Yeah, look. So, I mean, you added a condition that Keegs did not include, which is, protecting groups or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, or like a legitimate state and then protection of groups versus like tax policy or whatever. So that's not something Keek said, but yeah, I said, even if you have a legitimate state, imagine Biden gets elected and he's like, we're taxing all Jews. But I would say that's an unjust tax that violates property rights to the extent that's the right or whatever. I don't know. I don't like when people say it's all state. Look, you should watch Ryan. What's his name? Ryan. What's his name?
Malay, whatever. Yeah, Ryan.
Debunk Tim Kaine. Okay, you should, debunk him. Just be him debunking. I don't know. It's not that important of a point. I hate Keegs for other reasons. Wages are wages from unions. Not many people know this.
That's true.
I actually agree with that. Because unions lower wages, and so I agree with that. I agree with that.
I'm still trying to find. I'm hearing. Sorry, this is a huge jump back, but I'm seeing some people call it the equivalence condition, but I have no idea. If A is evidence for B, then not A is evidence against B.
Yeah, I tried looking for it. I couldn't find it. I mean, I'm sure some books talk about it, and then maybe they give it a name. I couldn't be fucked. Yeah. I mean, I just call it evidential symmetry. If one day I stumble across a philosopher that corrects me, then I'll know. But so far, it's whatever. You can prove it mathematically. That's what's funny.
When I asked ChatGPT, it says the three terms that are most likely to be used are the law of likelihood, the principle of non-contradictory evidence, and the asymmetry of evidential support.
That's close, sir. But yeah, I don't think it has a name. I'm pretty sure I've seen someone call it something. I don't know. Either way. Now, there's a way to prove it very quickly. I've seen a friend of mine try to prove it on his Substack, and there's like a complicated proof. You can prove it in like less than 2 lines. I don't know why you bother with like limits and all that. Prove it. Here, I'll send you a screenshot from my notes because
let's go.
I tell people like, yeah, you can prove it mathematically, and they're like, yeah, then do it. And I'm like, okay. So I need it in my notes here. Science, statistics. Oh no, it's in philosophy. Not that philosophy. Epistemology. Evidence.
What do you use for note taking, by the way? Do you use Obsidian?
Notion.
Notion. Yeah.
Notion, so much
official
better.
Obsidian theater.
I like Obsidian, but
I like Notion because the UI is better, but you can convert between the two, so whatever.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I finished my uni, so I'm on Notion with my university email. So I want them to do my email and I'll lose my note. I mean, I archive it every month. So
sure.
But here we go. So here I have the proof right there. It's not too formal, but it's close enough to. It's basically you start with probability of H conditional E is greater than probability of H, and then the definition of the probability of H is like the weighted average of the probability, the conditional probabilities times the probabilities of the evidence, if that makes sense. That's just a fact. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
And so then you notice that this is a weighted average. And so if you know that the first component, right, probability of H given E is greater than the result of the weighted average, which is P of H, then necessarily the other component must be lower than it, right? And so you just get that probability of H given not E is lower than probability of H, and that just tells you that that not E is evidence against H.
Against it, yeah.
How would this apply? I don't know if you've ever seen the debate, but doesn't Simp argue that, like, no matter if moral realism is true, like, you get utilitarianism?
Well, that's not about evidence. It's just saying, regardless of, it's like saying, it's not like saying it's evidence. It's saying regardless if A or B is true. Well, it's not saying if A is true, then B is true, and if A is false, then B is true. I mean, you can.
You can substitute that for a lot of things, right? Like,
but it's not saying then, like, if A is evidence for B and not A is evidence for B. That's a different claim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to talk. Have y'all talked to Synth in a minute? I haven't talked to Synth in a minute. I should see what she's up to. I also
2 days ago.
That's fun. Do you know if she's still following rate of profit build?
I don't think last time it was a year ago, so maybe not.
Sure.
But last time I talked with Synth, they resorted. So I don't like taking a claim and like clearly applying it to something that was not meant to be said. So I was saying, like, yeah, the rate of profit seems to be false. And then Synth was like, well, do you agree that one day we will have AGI? I was like, yeah. And do you agree that AGI will replace all work? And so, yeah, then we would have no profit, right? And then the profit rate would be zero. It's like, yes, but that's clearly not what's meant by the. Come on, be a little.
It sounds like somebody took an L and they're coping.
Me or Synth?
You, of course.
I lose most conversations to Synth just because I'm not that rhetorical. I'm not that good of a debater. But I mean, it's just clearly not what Marx meant. Marx did not mean.
I don't know. It sounds like Marx just predicted AGI, bro. Okay.
Read the fragment on machines, bro.
That's right.
Yeah, the GIU is anyway.
He had a speech about machinery where he said he wants every child above the age of 9 to work in child labor.
Let's go.
The goat. Yeah. I'm a Marxist now.
All it takes. What would it take for? I know. Actually, I'm curious about this for all three of you. What do you think it would take to get you guys on the socialism train?
Well, what I would need to see is the very plausible. Formally, just the expected value would be higher, but a little bit more. I would just need to see robust evidence that, like, I would need to see a specific model of socialism. I would need to be convinced that, like, it achieves better utility. And then a coherent plan of how to implement it that is realistic to implement in democracy. And then I might not call myself a socialist because I would still think capitalism is, like, pretty okay. But, like, yeah, if it's that warranted, I will. Like, I don't know. I think
technically, if you could just egalitarianism pill me, I guess technically I would probably support socialism as, like, the optimal technically model or whatever. But
depends on how much egalitarianism. Like, if you value,
like even a lot of egalitarians are like big egalitarians where they think they're pluralists in the sense that they think that there are overriding considerations that override considerations about distributive justice, right?
Right.
But presumably,
but what if all else equal? What wouldn't you prefer an equal? I'm like, no, I would flip a. Do you know Rose Charsky?
Yeah, not well, but
yeah, Rose asked me yesterday. Sample text, if you could pass. Rose used to be utilitarian moralist, but now she took the garbage pill. By the way,
The
trust me,
pill.
if you could,
or-
kind of, no, just like the egalitarianism, like the economy pill, kind of, basically the same thing. This is so sad. But she asked me something. If you could pass the Civil Rights Act, but without affecting hedonic utility, would you? And I sent her a gif of cornflakes. And then I was like, no, actually, let me take it back. You know, we should rely on heuristics to just break symmetries. So yeah, I would not pass it because you should. All else equal, probably not violate people's freedom of association. You're right. You should not You should not.
I just live saw Destiny blocked me on Twitter.
Let's go. What the hell?
I mean, yeah. I mean, he sees people quote tweet him. So yeah.
Yeah, he's actually a crack. I miss Nebraska Steve, dude. He's so washed, man. He really washed.
No, I mean it's also annoying because like his streams are absolute garbage. Like yesterday, he just like watched like some 2 hours of just like talking about cables or some electricity garbage. Like what the fuck?
That's based. That's the Nebraska Steve that I miss is when he would get sidetracked because he wasn't
What happened to this guy after the election? He was like, I'm going to learn econ. I'm going to like study like all these topics. I'm going to He just now he's back to like popping justical and slop. Like what?
Sam, you said capital flight is terrorism. Can we talk about that?
True.
Well, no, it's not capital flight.
Do you think Jews moving out of Nazi Germany was terrorism? Yes or no?
It's just the idea that like every time you're like, oh, I want to maybe raise this tax, and they go, okay, well, if you do that, like everyone's gonna leave. Like all the
what I'm hearing is that they're the protectors of liberalism. They're the last line of defense.
Let's go.
Oh my god! When the lefty Sam like dictatorship comes in and like I'm like, okay, you want to leave with like all your money?
That is a communist policy. That is a communist
policy. 5%. Yeah,
in the communist manifesto they recommend exit taxes for immigrants.
Capital controls, bro.
Not true.
Oh my
not good,
god!
Not good.
Like the capital controls are going to be so heavy.
That's so bad. That's so bad. That's so bad.
God.
Think about the exchange rates, Sam. Think about the exchange rates. That'd be horrible.
Oh my god, the exchange rates are going to go crazy, and I'm going to be like, oh, what? You're going to cry that like the pound's worth nothing now? Oh, that means more tourism's going to come here. More
that is good.
You know?
Yeah, that's right. That's good for the exports. I want industrial policy, right? That's good for the export industry.
Yeah, I think Quick Thoughts made a good video the other day where he was just talking about like the fact that like positive, like strong dollar, weak dollar, like there's positives and negatives. I think it's fair. I'm obviously this one but people hear strong dollar. Like people hear strong dollar and they're like, oh,
dude, why would I want the gay sissy weak dollar when I could have the Chad alpha strong dollar? Yeah,
bro, exactly.
I agree with that. That's why we should not have capital flight. That's what we should not ban. I'm sorry, capital controls.
This may not be true because it's not something I've researched a lot. But when I was younger, my mum told me that one of the huge reasons that Greece is in the crisis it was in is that it switched from like the drachma to the euro, and because the drachma was so weak, like Greece's economy was built off of like tourism and stuff. Because you could go to Greece and like live there for like 2 weeks for like $50, right? We like it was, and then when you got the euro, nobody wants to go to Greece, right? So like that's just interesting to me, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think there were definitely other causes for the Greek crisis, but
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like obviously, what my mum is saying, I've not researched it. It seems plausible.
Tourism was like pretty insane. Like actually, yeah. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. Tourism to Greece over time. Anyway, I feel like there's a thing we were on now.
Wait, did you adjust the tourism for human capital?
True. Not yet.
Not fun. That's in terms of, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of capital flight, it doesn't seem insane to you that these people just get to dictate whether or not huge portions of wealth get to stay in the country based on their whims. Like that seems crazy to me.
No, I agree. I agree. It
just
does seem crazy to me that people dictate. That's why I'm against the state having capital controls. I agree.
True. Yeah, you should just care about the consequences of doing like any action, and like it doesn't. I don't really care like who's kind of
it's just
or whatever, or if there's kind of like moral blame.
The idea is that
these guys are talking as if like this isn't going to apply to like their land value and property taxes. Like this isn't going to apply to their consumption taxes. You know, like.
What do you mean? If I raise a DBCFC, you're not going to have a capital flight. How are you going to have capital flight if you have a DBCFC?
I just mean land value taxes and property taxes, right? People are going to hear about property taxes and be like, you're going to tax me for the value of my house? I'm going to move to America, right? Or like to a country where the property tax on my house is lower than that, you know? And then you're going to be like, hang on.
Wait. What do you mean?
Terrorism.
Wait, what do you mean? The land value tax would apply both to foreigners and like everyone. It would be a consumption tax of land, or you know, maybe you could have
just talking about property taxes, right? An increase in property taxes would be.
But land is necessarily in your country, so people cannot take it away with them or something.
But the idea is that as a consequence of the land value,
they're going to fucking leech. It doesn't matter because the rich rate. It's not about what's being taxed specifically, right? It's just about like whether you tax a sufficient amount to make people be like, okay, well, I'm just going to leave my assets and you know this other stuff. I'm going to take all my assets and I'm going to go somewhere else, which is meant to be like the issue. No, it's not the fact that it's not the negative effect on necessarily like the state budget.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't tax it. I guess.
Okay.
Were the Jews economic terrorists?
Well, they were fleeing social democratic policies. So.
That's right. Chinese policies, by the way. China is the closest thing to Nazi economy we have.
It's real.
True, potentially true. But I just like even if you know like even if you just view it instrumentally, right? It's just the idea that the sort of policy space is limited by the sort of whims of these random people is probably going to have pretty bad utility outcomes.
Or they can join VC, by the way.
Like, especially if you do want to
smile entity, welcome.
Increase taxes on stuff like property and do a based land value tax. The idea that someone that you would have to think about how this will affect this tiny group of people's willingness to be in the country, it would be so goated for everybody else. That's crazy, man.
Quick thing. I can't speak anymore. I got to leave, but I'm going to be dominating Kick Chat, okay? Because I just can't speak anymore because it's too late.
That's okay.
Okay. I'll be in Kick Chat.
Sounds good.
Love you, man. Apologize to everyone that's not in Kick Chat right now because you're about to just get dominated, especially you, right. Especially you, Bob. I'm talking to you right now. Also, love you, Chelsea.
Interesting.
I love Sam so much, man.
That's right. That's right. No, but wealth taxes are bad. Wealth taxes are bad. Do you defend them, Trusky? Do you defend?
I haven't read enough to know. Fucking I've seen the like 3 studies that people send. Don't remember the name.
Did you see the study that we cite?
Fucking probably.
There was a study that studied the effects of the wealth tax, the Swiss wealth tax, and the Warren proposal, and found that if they would not affect inequality basically at all. It's incredibly tiny.
It's like 0.008.
Like 0.006 Gini coefficient.
I mean, I've seen a study talking about the Warren proposal and the Swiss, which I assume there's probably not multiple of those. I'm not going to pretend to have read the full study, but I read the abstract and I skimmed it. All right.
I do that often. No, but yeah, I mean, that's why NotFun needs to do the causal inference arc, because then he could be able to read a paper way more quickly. Just read the methodology, read the data sources, see the graphs, and then you get the point. And maybe you can see the literature.
I've been reading a little. Do you have any recommended reads?
Yeah, you should read a study. I'll tell you 2 studies you should read. Let me tell you them right now. Okay. One study you should read. Is called it's called Do Right to Work Laws Work? Evidence on Individuals' Well-Being and Economic Sentiment. That's the first study you should read. Second study you should read, okay?
I don't think most of these fundamentals would be
The Surprising Impacts of Unionization, Evidence from Matched Employer-Employee Data. Okay. On causal inference, on causal inference. So I have my notes with resources. Let me tell you what I have in my notes.
Let's go.
I say in my notes, I save like, arguments, counter arguments, random links, fucking memes and resources and a bunch of other stuff.
Most of mine are just maybe that's why I need to switch over to Notion. But most of mine are just notes, like on either stuff.
So here we go. Science, statistic, causal inference, resources. Okay, so there's causal inference, the mixtape, a good book. Covers basically.
Okay, I've had that one saved for a while.
Except for like cutting edge stuff. So like, I don't think it has synthetic difference and differences, which is like extremely new. It's like from 2019.
Mm-hmm. This is the Cunningham book, right?
Yes. And then there is causal inference for the brave and the true. It's an online book. I'll send you the link if you want.
Nice.
I sent you the proof for the evidential symmetry stuff is in the side chat. Hopefully you saw it. And then
I saw it.
And then there was this paper with like a good summary of like all the literature on like recent micro methods.
Okay.
So here we go. Applied micro methods. So it goes over like OLS, RCT, difference in difference,
I even understand
IV, shift chair, IV, regression discontinuity, synthetic controls, matching.
I gotta do like debates
and
and
whatever.
shit
Basically,
first, right?
basically same thing as causal inference, the mixtape.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because most of this just comes from reading random studies, realizing I don't understand what they're saying, and doing a bunch of googling. So I realized I should probably just read a book.
Right.
Subject.
Yeah. That's that's why you should keep in mind for every method like the assumptions. What data you kind of need to make it. Maybe on what levels it makes sense to use, what levels it doesn't make sense to use, and then kind of like the hierarchy of good stuff. So I like synthetic controls a lot. Cyrus crucifies me for it. I think he's retarded.
Look, man. So far, I've yet to see Cyrus be wrong. So that's not true. Actually, I think we disagreed about some about some Heinrich stuff a while ago. But Cyrus is great. I love that Cyrus guy.
Well, not with me. He interrupts incessantly for like. He thinks you can dismiss any synthetic control paper that doesn't use like the algorithm, the improved quote unquote algorithm that from another paper. Like I don't know. I think that's silly.
I guess
whatever.
But
he said lol in chat. He said I interrupt.
Cyrus?
Yeah.
Cyrus said that. Cyrus, I'm mauling over you. You're annoying me. You're annoying me. I'm mauling and I'm what do you call it?
Can we get that picture of the dog, the lion barking at the
the PTSD? Basically, the PTSD, the S in PTSD stands for Cyrus, but the ST stands for sample text. So yeah, or no PTSD. So it's post text Cyrus something. It works.
Yeah.
It works. I'm retarded.
You can fit it in there. You can fit it in there. I believe.
I took a sleeping pill. I can feel myself becoming more and more retarded as time goes on.
Let's go.
So
gonna steal that excuse.
Cyrus, you can. We should talk about it because you still did not.
Oh no.
We should.
Yes,
Cyrus. If he's in chat making fun
of talking mad.
I am. Well, I am talking shit. He has the right to respond. I'm talking shit. Obviously.
Let's go.
But he annoyed me. He was bad faith with me. I think he was.
That doesn't sound like the Cyrus I know. That doesn't sound like him.
That is the Cyrus I know. So maybe
I have pretty high priors. I have high priors, both that you're lying and more specifically that Cyrus wouldn't be bad faith. So,
okay. Do you know how? So, as long I don't want to waste time for beef, but
come on, this would be way more fun than whatever slop nonsense.
Yeah, we could. No, I'm down. He's just gonna interrupt me all the time.
No, this guy's dude. He's preloading excuses. This is crazy. That's how scared he is.
No, I'm down right now. If he joins VC, I'll talk to him. If he joins VC, I'm
stuttering.
I'm not stuttering. If he joins VC, I'll talk to him. As long as he's not in VC, I want to waste time on drama. Is that fair?
Sure. I'm being a shithead.
Okay. What's your knowledge of causal inference? Like how deep does it get? So do you know how OLS works and whatever?
Me? Pretty big. Yeah. Like I said, most of it is just I'll read papers. If I don't understand what's being said in the methodology section, I'll Google until I feel like I do.
Cyrus, do you reject synthetic difference in difference? I need to know that. Cyrus, do you reject synthetic difference in
Which chat is he in?
He's in YouTube chat right now.
Oh,
YouTube chat? All right, there's space.
Awesome. Source, do you reject synthetic differences? I need to know that. Also, I find it very curious that the paper about the design flaw or whatever, the published version doesn't contain the comparison for the two examples. Maybe I don't know. I mean, it contains the comparison of the weights, but not like the outcome thing. So maybe it's editorial.
Depends on the application and how they establish the weights, he says.
No, again. So assume a synthetic difference, like every published synthetic difference, because no synthetic difference or no synthetic control or synthetic difference that I know of uses their preferred algorithm. None of them do. So one that uses the regular synth algorithm. Like, because you can look at the weights in the paper you sent me, almost 90% of them, the weights are like virtually identical. And in one case, there's just like the weights are assigned to one thing over another thing, or at least in the table they provided. I just don't see where there's like this huge advantage. Like even if it gets basically, or even if it has an advantage, even if their algorithm like actually has an advantage, actually has an improvement, still the synth algorithm is not like dog shit that can be dismissed with no effort. This is like so absurd to me. And you said it, and you what annoys me most, I'll tell you right now. What annoys me most is that you said it in a VC where the other guy was a Leninist. Like he never even read a study and you just enabled a Leninist, and he said retarded causal inference should end the process. So it's just like
critique of Lenin.
No, there was some Leninist guy in Destiny server, and we talked to him. And I was like, yeah, I mean, the shock therapy thing, there's some plausible evidence that it was the worst thing ever in the world. And I cited a synthetic control paper, and Source was like, oh, for the Leninist guy, this is a synthetic control paper, but it uses the bad algorithm. You could just dismiss it immediately. You can. Yeah. And this is obviously retarded. And not only is it retarded, you enabled some guy who's like never read a study and never will, just because he's evil, and will go on with his evil ideology to do evil things.
Look, man, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how evil the guy is. If you're gonna say the truth, you got to say the truth.
Imagine I see some.
No, I know. If it was like if we were trying to get into like a debate about about causal inference when an ANCAP had just cited a study they clearly.
I was gonna say Nazi. Yeah. If a Nazi was like. So if Seth, if I showed Seth like suppose I was even worse. Suppose I showed Seth like a dog shit OLS linear regression slop that shows percentage of Jews increases the outcome of the county or whatever, and then
that paper.
No, you can dismiss it out of hand or whatever. I mean, like, yeah, maybe the paper is suboptimal, and we can talk about that. But like the other side is not even doing anything. Why not criticize them more? Like, what is this?
Revealed preference paper had issues beyond just the algorithm.
It might have. That's not what you pointed out. You only pointed out the algorithm thing.
SCM wasn't meant.
Look. You can join VC. We can. I don't hate you. I just very annoyed with you, and you're not engaging with what I asked you in DMs. But that's okay. That's okay. Everything. This is look. To be clear. Also, this is causal inference disputes. Like if someone is disputing stuff on like end the weeds causal inference, then they're like in the 90th percentile, or I should say, 90th percentile of all discourse. So like,
probably like I feel like they've got to be higher, but
95 percentile. Yeah,
I think you underestimate how slop everything is, but
yeah, okay, sure, 95th percentile. 90. I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah, 90. Okay, I mean, I've just seen stuff on Twitter with like 100,000 likes. There's like the most dog causal inference ever. So like, yeah, I'll say 95th percentile. I'll give you that much. It's probably higher, but I'm not saying it because I'm spiteful. But yeah. But yeah. So either way. For causal inference, I'm thinking, if I start a Substack, or Substack has enough causal inference stuff. Maybe if I start a YouTube channel, just like have a walkthrough for people who like just like don't believe dog shit graphs on the internet. Here's how to like reason about evidence and stuff, and here's how econometrics work. Econometrics for dummies.
I'm going to be leaving a very evil, very long paragraph about.
Let's go.
About why I'm going to be trying to sort of get you to debate me about like epistemology, about theories of justification. Do you have thoughts on theories of justification? I've been reading a lot about it.
I don't. I mean, I think PC is. I don't. So I don't care too much. I'm pretty much PC. So whatever. I think it's kind of indispensable. I think like everyone kind of uses it. I don't see how not. But it doesn't mean it's correct, and I get that. PC seems true, maybe PC seems false, and that's a paradox. I don't think it is. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I don't care that much. Like, do people reject higher order like PC? Like, so if in real life, if something seems true, can I? Maybe not like for it, literally everything. Like,
I guess I can tell you what I think about PC, which is just that like there's different ways of formulating it, right? There's different ways. Like on the internet, unfortunately, the way that it gets used is just I have some seeming, right, and we can't interrogate it, we can't talk about it, right, and that gives me infinite evidence for obvious, but obviously that's not the actual.
Right.
I think that like in general, I probably think that seemings are more likely for there at least some evidence. I just think that they're not. Well, they're not.
Here's the thing.
Wait. I want to go back to watching shit and reading shit. You guys can talk about whatever this boy. Oh my! I was gonna ask Sharsky one more question. Hold on. I'm gonna force him. I'm gonna coerce him into being here. Wait. Okay. One quick question. Wait. What is the issue with the information thing? I just want to know what the. I don't know if I don't know how far you think I go with it. I accept that there's a lot of imperfect information in the world, and there's probably a room for government intervention, especially in things like banking or whatever. But I don't know I want to know what the criticism is there.
Wait, of what? Sorry.
Of the thing I was talking about earlier, that information in markets. The example I gave.
I don't know if I can give it to you. Wait, so there's a couple things. One is just that I think. I mean, I think the specific sort of knowledge problem example of the train, right?
Yeah.
Assumes a theory of crisis, I think, is nonsense, and also assumes a theory of optimal allocation that I think is either genuinely not saying anything or trivially false. So the idea is just that I don't know if you want to get into a big old thing, but the idea, as I generally understand it, is that either there's going to be some empirical fact, right, that the planner is supposed to not be able to have access to for some reason, right? Or it's some other sort of fact, right? And if it's the first, if it's the first thing, right? The sort of potential candidates for that, I think, are either prices don't measure, right? So whether we're talking about relative scarcity, whether we're talking about any of these things, or it's going to be the sort of thing that I don't think has the sort of normative importance that most people seem to think it does, right? So, I agree that it measures how people behave, under market conditions, right? But what I'm not convinced of is that that's going to be super normatively important in the way that most people seem to want to say that it is, right? So I guess the TLDR is specify the sort of information, right? If it's some empirical fact, the candidates for that, I think there's strong evidence against markets measuring them, or they're not very normatively important. That's the TLDR.
Okay, sure. I guess I would have to read. Yeah, I mean, it would just come down to me reading more in post-Keynesian price theory, I guess. But yeah.
Sure. Well, you don't even have to. I think you can accept. It'd be a whole thing. Also, go to LK pull up. Let's go, my goat. But yeah, we can. I feel bad because I hijacked the stream to talk about. We ended up talking about theories of justification. So
no, you're good. Yeah.
I'll save a long price theory thing for later. But
sure.
Love you, man.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate it.
Wait, he left? Or?
We left. I mean, I'm assuming you can... Oh, there he goes. Goddamn. Yeah, anyway. Okay, I think I should be good, by the way, for Seth on... Monday? On the 8th, I think. Hopefully. We'll see. Pretty sure, though.
Than any of us did. This is a measure of median wage after adjusting for inflation. In their late 20s, right here, they are outperforming what millennials and Gen Xers did at the same age. I mean,
God,
really,
I hate TikTok.
Gen Z is
Wait, why doesn't it have the... Oh, it is up here. God damn, that's speed. 1.5. Woohoo.
more money than any of us did. This is a measure of median wage after adjusting for inflation. In their late 20s, right here, they're outperforming what millennials and Gen Xers did at the same age. I mean, really, look how much improvement there's been right out of high school. I mean, this is one of the reasons we no longer have the $5 footlong. This pattern is not new. Millennials over here are doing better than Gen Xers, who are doing better than the boomers. In general, the median American worker has a higher purchasing power than ever. I really like this chart created by the economist Ben Glassner. One problem with median wage data is it only includes folks who are working. It doesn't include the unemployed. So during a recession, relatively lower income people drop out of the sample and we get this artificial bump. Well, he adjusts this by going into the data and assigning a wage of 0 for folks who are unemployed. And that's what the yellow line gives us. Notice the median wage for the entire labor force actually dropped in 2020, but has since grown a lot. We can especially see how awful the financial crisis was. It kept getting worse for half a decade and took all the way to the late 2010s before we fully recovered. By the way, Ben is new on TikTok. Give him a follow.
By the way, we might watch also. I don't know if I just want to steal this content. I'm not. We'll see. I don't know. Bethany's Bulldog talked to this girl about how
no, but I'm
quote unquote cooked Gen Z is, but I don't really know her positions on things. Like I don't really know if we're it's like Gen Z's party recession. Oh man. I don't really know what the exact positions are here. Anyway, I gotta fucking pee again. I drank a lot of caffeine.
Person is doing better. What about inequality? The good news is that everybody is better than they used to be. But the concerning news is that the growth for most over the past 40 years has been less than the growth at the top. Now, I've heard some economists say, hey, this is no big deal. If everybody's improving, why complain that some other folks are doing great? Good for them, they say. Stop comparing. Stop the envy. Now, I only want to partially agree. I mean, number one, envy doesn't make anybody happy. That's not a good mental space to be in. Now, some folks do work hard, invent something cool, do that whole entrepreneurial game and contribute something to society. And I say, yeah, good for them. I mean, the creator of Stardew Valley is a millionaire, and he should be. But we still have a problem. Social disconnect, broken communities, and dysfunctional democracies. The rich disproportionately buying more legal influence and favors. And if you think this is some bleeding heart big government ethic, it is not. The famed libertarian economist Friedrich Hayek wrote about relative income in his most famous book, The Road to Serfdom. Chapter 9, Security and Freedom. He notes that there are two kinds of income security. The first is a minimum sustenance. Do you have enough food, clothing, etc.? The second is about a relative position, in which one person compares themselves with others. We should care about a particular income a person is thought to deserve. We'll end on a positive note. We have seen some progress on that front. If we re-index everything to be in 1994, we do see that the top 10% grew the most, 159%. But notice who came in second. The bottom 10%, folks who are on poverty wages. Now, this is recent because they used to be among the rest of the pack down here. But since COVID, because the unemployment rate was historically low, because the economic recovery was historically fast, we saw a tremendous amount of progress where it matters most.
Oh my god, dog. There's 4 people in the fucking Hangout VC. They all left. They all fucking no longer watching his stream. Okay. Goddamn. Rigged. What the fuck? What the hell? Actually, hold on. I need that. Okay, one last thing here. Copy. Woohoo. All right, okay. I want to at least read this. And I'll probably do more reading shit off stream or whatever. Can you do linear algebra? Most of it, probably, yeah. I didn't take the advanced math classes in my high school. I just took the regular math classes, which are not the... Oh, shit. Like matrices and shit? Yeah, I might not remember fully how to do all of them, but yeah, we did matrices. Yeah. With a refresher, I'd be able to do. I'd be able to do them. Don't remember where the buttons are on my calculator. Actually, I think I probably know where the. I think I probably know where they are, but yeah. Milton Friedman and Labor Managed Enterprise. Spring of 1973, Milton Friedman visited Yugoslavia. A few weeks into his trip, he recorded this very interesting conversation. Friedman's impression and conclusions are remarkably clear and spot on. They were not something new. The problems that he mentions regarding Yugoslav cooperatives, or more exactly, self-managed enterprises, were quite well known by 1973. Nevertheless, Friedman summarized them very accurately. He also must have had a very well-organized visit and good interlocutors. I vaguely remember reading that his main host was an excellent journalist from Belgrade's outstanding economics weekly. Not gonna, whatever fucking Russian bullshit, Slavic bullshit. As all Slavic languages are. Let's go. Some of my first ever writings were published by then, so I'm always a bit biased in their favor. It's an MP3.
And of course, those hopes are not in vain. Many Yugoslavs have done exactly that. Although Yugoslavia is a socialist country, it does permit a certain amount of private activity. On the one hand, almost all of agriculture is private. You have a commercial government enterprise.
Okay, incredible. Okay. Maybe I'll listen to it off stream later, but I suggest everyone to listen to Freeman. But let me say a bit more regarding three major flaws SMEs identified by Freeman and of course others. This is of special importance now because the idea of worker management and ownership are becoming popular again. First flaw has to do with the maximum of SMEs. Like U.S. cooperatives, they maximize average output per worker because at that point the wage is highest. This means that SMEs will not go all the way to marginal product of labor is equal to wage and would thus employ fewer workers than an entrepreneur-run company. Wow. Oh my god, yes! The highlighter breaks again. Dude, let's go. Dude, yay! Yes! Dude, let's go. Of course. That's so awesome, dude. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. That's so awesome. Yeah. Wow. Let's go. Incredible. I don't even know if I delete all my cookies. Do you think it does anything? I don't think it deleting cookies on a page do anything. I think you have to yeah. This is indeed something that was confirmed in practice. Yugoslav SMEs were low to expand on employment. Unemployment in Yugoslavia, despite massive workers' immigration, mostly to Germany, always stayed around 10% through the 70s and 80s. Some writers, like Susan Woodward, see high youth unemployment combined with IMF policies of austerity imposed after the debt crisis in the 1980s as responsible for the breakup of the country. I will leave this aspect aside. However, the reluctance of SMEs to hire more workers led the government in the 1980s to enact an obligatory employment of new workers, where each SME had to increase its employment by 2% per annum. Not the most market-friendly and a reasonable policy. The second problem mentioned by Friedman was that all SMEs can't be in equilibrium while having vastly different average product per workers and wages. Since wage depends also on capital intensity of the enterprise, or even on the branch of production, workers in highly capital-intensive areas like electricity generation will have much higher wages than those in textile. And for reasons explained in the previous paragraph, there would be no tendency to move from one enterprise to another. The high-wage enterprise will have reached its maximum and will not hire more workers. This, like previous problem noted in the seminal paper by Benjamin Ward, published in 1958, it was expanded in this guy's Jaroslav Vinek's monumental The General Theory of Labor Management Economies. I have this downloaded. I might read that later. We'll see. Numerous articles on that problem in the previous were published in the Journal of Comparative Economics, Economic Analysis, and Workers' Management, the two prime journals that dealt with market socialism. I'd also like to recommend this excellent paper by Deniko Duveric, published in 1970, as well as James Mead, 1972 article. I don't think I've seen... Oh, no, I think I have this one, actually. Third problem has to do with the fact that capital was socially owned. It could not be alienated by workers, i.e. sold to someone else. Workers enjoyed only usus fructus. That's just Latin for usage rights or whatever, right? Use of the fruits, yeah. Wow. That led to the following problem, which, by the way, also was also obvious in the Vasquez Mondragon cooperatives. When workers had to decide how much of their income to use for wages as opposed to plowing back into investment, they tended to go for higher wages. It was not simply because of pure time preference, but because wages were privately owned, obviously, and could be used to open a savings account in which the worker owned both the principal and received interest. But if the same amount were reinvested in a company, he would only get the return on investment. The principal would be merged with the rest of the social capital and never revert back to the worker. That's interesting. I never considered that before. I know obviously time preference. But yeah. As Freeman rightly says in an interview, Yugoslav policymakers constantly complained that companies were distributing too much in wages and tried to set, through heavy taxation, incentives to move more money into investment. But the results were negatory. These are some intrinsic drawbacks of labor self-managed firms. Most of them stem from non-privately owned capital. This is why this model cooperative should not be confused with privately owned cooperatives where workers are also shareholders. In that case, the last problem, for example, disappears entirely. The first two do not, however, but they are solved by the introduction of two types of workers, those who are worker shareholders and those who are hired workers. Mondragon did precisely that. The advantage of SME with workplace democracy. Workers indeed have much more extensive rights and power than in similar capitalist firms that are by definition hierarchical and are actually run as mini dictatorships. Whether democratic nature of SME had positive effects on productivity, just for all the mentioned deficiencies, I do not know. Although I think that there were such studies. Finally, when assessing intrinsic advantages and disadvantages of such a system, Once you leave aside other characteristics which had nothing to do with the system, such as, but with Yugoslav-specific conditions, there are at least two. First, for large and important enterprises, some workers' rights were curtailed because Republican governments, and through them, the Republican Communist parties appointed its nomenclature members to top positions. It was thus a controlled workplace democracy. Very often, these appointees were not well qualified to run companies. They were basically party hacks who tried to pretend to be businessmen. Slobodan Milosevic is the most famous example. He became the head of one of the largest Yugoslav banks, and although he always bragged dealingly skillful with Rockefeller and Chase Manhattan, he probably knew very little about banking, having also graduated law. Second, Yugoslavia, after the Constitution in 1974, that was being discussed as Friedman was visiting the country, as he briefly alludes, functioned as a confederacy ruled by Republican Communist Party oligarchies. Each of the republics not only tried to control better its SMEs and especially the banking system, but to undermine the unitary market by imposing restrictions on the free movement of capital, or even in some cases of goods. Thus, SMEs worked in ever more restricted markets and under a greater control by political oligarchies. These two last features, one-party system and extreme decentralization leading towards autarky, need not be present in other countries. Real. Should probably download some of the other papers as well. Wait, by the way, I'm so confused. Was this ever? I saw people talking about this in my server, and PBG just said, apparently he's not dropping out. Why did people think he was ever going to drop out?
This polo shirt that I'm wearing that says Eric Adams, Mayor of the City of New York, I'm going to wear that for another 4 years. We can't go backwards. We can't have a city that's filled with encampments like I inherited. We can't have a city where crime and guns are on our streets. And I'm going to tell New Yorkers
Now, he's staying in the 2026 mayoral race. Adams made the declaration as speculation grew that the incumbent mayor was considering dropping out of the race in exchange for a cushy position in Donald Trump's administration. Okay, that would make more sense. Watch him do it anyways. Watch him take the fucking position. It's gonna happen. That would be a very Eric Adams thing to do. Okay, what things do I have here? I have the theory, a labor managed parents and profit sharing, and I have why are worker crossword so rare. I don't think I have the rest of these. Hello? Isn't that... Yeah, I think he messed up. Unbelievable. I was just like scanned in. And Internet Archive bullshit. Wow. Maybe if I do something that I don't think Twitch generally likes if you show on stream. I'm pretty sure they're all stupid scanned in bullshit. I think there is a way to convert if the text is still like highlightable, if the text is still there's got to be a word for it. Like if rather than just literally images of a page, the text is still like fucking real or whatever, still highlightable, searchable. I think there is a way to convert it to like a regular PDF. That probably is a fucking thing that does that. I can find. And then I think I have this one already, right? Yeah. Bruh, why is this PDF taking too long to download? Bro. Yeah, see, as long as the text is still like this and like you can highlight it, I'm pretty sure there is probably a program that can just convert it to like a regular fucking PDF instead of the scanned in fucking text tilted weird yellow background bullshit. Although it might have issues with the images. I don't know how it would deal with that. Well, okay. I want to learn how cooked Gen Z is, guys. I want to know if I'm cooked or not.
I'm happy we can have this crossover because apparently you were on Shrimp Substack and I am on Sydney Sweeney Think Piece Substack. So you're right, we do exist in completely different realms. So it's good.
People are writing think pieces about Sydney Sweeney. Is this just Richard Hanania? I know Richard Hanania wrote that.
Me for real.
Who hasn't written a Sydney Sweeney Think Piece at this point? I don't know. I mean, I haven't personally, but it's my whole feed. I just can't care anymore. So
I remember I saw a Substack note that was of someone saying that just to sort of fill in context for people like me, that Sabrina Carpenter was the shrimp welfare of that corner of Substack, which I thought was an amusing description.
I don't know the joke because I don't know what shrimp welfare even entails. I was waiting for you to teach me today.
Well, we're going to get into.
So let's go.
That's one of the most important topics to discuss.
We're going to shrimp welfare.
First of all, I guess before we talk about shrimp, who are you?
Thoughts and opinions on Sydney Sweeney.
Also known as
Dude, I literally have not seen a single piece of like actual content that Sydney Sweeney's in. I've seen the fucking jeans ad, but I've literally not seen a movie or a show of her in it. All I've seen of her is the jeans ad and the fucking thirst trap of her on Instagram. That's like literally it.
Officially.
My official last name, yes, legal. I am a marketer and a copywriter as my real job. And as of a year ago, I have this blog where I write broadly about Gen Z. My favorite things to write about are the ways
I've just seen boobies and that's enough for me to form my opinion.
And the convergence between the two. And
I mean,
I'm also largely invested
she
in
does got
a bit
boobies.
of optimism into the Substack verse. So I've written a few of these Gen Z guides, one for how to date better.
Honestly, I don't really like not really a big boobs guy. If chat needs to be informed of that. So
one for how to be more socially confident. And I hope that I keep producing content like that because I want to be someone who actually attempts to provide solutions for how our generation can be better instead of the norm, which is just complaining into oblivion. So I'm sorry if my toxic positivity offends anyone in advance.
Yeah, so obviously very different.
The person was a British looking American or real.
You write all your essays in lowercase letters. What is with the capital letter derangement?
I know, that's $1 million question. I mean, it's mostly because I love making old people really, really angry. No, I'm kidding. That's not it. Seriously though, I don't know. I seriously have no clue why I started writing lowercase. I used to write short stories when I was a little kid, and they were always in lowercase, and I guess it just stuck. And I never really thought twice about it until one of my Substack
posts a big brain guy. This is true.
My friends started sending me Reddit threads and Instagram comment sections of people just going in on me, like, "Is this girl stupid? Is she too brain dead to figure out where the shift key is? What is her problem?" They didn't say it quite meanly.
I actually am too brain dead to figure out where the shift key is. When I was learning to type, I didn't know where the shift key was. So what I would do is I would just press the caps lock key twice. It's just how I learned to type. So even to this very day, that's how I capitalize letters.
So that's a real phenomenon. I was like, how do they think I'm too dumb to find the shift key? No, someone is.
Right, yeah. 6-year-old Matthew was too dumb to find the shift key. So I have found the shift key, but I haven't been able to break the habit, to break my fealty towards capital.
Typing lowercase is a girl thing.
With me, then. Both of our
Isn't it just a Gen Z thing in general? I feel like
not being able to find the shift key.
I could be wrong. Maybe it is a girl thing. I don't talk to an off woman, I guess.
Sort of exposure therapy. Like, it's kind of inspired me having people hate on me for writing in all lowercase. I'm like, I'm going to continue to hand you a reason to criticize me on a silver platter so I can build thicker skin, you know? Because I've always been scared of posting on the internet and being perceived. And I don't know, I like giving people something to already hate. Like, it's helping me grow.
Wait, sorry, those sentences seem discordant. You were describing how you were afraid of people hating you on the internet. And so one might expect that to end with, so like I do things to avoid people hating me on the internet. But then it's like, so I do things to make, that would be like, I'm really afraid of fire, so I douse my house in lighter fluid and light matches all the time.
Exactly that.
She's had exposure therapy, bro.
Like, I need to let people hate on me a little bit at a time so that eventually when I get canceled someday, I'll be like, that wasn't that bad, you know?
Makes sense. So it's like sort of getting the hatred in small and manageable doses. It's sort of like vaccination against the hatred.
Exactly. It's my
hate. Dead version of the hatred, so that when the live version appears.
Precisely.
Yeah. So like what? So I mean, I guess you've already talked a little bit about what sorts of topics you write about. So you write about lots of topics related to Gen Z. Despite being a member of Gen Z, despite being a card-carrying member, I guess I've written a little bit about Gen Z, but I've written more about shrimp than about Gen Z. Now, in my defense, there are a lot more shrimp than members of Gen Z.
Exactly.
So if we so actually, like per member of Gen Z, I'm sort of remotely, like if per capita, only I'm remotely in the vicinity of writing about them proportional to their numbers.
Should I be writing about shrimp too? I'm starting to feel guilty.
Yeah. Well, I guess so.
Much higher marginal benefit from writing about shrimp.
Good transition. You were asking, like, what is it? What is it on my corner of Substack? What is it with these shrimp? What is shrimp welfare?
How are you talking about shrimp constantly? What is there to say about them? Please.
Oh, there's a lot to say about shrimp. So it turns out, first of all, there are a lot of shrimp. Every year, the number of farm shrimp killed is at 440 billion, and the number of wild-caught shrimp killed is at 5 trillion. So it's like way more than like 10, you know. And the shrimp, before they're killed, they're not treated very nicely. They're kept in these overcrowded farms. They're teeming with diseases, with like parasites that eat their flesh. About half of shrimp die before slaughter, just because of how hazardous the diseases are on the farms and how much overcrowding there is and like violence from the other shrimp. The way that they're killed is they're thrown on a giant thing of ice where they're frozen and suffocated to death.
Okay. Well.
Now it looks like I think our best evidence indicates that shrimp feel pain. But at the very least, it's not like the scientific evidence has definitively ruled out shrimp pain. It's at least an open scientific question. Shrimp respond to painkillers. They make all sorts of behavioral trade-offs between pain and reward. One of the practices that's done in the industry is called eye stalk ablation, where they crush their eyes because this speeds up fertility for some reason. I don't know why it speeds up fertility. You know, I mean, you know, if my eyes were crushed, I don't know, but shrimp and I different preferences apparently. It has some like weird physiological effect. And so after their eyes are crushed, they delay feeding by about 30 minutes. And they tend to their wounds.
We should see if that works on humans. For science,
then that makes it.
Pretty sure we would already know. I mean, there are plenty of humans that don't have eyes already. I think we would already know. But with shrimp, my understanding is that like their eyes just like produce a hormone that slows down the amount of eggs that like female shrimp produce. So I don't think that same hormone exists in humans. They need to be crushed though. No, I'm pretty sure for shrimp at least the relevant factor is just like, do they have eyes? It's not like the method of removing them. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there who have had their eyes crushed as well, but maybe didn't. I guess, you know, that number is probably small enough that we wouldn't be able to tell if there were any fertility effects.
What that indicates is that probably they feel pain and then the pain is blunted by the anesthetic. Okay, so it looks like, you know, lots and lots of shrimp are suffering very intensely.
How's my wife's eyes out later report back?
I think it's pretty plausible that shrimp can not merely suffer somewhat, but can suffer relatively
Let's kill
intensely.
us all,
How they behave. They don't behave as if they were in just like
my logic is undeniable. I wonder if blind chicks are fertile.
So there's an organization called the Shrimp Welfare Project. Actually, I have a Shrimp Welfare Project shirt. But
oh, nice.
Oh my god! I need a Shrimp Welfare Project shirt and a jacket.
But it is a shirt. Shrimp Welfare Project themed. And basically every dollar spent by the Shrimp Welfare Project anesthetizes about 15,000 shrimp prior to slaughter. They purchase stunners for these big shrimp farms, and they use the stunners to like electrocute the shrimp before slaughter. And so every dollar spent on this prevents tens of thousands of very painful shrimp deaths. So you know, this seems like a good thing. This is where I give some of my Substack earnings.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Well, thank you for educating me. I admittedly had no clue how horrendous any of this shrimp stuff was. Wow. Okay. So, but if I'm clear, you're saying like shrimp probably only feel a very small fraction of the pain that a human would feel, but since there's so many more shrimp suffering at such a larger scale,
I don't think we really know what fraction of human pain shrimp feel. I mean, I would guess they probably feel somewhat less pain than humans, but I wouldn't guess it's like 1/1000th or 1/1,000,000th. There was a report done by a group called Rethink Priorities.
She's still not going to give a fuck about shrimps.
And their mean estimate of how intensely shrimp
they all forget it right after, I'm assuming.
And their mean estimate
I should follow. I need to know. I need to do a survey of all the people I shrimp pilled. How many of them have actually like ever donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project after I explained what it was? I guess there are some people technically that probably count. Because I know like during the subathon, there are people who didn't know about the Shrimp Welfare Project but then donated like once I explained it. So like maybe technically, like I know Tali probably counts, I guess. Maybe tomfoolery, technically. I know he donated, and I don't think he knew about it until I told him. So, you know, a few of them have, but I don't know if any of the people that I've like shrimp pilled, like in my debates, for instance, have ever actually donated to the Shrimp Welfare Project afterwards.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, like, okay, so whenever I cite this, people get really mad. But so, okay, don't take this number too literally. It's not like science has proven beyond any doubt that it's exactly 19%. There are huge error bars. There's a very large amount of uncertainty. There are lots of assumptions that go into the model that make it highly uncertain. But you know, I think this is sort of a reasonable estimate given how much uncertainty we have about what it's like to be a shrimp. I mean, just like look at how a lobster behaves when it's boiled in a pot, and then compare like, okay, does this seem more like how we behave when we're in intense agony? Or does it seem more like how we would behave if you stub your toe? I think it looks a lot more like how you would behave if you were boiled in a pot.
Yeah.
And so even though they have simpler brains and they don't have that many neurons, I guess it's not so clear why we think that a creature with just a simple brain means that it can't suffer very intensely. Like, you know, there are lots of organisms, like, you know, shrimp can see pretty well, even though they have pretty simple brains. It would be unreasonable to say, well, because they only have, you know, less than, you know, many thousands of times fewer neurons, hundreds of thousands of times fewer neurons than us, probably they can only feel pain 100,000th as much as we do. Just like it would be weird to say, well, they only see 100,000 as much as we do. It can be that often it's easy to produce sort of a simple version of a system that does the basic functional roles, and then scaling it up doesn't actually increase. That's, I think, pretty logical. What we talk about when we're not talking about, Gen Z dating or whatever.
No, this is really cool. Well, cool might not be the right word. Sad.
It's awesome. The shrimp are being tortured.
Awesome. No, but I'm glad that you're raising awareness about this because people like me would have no clue otherwise. But I have a question. I know you're into philosophy. This is my best shot. If I had an extra $10 that I wanted to donate this month, would it make more sense to you for me to give it to the Shrimp Welfare Project or to some local children's orphanage?
Definitely the Shrimp Welfare Project. Not at all close.
Children's orphanage. That's not even a close one. If you said a malaria nest or something, and maybe there's she said some long-termist charity, first world children's orphanage. What are you thinking? Most ineffective shit. Literally ineffective altruism is what that is. What the hell?
Yeah. I mean, so here's one.
What about Mr. Beast Team Water? I'm actually very curious. Matthew's opinion on that. I haven't asked him about it. He wrote an article defending Mr. Beast recently, but I mean, it was mostly defending Mr. Beast against like the bullshit people throw at him for helping people generally, not just like that Mr. Beast actually donates to the most effective charities. Just that a lot of the charities Mr. Beast does donate to are like relatively effective. But I don't know. I'm curious because I think if the like thing is true, like $1 or 1 year water for someone, like I think that's probably a fairly effective charity. But I don't know. I tried looking up just on like EA forums if there was any estimate of it, or just of that type of intervention in general, like water related, like drilling well interventions. I couldn't really find anything. So I don't know. Certainly, like any, like almost any charity that like is focused on like third world people is probably going to be relatively effective. As long as you're not donating to like Make a Wish, probably pretty okay. But yeah.
Your way to.
I wonder if there is one now though. But can Shrimp feel the same joy as Ryan when he's getting cats and dogs? Probably not. Ryan just feels so much. He just gets so much utility from skinning cats and dogs.
To give some money to the children's charity, okay? And you see you were going to give $10 to the children's charity. You're on a walk there, and you see 150,000 lobsters that are about to be boiled alive. And you can now. It turns out that the children's charity, they sort of close at about 5 p.m. And you won't be able to donate the money if you don't do it in time. And so you can either save the lobsters from their excruciating torture, from being boiled alive, or...
This is like from a year ago. I don't think most of this stuff is not about the water stuff.
But if you do that, then you won't be able to give the $10 to charity. I think that it's clear in this case that you should save the lobsters rather than give the $10 to charity. And then the idea is just, well, if...
I think I read like one of these. And it was just like, it wasn't about the specific charity that Mr. Beast was using, though. It was just about like these types of interventions in general to like drill wells that were not like particularly cost effective. It's not this one, I don't think.
If it's better to save the lobsters, then that means that you prioritize 150,000 decapod crustaceans. That's the class of organism that shrimp and lobsters are, over giving $10 to charity. And I think you should give some money to Shrimp Welfare.
That sounds very correct in theory, but how do you square the part where it's so hard to empathize with such a freakish little critter? Like even a dog or a cow like seems more conscious in the way a human's conscious, and it's so much easier for us to want to give our time and attention and money to those kinds of animals or to another human. Obviously, if the lobster were about to be boiled in front of me, I would probably stop it. But like I can see how it's hard for you. I'm sure like raising awareness about this because people I'm sure baseline just don't really care.
Yeah, so it's true that people by and large don't care that much. But I guess there are times when one has some sort of defective psychological trait, and then I think the thing to do in that case is just make the right decision, even if you don't sort of naturally feel the emotions that would make you want to do it. Yeah. So like it's imagine that there was some psychopath where they just didn't empathize with other people. They would say even though they don't empathize with other people, that's sort of like that's because of a defect on their part. That's because they're not they don't have the fitting moral emotions. But they should still do the right thing. And so I would.
What about a homeless charity with a social return on investment of 1 to 7? What do you mean by social return on investment? Do you mean like it's like literally like revenue net positive, or like what's the This is not going to let me do my stuff. I don't know exactly what you mean by social return on investment. Oh, shit. Ugh.
Agony is bad, and you should try to prevent huge amounts of excruciating agony if you can.
Of course. And to go on the record,
$3
I agree with that. I just am
generate
acknowledging that it must be
7 in
hard for
social
you
value.
to get people to care. But I think
I
that
mean, that's
framing it in
probably
terms of
less
they
effective
feel
than the
some
Shrimp
sort of
Welfare
fraction
Project.
of the type of pain that you would feel.
I don't know
is
about
doing a good job
Mr.
in
Beast
helping
water
people at least
stuff.
try to empathize, even if they look weird and scary.
Yeah, I find also capital letters really helps convince people, sort of
No.
boosts their credibility.
I think it would be a good A/B test if you try it all lowercase, see if people resonate.
I think you could try an all lowercase essay about shrimp welfare.
Well, if I send this out to my subscribers, the Sydney
But it's
Sweeney
humans?
girls
Yeah,
are gonna
but there's like
suddenly
so
know a
many
lot about
more shrimp.
So this is a net positive for the shrimp.
Yeah,
today.
that would be Okay, so that's some of the stuff we that we talk about on my corner of Substack. It's okay. You mentioned now a few times that there are all these think pieces about Sydney Sweeney. Why are people thinking so much about her? Why is she engendering so many thoughts?
I don't know. Honestly, I tried to skip past all of them, so I've never truly learned what
I
they're
don't give a
getting at
fuck
in the
about
bottom of
shrimp.
the essays,
Evil
but
Bob
I
Marley.
think it has something
Evil.
to do with her being a symbol for wokeness coming back, wokeness dying. Sydney Sweeney is the death of wokeness.
Herald's death. I saw Hanania make this point, but I don't really remember what the hell he was talking about, and it seemed like a weird argument.
Yeah, I don't either. I've never been able to get myself to care about celebrities for as long as I've been alive. Like, it's just never stuck with me. Like, why should I care what Sydney Sweeney is doing or what she's saying? It really it's not for me.
Big boobs.
Okay, so aside from the sort of
She doesn't
Sydney
get
Sweeney
it.
think pieces that you don't read, what are the other topics? What is the shrimp welfare of your corner of Substack?
Well, I encounter a lot of what's wrong with the modern dating market essays. I would say that constitutes a lot of my algorithm. And
what is wrong with the modern dating market?
Not
enough concern about shrimp, I've heard, but
it's just the lack of conversations about shrimp. That's what I've been saying. No one believes me. No, actually though, I think everyone has their own hypothesis about why dating is broken, depending on their own personal biases. But I mean, I can tell you my thoughts if you'd like. If you're interested, it feels trivial compared to shrimp dying, but
see, that's the right attitude to have. You're like, look, there are all these problems that affect humans, but compared to the shrimp, this is true. It's a rounding error.
I know, but
compared to the 4 times the number of humans who have ever lived worth of shrimp slaughtered every year, all our problems are a rounding error. But you can't convince people to adopt that frame of mind. It's very sad.
What if I get them to start reading my essays about dating, and then halfway through I transition into shrimp talk? So
right, you sort of have like a hybrid essay. So it's like
See, that'd be goated. See, I think by the way, when I do finally get around to editing the videos from the Shrimp Welfare Subathon, and also probably the other videos too, I think I probably will try to figure out a way to integrate the donation thing in there. I don't know exactly what I'll do. Oh shit. Certainly I'll shout it out like at the intro where I say to subscribe to me. I'll also just say and also donate to a fucking Shrimp Welfare Project. But
for shrimp welfare?
No, but we can't mention the shrimp in the title or no one's gonna read it. We have to just surprise attack halfway through.
I mean, I don't know if no one would read it. Like my second most read essay is about shrimp. I mean, my most read essay is about some like dumb left-wing drama involving some like influencers. So maybe this is a point to favor the sort of thing.
Have you ever used ChatGPT in agent mode? No, I don't know even what that.
I will tell you what.
I don't know what agent mode is. I don't think I've ever heard of it even.
I am actually starting to write an article about this now, specifically about how Gen Z women sort of perform emotional detachment and brand it as empowerment. I think that it's something I've noticed and a lot of other people have noticed, but I'm interested in getting to the root of it. Like, why are we so weird and toxic? What is going on here and what caused all of this? And I've been sitting on a few ideas. I mean, number one being that a lot of our parents are boomers who notoriously have the highest divorce rate in history. I mean, no one in our generation really had a beautiful example of love and commitment to look up to. And then maybe in response.
Isn't part of that, though, probably just because boomer, like that was the first generation that was able to more easily get divorced. Like they were kind of around when no-fault divorce became more popular. Maybe I'm wrong in that, but I feel like I've heard that's the big reason. That's why, as far as I know, the divorce rate has actually been trending downward recently. It gives AI a virtual desktop, and you can give tasks like make a presentation, make a data set, etc. You can watch it click through the internet. Oh boy. Do I have access to it if I just pay for ChatGPT?
To that, or just as a separate, we grew up with so much weird toxic dating advice being circulated on the internet from the caller daddies and the Andrew Tates of the world, and perhaps for a lack of religious structure or a strong family unit, I feel like these YouTube dating gurus and podcast hosts have sort of filled the vacancy that sort of authority figure would have filled historically. And I think it's caused a lot of issues with people latching on to this advice and taking it way more seriously than they should. And that's obviously problematic for a few reasons. One being that influencers are not our friends. They're not keeping our best interest in mind. They just want clicks and views, and they're willing to sensationalize and be divisive and spark outrage at whatever cost possible. So I think
even
it's
causes unrelated to shrimp.
even unrelated to shrimp.
You can tell them your PowerPoint and high access.
Like, especially as young people spend more
I just tell them
online and less time
make a PowerPoint for this upcoming debate.
I think we're taking more and more wisdom and perspective from these influencers and the
Non-fun
dating
the
creators
enemy?
and whoever else. And
What?
it's really warping
What am I
our
the enemy
perception
for?
of what the world is actually like in a really scary way, because people are just defaulting to cynicism at all costs now. I don't know if you've seen that.
Make a
Is it all
PowerPoint
shrimp
well,
on your
definitely could do
algorithm?
that.
I feel like I may
mean,
have painted a misleading picture.
I don't know if there's any top in my presentation for shrimp welfare, honestly. You know. My presentation is pretty good. I don't know I don't even know if ChatGPT could recreate this. I don't think you'd have to give ChatGPT some very specific instructions for it to do this. Strange animation is an awesome animation. By the way, you know what's funny? Google just like barely censors anything that you tell the AI to create with Gemini when you're in Google Slides. So you can just tell it to make Freddy Fazbear with big boobs and it'll just do that. There are some limits, but you know, what's the I don't think Codex is what I want. GPTs. Where's agent mode? Scholar GPT. Click on the plus. This? Oh, here you mean? Yeah, agent mode. Describe a task. Yeah. Make a PowerPoint. Promoting the shrimp welfare project. All right, let's see. All right. Bruh. Can I give it stuff to read? Can I just give it like Bethany's Bulldogs post? All right, let's go. Oh, it's got rethink priorities in there. This is the future, apparently. Dude, I just need an AI video editor, man. That's all I need. I don't care about anything else. I need the AI video editor. There's got to one day certainly will be an AI video editor that can do what I need to do. All I need it to do is like literally just take 2 or 3 clips that are like, you know, able to hook people, and AI can already do that. Like you can already like just copy and paste a YouTube link and it'll like, you know, find the most clippable moments for like YouTube Shorts and stuff, and like automatically add captions. In fact, I already use AI for my captions. I just upload the clip once I find the intro stuff that I want to use, and AI adds the captions for me. So AI can already do basically that, but there's no AI that like holistically can find. First of all the AI that finds clips is dedicated towards like shorts, so a lot of them will like only let you like export it in vertical video, and it's dumb or whatever. It could take like an hour and a half by the. Oh shit! I thought it would take like but like 5 minutes or whatever. But yeah, I need an AI video editor that none of them can like holistically take like my video and then find the clips and put them at the beginning, and then add the captions and then do all the shit I need. I also need to be able to well, I don't need to be able to do this. Like if I could automate like any part of it, it would be good. But I need to be able to add like just a clip I have of me saying, "Hey, fucking like and subscribe, people." But I have not found anything that can really come close to that. My ChatGPT uses Bing. Well, it's owned like 49% by like Microsoft or whatever, right? So, I think that's probably why. If it does that, we'll never reach AGI. This is how Google Gemini will win. Okay, this is how Google Gemini will win. Let's go. I miss when Google Gemini was called Bard, bro. They ruined it. It used to be called Bard. It used to be funny. Now it's just Google Gemini. Now it's some dumb bullshit. Okay, I think I probably read some of this article when it first came out, but not the whole thing or anything. So I guess we'll check it out. Well, this is doing its thing. This essay would like to offer a broad defense of free markets as well as the main reasons I subscribe to this stream of thought. The structure of my argument will be familiar. First, I argue that markets can achieve good outcomes, and second, that the government often cannot improve these market outcomes even under market failure. However, I do believe that some arguments I use are unorthodox, which is why I think this article will be of interest even to people familiar with the free market literature. One of my econ professors 2 years ago predicted Google will win the AI race. Well, I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, I don't think any outcome would surprise me, other than like fucking Perplexity or whatever winning. No dog in a race. No thought. I will say I feel like ChatGPT is usually better than Google Gemini in my experience. In my experience, for what I want to do, typically ChatGPT, it seems to be better for me. So there's that. You know who's really is? Obviously, Grok is going to win the AI race. Obviously, Grok is going to win. He once made a course on how to code your own mini LLM. The department shut it down because it's not econ. 1984. Invisible hand. Problems can be solved through self-organization. ChatGPT is better LLM, but Google in terms of image and video stuff is better. Yeah, I don't use them for like video or image generation, never really. But like I said, with Google, you can tell it to make Sonic big boobs, and it will just make Sonic with big boobs. So that's kind of goated, and I don't think ChatGPT does that. Pretty sure ChatGPT censors that one, but I don't know. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll try that off stream, but I've seen Genie 3, I have not. Process where a system spontaneously arranges its components in an order structure or pattern without external control, driven by internal interactions and feedback mechanisms. In other words, it is a system. When a system develops patterns at the macro level solely through interactions at the micro level without ever needing a plan at the macro level. We've known since Adam Smith, and in fact before, that markets can self-organize to achieve efficient outcomes without needing any planner, with a God's eye view of the system. This is what it coined the invisible hand. Under certain conditions, the supply of a quantity of goods will approximately match the demand quantity. AI video game thing? Oh, I have seen that on Twitter. Yeah. However, this insight has been progressively formalized by Walrus and ultimately by Arrow and Debreu into what is now called general equilibrium theory. The latter produced a Bourbaki-style proof of the insight. Under a certain set of assumptions, markets are going to achieve perfectly efficient outcomes as if guided by an omniscient angel. Although the work has its uses and is interesting, it creates false impressions among some economists and commentators that as soon as the assumptions of general equilibrium are met, government should intervene to fix market failure. This is incorrect. First of all, the assumptions of general equilibrium theory are a sufficient, not necessary condition for efficiency. The assumption being met implies efficiency, but them not being met does not imply the market is not deficient. Second of all, real-world markets never meet the assumptions of general equilibrium theory, and yet they still achieve good outcomes. The assumption of perfect information implies perfect foresight and is obviously always wrong. Yet, it would be ridiculous to suggest the government should then intervene in every single market. In this section, I want to illustrate the fact that imperfect markets regularly achieve good outcomes in the real world, in the lab, and in silico. Let us start with the literature and economic video. Okay. Okay. What the hell? Are these two people brothers or some shit? Greer and Greer? Show that from 1970 to 2015, economic reform defined as discrete jump in economic freedom, which robustly associated with economic growth across a range of estimation methods. This issue in the economic freedom index shit usually is pretty, from what I've heard, kind of cringe or whatever. But oh no, I've seen this paper before though. This is the Washington Consensus Works paper. Yeah. Alvarez et al. In 2024 found that the positive relationship between income growth and economic freedom found in the literature is an underestimate because of autocratic regimes lie about their levels of income. Once they correct for this, the relationship gets stronger. The result replicates within countries. Zhang 2019 finds that in China, regions with freer markets grow faster than others. And India 2024 also finds that within U.S. states with freer markets grow faster than the others. Furthermore, Liu et al. 2015 finds that specific economic zones in China grow faster than the rest of the countries. These special economic zones, such as Shenzhen, were initially implemented by Deng Xiaoping in order to compete with Hong Kong and thus try to mimic its pro-business environment. Once just a humble fishing village, Shenzhen leveraged its proximity to Hong Kong to attract massive foreign investment and import cutting-edge management practices, giving rise to manufacturing and tech clusters that now house giants like Huawei and Tencent. Today, with an average annual GDP growth rate of over 20%, Shenzhen ranks among China's wealthiest cities, with per capita output rivaling that of many developed economies. Another policy which drew inspiration from Hong Kong and its growth miracle is Singapore. Just like Hong Kong, it experienced one of the greatest economic miracles in history. Singapore went from being as poor as a sub-Saharan African country to having the third highest PPP-adjusted GDP per capita in the world in a space of a couple decades. Both the Hong Kong and Singapore economic miracles were achieved in great part by building a pro-business, pro-market environment that is attractive to investors and entrepreneurs. Obviously, Singapore is a little weird sometimes, but sure. Hold on, I should be real quick playing some music in the background while we're doing this. What's up, Ross? What is China lore are you reading right now? Not fun. This is just a Substacker case for free markets that I'm reading. Sample text recommended. I remember seeing this when it first came out on Twitter, but I didn't read it. Paste link to article. Sure. Adjusting slide 6 fonts. Oh, it's got to be close to being done, right? Is this the shit at making? This looks horrible. Presumably I can tell to edit it. Stuff. Some might argue that Singapore's model is de jure and not really a free... Well, there's no way I'm pronouncing that right. Dirigist. There'll be nothing compared to your presentation, obviously. Oh my god. Horrible. AI hasn't replaced you yet. Yeah, I'm safe. Let's go. There's definitely truth to that, but Singapore has some of the lightest regulations in the world. And two of the most important markets, labor and finance, and its healthcare system relies heavily on the private sector. These are examples of real-world, very lightly regulated markets which have delivered great outcomes. It's worth mentioning that Lee Kuan Yew, the father of Singapore, was deeply influenced by Milton Friedman, and amidst many of his economic policies were inspired by the latter. With this in mind, I think it is perfectly reasonable to attribute Singapore's economic success to its economic liberalism, at least in part. If you're wondering why I put so much emphasis on growth, it is because historically it has been the main driver of the improvement of our living standards, not redistribution. Okay, it's probably. Oh no, if I do this. That's what I want. Reading up on cult models since Justin brought it up, and it's included a type of organization in my model. I also saw papers that paint a mixed picture of its impact. From what I've heard from Sample, most of the studies, like empirical effects of co-ops, are not very good. I've been reading like mostly theory shit. Like this is what if you want, I can just link these notes. And there's a co-op section. There's not like a ton of stuff in there. It's just articles. I think Micah's article on I think is really good, and he explains very well the problems that I brought up with Justin, and I think one other one. I don't know if I ever brought up. I remember bringing up brain drain, and there's a few studies that he cites in here as well, where he's like you know, we do see brain drain in Uruguay, for example. I remember that being a study he cites. I don't know if he cites other studies. And then this is just a, actually, I just read this and I downloaded some of the papers from it. This is just a short blog post talking about co-ops in, like Yugoslavia and the research on them. He mentions, or not, actually just research of co-ops in general. Like these are some papers that I just downloaded. The literature on co-ops will absolutely be worthless if someone proposes mandates co-ops. Yeah, not fun highlighting in trans flag. This is true. This is true. You think a local arrangement is more suitable for co-ops? I don't know. I mean, I think, like, you know, I don't have any, I don't have any reason to believe that, like, essentially, if co-ops are good, like, they wouldn't also benefit from economies of scale, right? But I don't know. What is your opinion on smaller nations with less developed economies will use economic freedom to gain investment from other nations as tax havens? Just being a tax haven alone is probably not good enough, right? Like, just having companies like headquarter in your fucking country is not going to like increase your living standard materially. But like, just granting, essentially just not taxing FDI, right? Like, not taxing foreign direct investment. It's probably a good thing. But I think, like, more generally, what matters more is probably just the institutions. Okay, the institutions, all right, yeah, but it probably just matters more, like, holistically, whether or not you have a corrupt government, whether or not property rights are just kind of generally protected, than if you sort of just have specialized treatment of foreign companies or whatever. Co-ops don't make sense if they don't aim to trade on the stock exchange. Well, I mean, obviously the whole point of a co-op is that you limit the outside ownership. So, like, yeah, they're not going to really trade on stock exchanges. I don't know what you mean. Grand Hood Enjoyer. Where's your PowerPoint? Well, it's still working on it, I think. Oh, shit, it just finished. Let's go. Where's the PowerPoint even? True institutions are important. This is real. Banks are important. This is real. Off to a rough start. Let the big banks fail. I mean, I don't know what the solution is there exactly. I don't have strong opinions on moral hazards and deposit insurance. I mean, I think, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Certainly to me, it seems like the Federal Reserve probably should act like a lender of last resort. I don't know exactly the best way to structure deposit insurance so there isn't as big concerns or super big concerns with moral hazards. Co-ops wouldn't even be trading if they were localized. Yeah, I mean, obviously, most companies don't have publicly traded stocks into first. Actually, I don't know if it's most. It's probably most in terms of just like the number of companies, but it's probably not most in terms of like output. Certainly most local companies are not trading stocks anyway. But yeah, from what I read, local co-ops seem to exist in community levels, often in resource-limited areas. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't like, to an extent, co-ops make sense to do. Like, they'll still be in the market system. Oh wow, thanks ChatGPT, incredible. I think mine's better so far. Horrible. It tried its best. I went over the rules first. I don't think I ever even did I even explain what the Shrimp Welfare Project was in this presentation? I don't think I did. We need to let certain industries fail to allow for new innovation and growth. Oh, I totally agree. No, like I'm a bit like I agree. Like creative destruction is like a very important thing. The issue with banking, there are a lot of issues with banking. The issue with banking is that like they're obviously very important to the entire monetary system because I mean banks are the ones creating. Obviously, banks have the ability to lend and create money, and banks are essential for the financial sector as well. So certainly, too big to fail, the key word. Well, yeah. So I think exactly. I don't know. I have to read a lot more. I don't know what the correct solution is on the deposit insurance and stuff like that. Again, like I don't. To be fair, the banks did pay back the TARP money. pretty sure pretty low interest rates or whatever. And then I guess you could argue, oh, they pay back the money, but they pay back the money with new reserves created by the Federal Reserve and quantitative easing, blah, 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 blah. But, like, I don't know. Uncertainty is going to be a big deal in banking generally, too. And, you know, I don't know the best way is to deal with that. The firefighting book by Ben Bernanke was very good in this. What did he say exactly? I think I have Bernanke's history of monetary policy, but I don't think I have. Yeah, 21st century monetary policy. This is Bernanke, right? Yeah. I don't have the firefighting book or whatever. Yeah, no clue what the right answer is on banking exactly. There's no stuff about banking here. There's gotta be. I'll agree, though, I'm not super big on the bailout either, but from social perspective and economic perspective, I have mixed feelings about the bailout. You know, like I said, I don't know. Like I don't know what the right answer is. Certainly, I think typically we're gonna want I can surely succeed. I think your earlier message probably got censored north. All I know is that prime mortgage was a big oofy LMAO. Even that is pretty controversial, believe it or not. Like I think you saw like I think the first essentially contraction in GDP was now that we have the more high frequency data. If you used like high frequency data rather than like the BLS numbers about my message was censored. Yeah, I think YouTube censored it north because I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by can surely succeed. I'm assuming you typed a message before that. Firefighting was written by the Fed chair at the time, and both secretaries of the Treasury at the time gave me the strongest case I've ever heard for why allowing it to fail was not an option. Certainly, I think in 2008, like literally allowing banks to fail was not an option. Now, I think you could make the argument that, maybe policy errors are what led to firenavarro.com, or what led to the banks being too big to fail in the first place, and like maybe like the TARP fund was like too kind of like a sweetheart deal or whatever, and maybe you can always say like there's going to be like negative effects on inequality or whatever. But I don't know what this, I don't want Amazon to dox me. I should read this. Check it out. But yeah, even the subprime mortgage thing is controversial. Rush, people don't even agree on that. Like, I think you saw, like I said, I think you saw the first, like, contractions in GDP, or at least in GDP, before, like, in December 2007, like, before any of the subprime shit collapsed, really. And I think you saw, like, in the housing sector or whatever, like, unemployment, like, when housing construction stalled, like, you saw basically unemployment go from, like, 4% to 4.5% or something. It was like a 1% increase in unemployment from that. The bigger issue was, a financial crisis and everything that followed, and you can make the argument that didn't. You can essentially make the argument that the recession caused the financial crisis, not the financial crisis caused the recession. And also the financial crisis could have been mitigated with better monetary policy. That's the argument like Scott Sumner makes. I read a little bit of his stuff. What's your take on appealing to leftists as moderates, coalition building against Trump? I mean, I explained that to you a little bit. I think the last time we talked, North. Truthfully, like I'm not gonna have strong opinions on most of the things, just because like that's not something I like read about often or whatever. But certainly, I just think I don't know. I think it's a populist era. I don't even like populist policy, and I don't even think you have to have like strictly speaking like populist policy to like message like a populist or whatever. Like truthfully, like this is back when Econoboy was still around. Right, retire in peace, Econoboy, R.I.P. But it was like I feel like Democrats would probably need like bold, understandable, like policy. I don't really know if the like. It doesn't even need to be like moderate policy or whatever. I don't think it needs to be like super progressive populist policy either. I don't think you have to message like that. I'm a big believer in strong left liberal alliance, and I don't believe in populist slop-based rush. It's a short book too. I didn't check how long it was. Short book. Oh wait, it's doing the because I don't have a because I'm pages aren't the real pages because the EPUB thing or whatever breaks it a little bit. It's not that long. So I scroll down once and I go like 2 or 3 pages depending on how zoomed in I am. And this is, yeah. Yeah, it's not that long. Academic books are shorter than they seem because of references, notes, etc. Yeah. That's what I scrolled to the end for, and like this is all acknowledgements or whatever. Yeah. And there might be stuff at the end. Is there stuff at like the end of chapters too? If I want you to take them, you'll like. Oh, sorry, mine. I forgot to read. I saw you sent it, and then I was like, I was wondering in a second, and then I forgot about it. Having a convo with my friends, and my friend asked me what he should do with his new friend group he met at church. He said he was trying to impress this girl, and by proxy to her friend, so he could potentially date her. And he asked what he thought something fun would be to do. And I brought up some going to the local art museum, and I said I don't think learning about and identifying Renaissance era art is something prominent in the Black community. And my friend said I was racist. Seems a little silly to, like, how I call you racist or whatever. The way you read everything pirated online, don't you want a cool bookshelf at some point? Hey, I have. First of all, that's not really a bookshelf, but I got some fucking books, alright? Okay? Second of all, I need them immediately, right now. It's called a book stand. There's no stand. They're just stacked up on top of each other. There's nothing there. And I have a stand watching. I have some books down here too. I got these books. I have way less books, lol. Exactly. I need them, first of all, right now, immediately, to read. I can't do that if I buy them. 5 books. This is, well, yeah, this is 5 books that I have down here. There's a lot of books over there, though. There's a ton of books over there. And second of all, I want to be able to highlight them, like, and be able to search them and Control F them. Ain't no Control F in a physical book, okay? You can highlight them, but you can't take away highlights. You can't highlight, you can't have different colored highlights that let you, skim through. And I know what the blue highlights mean, so I know if I'm looking for something, I can, scroll through my highlights and see the blue ones, or whatever. But I do have some physical books because I do like having physical books sometimes as like a cool thing to show or have or display or whatever. And then I obviously sometimes there are cases where it's just like I can't click links on physical books. That too. Obviously sometimes I can't have electronics wherever I am or whatever. It's like when I went to fucking jury duty, like you can't bring phones or anything in a courthouse, obviously. So, but you can bring a book. That too. This is all right. Like I said, I didn't even explain in my presentation. What it was. I have the fattest econ book collection in history base. It's right, okay. Wow. $1.5 shrimp health in Indonesia. Wait, what? But yeah, it doesn't even. It's like 500 M, which I'm assuming means million. Doesn't have units. That's 500 M 1.5. Let's go. It'll get better. So, 5 years from now, no one will have to make a school PowerPoint ever again. But will it be able to recreate this 5 years from now, even? I don't think so. There's no recreating this. Okay. The graph is somewhere between 1 shrimp and 500 million. I know. This is beautiful. This is a work of art. And so is this. And so is Mr. Shits Myself. So is Hello Neighbor. Like and subscribe. Remember to smash that like and sub button, folks, and that follow on Twitch and Kick. Jubilee Socialist Convo when? In like an hour. Which I should update the YouTube title and stuff. It's not racist, just there's no positive or negative connotation. It does seem silly to me to levy full-on racist accusations at you because of that. Next debate, you rock up of an unedited ChatGPT made PowerPoint. Listen, I don't mean any disrespect to the Caleb dude. I'm just warning you. I think it'll be not as interesting as the Grace conversation, and I think the ChatGPT PowerPoint I think that matches the level of conversation we might be having with Caleb. No offense to that dude, okay? But we'll see. Let me change the thumbnail on YouTube. Thumbnail file is bigger than 2 megabytes. Okay, let me go to imagecompressor.com. Let me upload file. See, compress. Oh, it's 2.1 megabytes too, dude. Let's go. Let's download. Put it not in my notes, but here, and then upload thumbnail. Then edit. Oh, what's up, Michael M? What I missed? Did we vanquish the commies? One of them, okay. Second one's coming up here in an hour, which is why I'm changing the title. And let me change it on Twitch too. And let me change it on Kick. Defeated. Real. Wear a shrimp suit during debates. I need to set this up. If you do exclamation point shrimp in the chat, you do still get the Tiltify link. And I'm thinking of just having like a permanent reward on Tiltify for like putting the shrimp costume on. And that way like people can just redeem that whenever. And yeah. You've been debunked. Have I? What happened? What? Torpil doesn't wear a dumb outfit. Okay, he wears only the most based hat. That's true. That way people could always just, like I said, donate to make me wear the shrimp costume. And I do still have the hot sauce. But you know. I don't like the hot sauce. I don't like that. It's not ideal. Also, I can't be the only one thinking Caleb is like Ginger Jesus, right? Obviously not. Obviously not. What's there to debate about capitalism? Whether or not it's good or bad? Welcome to the stream, Mr. 000. If you're wondering why I put so much emphasis on growth, it's because historically it's been the main driver of the improvement of living standards, not redistribution. If you want to redistribute income equally in a poor country today like Senegal, they will still be very poor by Western standards. They need to grow. They need growth more than they need redistribution. Cite economic historian Ian Gillespie and Andrew Newell in their paper, "The Elimination of Grinding Poverty Among Working Families" was almost completed by the late 30s, well before the welfare state. I mean, grinding poverty is the high bar, or it's the low bar, right? But I don't think that's untrue or anything. But I do think, you know, we should care about relative standards of living at least to some extent. It's rounded out how to distribute the most effective economic system for prosperity. I agree. I agree. Not only evidence I want to look at is experimental economics literature, both in a lab and in the field. Vernon Smith won the Nobel Prize for his work in experimental economics. He and others have shown that subject from rats to female psychotics respond in the right direction to price changes in a lab. Smith summarizes his work in Thus in Smith 1994. Check this out. Capitalism Debate. I love this stream and I love billionaires. Let's go. I've seen some of Vernon Smith's papers before, and I know he had like just a summary or whatever. Many experimental markets, poorly informed, error-prone, and uncomprehending human agents interact through the trading rules to produce social algorithms which demonstrably approximate the wealth-maximizing outcomes traditionally thought to require complete information and cognitively rational actors. Bro, what happened to my emo, LMAO? What emote? Is YouTube censoring our own emotes? You know, there are members now for YouTube because, like, fucking Michael, I think it was mostly Michael, gifted a lot of membership. So maybe I should update the emotes on YouTube. The problem is no one has ever bought a YouTube membership. There's not much of a culture on YouTube and in YouTube chat, just generally, not just for me, but for all streamers of like buying memberships the same way people like use subs and Twitch and everything. These also been replicated in field experiments. Whatever, I think I've seen this study before, I think. How conductions of experiment include real-world markets with incomplete information, irrational actors, and a host of other flaws get close to optimal outcomes as predicted by general equilibrium theory. Did you finally find the right paper to convince you social inequality, even perceived, is bad for market cohesion? I don't know if I ever rejected, like, conceptually, like, that's a thing that can happen. Like, I just, I don't know if you ever say that. Like, I just said, like, I do think we should care about relative standards of living, at least to some extent. And I do think the reason to care about relative standards of living is that social cohesion probably is harmed by, like, you know, large amounts of inequality. I just don't know if the effects are really, like, that big in the US. I'm a massive disgusting spider in my room. Do I get veganist permission to kill it? Listen. I don't necessarily endorse killing it. But it's not clear to me that the expected value of killing it is negative. I'll say that much. I'm glad your position is moving in my perceived correct direction. I don't know if it was ever that different, but okay. Also want to mention computational market simulations as a source of evidence that markets can self-organize to achieve favorable outcomes without needing perfect competition. Goldadala, 2013, find that even when artificial traders use random, zero-intelligence bids, they can achieve near-perfect market efficiency as long as a budget constraint, i.e. not permitting traders to sell below their cost or buy above their values, is enforced. This indicates the idea that market structure itself can produce efficient outcomes, supporting the idea that the invisible hand can work not only when individual traders are rational, but also when a traders have zero intelligence. All it takes is a budget constraint. Furthermore, Epstein and Axtell, 1996, used agent-based modeling to simulate entire societies and end up reproducing many of Friedrich Hayek's insights. They show that agents with limited information and computational capacity, following simple rules, can complete complex macro-level structures through self-organization. They also show artificial societies learn to set of rules evolve, mirroring Hayek's point that traditions contain knowledge. In one market simulation, they obtained equilibrium price from the bottom up with agents with limited information. They also show that in their simulations, trading civilizations tend to survive, while non-trading ones tend to go extinct. This goes to show that economic agents can self-organize to solve various problems without needing perfect information nor being perfectly rational. It is government. Is it government intervention if in the market if the government started a new industry but leased a business to a managed company? I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't expect that to be super distortionary. Like you don't have to give like maybe an example. Like there would you know, if you're just doing the essentially kind of modified version of the economy model of like holding corporations, but like I guess specifically with new industries, like so long as it's technocratically managed, you might not necessarily see like that big of distortions from it. But another thing I would like to discuss in a section is the great Armin Acklin. In Acklin 1950, he relaxes the assumption of perfect competition and shows that markets can still function without them. He starts by adopting a model where agents have zero knowledge, zero motivation, and zero foresight in order to concentrate on the market selections mechanisms. In this model, the market acts as a natural selection mechanism by rewarding firms with strategies to yield positive profits, regardless of whether those strategies stem from perfect rationality or random behavior. Over time, this process filters out inefficient methods, ensuring that only relatively successful approaches persist and contribute to aggregate efficiency. Conaway's model is very fun to read about, indeed. Velcro materials, etc. I mean, those are, I'm assuming, Michael, like, those are all, like, Velcro, I think, was developed for the military, right? I don't think that's exactly what Grand Design Enjoyer was talking about. But that's all done, that's not, like, that's not even leased out to management company, right? That's all done, like, in-house. Like, all that research and development is usually done, like, within the DoD itself, right? I mean, certainly they contract out some things, but I don't know if Velcro is contracting out. I think that was in-house to the DoD. I could be wrong. Or sorry, is it DOW now? Is it officially DOW now? They haven't updated a Wikipedia article yet. So why is Google's thing so broken? Only an act of Congress can legally and formally change the department's name, Secretary's title, so Department of Defense and Secretary of Defense remain the sole official titles. Okay. Speaking of technocratic, I make a proposal for my public investment bank idea of having board members staffed with professional managers, etc. I mean, yeah, that's definitely what you would want, obviously. Like, obviously. But yeah, NASA, military energy production. Oh, so I'm just trying to good faith Rhodes position. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I think Grand Design Enjoyer is talking about something pretty different than just, you know, wow, oh my god, wow, I never considered this. Yeah, no, I saw this on fucking Twitter, I think. Wow. But yeah, like, I don't think there's, like, I think, like, I don't have a strong position on government research and development. I know there's some people who make from what I've seen, pretty okay arguments that like basic R&D can be pretty efficiently done by the government. So yeah. I also want to include a citizen oversight panel, which is also overseeing the sovereign wealth fund as well. I mean, I think you would have to have, I mean, like, the whole point of it is you probably, like, you probably want technocratic day-to-day management. You probably want some like overall democratic oversight. Like obviously the whole point of it would be to have some type of public benefit for the funds. For the record, excluding wartime, I think government pretty much sucks at innovation. Sure. I mean, I think, I don't know, like I said, I'm not necessarily convinced one or the other, but I think I'm seeing okay stuff that, like, you know, government can do fine at innovation, or at least funding innovation, even if they, like, contract it out for, like, some basic research stuff. But, yeah. There's more in his model. Agents rely on heuristics like imitation, copying successful strategies, and trial and error experimentation, which can sometimes lead them to close to optimal outcomes by chance. Imitation, trial and error, and the natural selection mechanism of the market can achieve efficient outcomes even if agents are not perfectly informed nor perfectly rational. There is what I deem to be the best argument in the paper. If there are enough people at a racetrack, a few will guess the winning horse 8 times in a row. The same is true for market agents. If there are enough of them, some of them will act as if they had perfect foresight, even if agents behave randomly. Even if actions are taken at random or through imitation, the sheer number of decisions ensures that someone will closely align with the ideal response to the prevailing economic conditions. This leads to an aggregate outcome that is surprisingly efficient despite the lack of individual perfect behavior. This entails that markets are one of the best tools we have to deal with deep uncertainty. We know chaotic systems such as weather, the oceans, raw materials, markets are completely unpredictable in the medium and long term. A central planner would inevitably make mistakes trying to predict them to devise their economic plan, but markets can act as if they had perfect foresight of these events, even though no single agent does. Just like natural selection is how species adapt to deep uncertainty about their natural environment, market selection is how we adapt to deep uncertainty in economic conditions. The government does fine at funding base sector research because the private sector necessarily underfunds it. Yeah, exactly. Like there's just, you know, broadly, it's just like positive externalities there, right? Like, and obviously innovators don't capture all the gains from, especially the incredibly basic, like the incredible, like, you know, the basic R&D, right? Like, yeah. Not fun. Why wouldn't it be better to invest government funds with highly regarded hedge fund managers instead of having sovereign wealth fund? I think if you have a sovereign wealth fund, you should for sure, like have, you know, technocratic people managing it. Essentially, you should have, you know, people who are, you know, not necessarily just hedge fund managers, but like financial experts, right? Like you should just probably have like investors that manage it. I don't know. You could have, I guess it'd be weird to like say, we're going to have government money and like invest it like into hedge funds. I don't know why you wouldn't just kind of do it yourself, and then, you know, the hedge funds don't take a cut, and I think you like would have to like, presumably you'd be able to get basically the same deal. But Bob, if it were necessary, it wouldn't be underfunded almost definitionally. I don't think he's saying like the private sector necessarily underfunds it. Like there's sort of like necessarily, because there's like positive externalities, the private sector alone is going to, and because innovators don't necessarily reap all the rewards from the their innovation, you know, they don't capture all of their rent, all of their return. Like it's gonna, the private market alone is necessarily gonna underfund it. Not that like it's it's necessarily underfunded compared to like the socially optimal outcome. Not that like this innovation is like strictly speaking like necessary or whatever. But I mean, Nicholas Decker has his article about patents, right? Like, I didn't even realize he posted this. How did I miss this? But whatever. We subsidize this research because in the absence of government intervention, people will not fully capture the positive spillovers onto others, which with the social value of invention being around 3 times greater than a private value. But yeah. We need to look at ways to update the system incentives, like digital IP. Digital IP would not work either. What do you mean digital? I mean, everyone misunderstand what you mean by digital IP, but we already have digital IP, right? Like you can own software, can't you? Like you can have like Adobe owns like the source code for Photoshop, do they not? Maybe I'm mistaken. Which industries will thrive as more people become lower class consumers? I mean, I don't think I don't think that's kind of empirically happening. That maybe for the last few years or whatever you see that, but like holistically, I don't think that effect is that big. Like COVID might have messed some things up or whatever, but when you know, if even McDonald's is feeling the loss, I mean, like you would see, so everything's gonna have a margin. I can purchase software. Do I own it? No, you don't own it because you don't own the intellectual property because the company owns the intellectual property, right? That's what I'm saying. Maybe we're speaking past each other, but like that's, you know, that's what like digital IP to me means that, like, you know, a company that produces that digital intellectual property is the one that owns it, and you're just buying a license to use it because you don't own it, they own it, right? But Ozempic came from randomly researching some gecko. You can't claim IP under knowledge of a gecko's biology. Yeah. I mean, you can just. I mean, I think you should. I mean, obviously, the fundamental. There's fundamental trade-offs there, right? Like we do want broadly to capture rents, but we do also want people to innovate, and there might be, you know, some trade-off between those. But I mean, I don't know. You can do a hard burger tax on IP. Okay, let's go. Thanks. Like, I'm guessing, good idea to sell premium stocks like Apple. I mean, I don't know. So, I mean, this is not investment advice, okay? But like, from the data I see, okay, it's not clear to me that like there's more people becoming lower class consumers. I think you might see, like post-COVID, like some indicators have stalled or whatever. Like if you just look at like median personal income, like just been relatively flat since COVID. But like holistically, I don't like see that happening. Or on a factoring purchase a widget for production process, I should be able to update / alter the widget to maximize utility to me. That is true ownership. I mean, I don't have any strong opinion on the digital IP thing, but I'm just saying when you just say broadly digital IP, the conception I get is not like the person who buys the software owns the software. It's, you know, whoever produces the software has the intellectual property on that software. But yeah, that's why the government sticks to base research funding, how biology works, physical facts, etc., and then based on understanding of facts in nature, private companies can create drugs or rockets they can IP and capture their returns with their investment fully. Yeah, hell yeah. Investing with non-fund part 1. There's not investment advice, okay? The only investment advice I have is to buy Intel. Buy Intel and buy Palantir or whatever the fuck, okay? Those aren't, you know, those are probably going to do pretty well. Buy whatever companies you see making deals with the Trump admin, buy those. That's probably good investment advice. Okay, decentralized decision making, as found in markets, thus also drastically reduces catastrophic risk. Imagine each economic agent is running a search algorithm to find the best possible action to take. Let n represent the number of independent local searches in a decentralized system. Each failure with a probability p. The probability that n searches fail simultaneously, resulting in a global worst scenario, is p decentralized worst equal to p to the power of n. For a centralized system, there's only one global search. The probability of failure is simply p centralized worst equal to p. Since p to the power n is much smaller than p for n over 1, and p, I don't know what the Greek letter is, 0, 1, the decentralized system has significantly lower likelihood of catastrophic failure, i.e. of a global worst case scenario. Markets as decentralized decision-making system are much less likely than a central planet to explore the globe, explore the global worst case scenario, and are much more likely to have at least one of their many agents prepared for a completely unpredictable event, even if the agent itself could not predict it. What's been super obvious with inflation and stagnant wages. Add AI on top of that, it's a done deal. I mean, inflation is still like above target, but like most, like, you know, the big inflation we saw during COVID is like mostly done by now. Probably, you know, we'll see, but probably. I agree that had a negative impact on people's wages during like 2022 and 2023, but I think post like 2023, you've seen, actually I think even for the last like 6 months or so, 2023, like you've seen real wages increase and outpace inflation again for the median person. But I don't think that wages, like I said, I don't think that like I think there was a period during COVID where wages were outpaced by inflation, but I don't think holistically they went stagnant. Trump have been having the government take a stake in Intel share or something. Yep, it's wonderful, really wonderful world that we live in. How do we look at the various lines of evidence showing that markets can achieve good outcomes without central direction? I want to highlight a piece of literature showing that even in a provision of certain public goods does not require state intervention. Traditional economic theory often posits that public goods characterized by the non-excludability and non-rivalry require government provision due to the free rider problem. However, the works of James and Buchanan and Eleanor Ostrom challenged this notion, demonstrating under certain conditions, individuals can self-organize to provide and manage public goods efficiently without centralized government intervention. In a seminal 1965 paper, An Economic Theory of Clubs, don't have this paper downloaded. I don't think I've read it, but I've seen this cited before. I've seen people talk about this, I believe. James Buchanan introduced the concept of club goods that are excludable, but non-rivalrous to the point up to a point of congestion. Examples include swimming pools, private parks, or subscription-based services. Buchanan argued that individuals could voluntarily form associations or clubs to provide these goods collectively, determining optimal member sizes and cost-sharing arrangements to maximize utility and efficiency. Wait, not fun. What are you debating, Caleb, on income? Just broadly in socialism, capitalism, redistribution. Well, I mean, we'll see where the conversation goes, but it'll be. It's not. He didn't mention too many specifics in Jubilee. With Grace, she mentioned a few one specific thing in Jubilee. If you're scrambling, feel free to ignore. I mean, I like reading chat. I like responding to stuff you say. Chipperino too. No worries, brother. But yeah. With Grace, she did mention a specific thing about poverty in the Jubilee video, and I asked about that. But for the most part, I don't have a strong place where the conversation is going to go, because different people are going to have different models of socialism, and they're going to have different flaws that they see of our current system, right? So some people aren't even necessarily going to care that much about. Actually, I mean, it seems like the biggest gripe all of them have so far is inequality, whatever. But some people might care more about inequality. Some people might just more fundamentally believe in the labor theory of value stuff, and therefore, even if they don't think inequality is an issue, they're gonna still support socialism to some extent. So I don't have like I said, we're gonna have different models, different ways to address it. So they're gonna lead a conversation to some extent. Or I'm gonna talk about the things that they bring up most of the time. I like Grace was willing to provide pushback, even if it got annoyed sometimes. Still more stimulating than Patrick Borman. This is real. This is true. Buchanan's theory suggests that the binary classification of goods as either private or public goods is overly simplistic. By recognizing a spectrum that includes club goods, he highlighted the potential for decentralized voluntary arrangements to address certain public good provisions, reducing reliance on government intervention. Eleanor Ostrom's extensive fieldwork and theoretical contributions further expanded the understanding of self-governance in managing common pool of resources such as fisheries, forests, and irrigation systems, contrary to the tragedy of the commons narrative, which predicts inevitable overuse and depletion of shared resources. Ostrom demonstrated that communities could develop effective self-organized institutions for sustainable resource management. In a book governing the commons, debating Hunter would be so goated. I'm pretty sure that will happen. Also, what is loading that my computer has the loading bar thing for? I don't know for sure or anything. I believe Hunter will be coming on Tuesday of next week. Probably either Tuesday or Thursday. Like I said, we'll see. And hopefully on Sunday, we should be set for Sunday to have Seth on. Ideally. most of these people actually have like a life, so I don't want to guarantee. Oh, no, I think Monday Seth is coming on, and then yeah, Monday Seth should be coming on, and Tuesday, either Tuesday and or Thursday, or maybe Friday. Someday next week, probably not Wednesday. Or no, I think he said he's busy Thursday actually too. So I think I'm busy on Wednesday probably. He's busy on Thursday, so either Tuesday, maybe late on Monday, or Friday. We'll see. Hopefully Tuesday. I like this dude.
Is R&D by private firms. Okay? When a firm does research and development, they don't just create learning for themselves. They create learning that might benefit other firms as well.
Truth, no.
Okay? And indeed, the best economic estimates suggest that the social returns to a dollar of R&D are 2.5 times the private returns. That every dollar of R&D a firm does benefits society by 2.5 times how much it benefits the firm. And as a result, firms underinvest in R&D. Okay? As a result, firms underinvest in R&D. Okay? And that's leading them to too little R&D being done in society, and that affects all of us because that affects growth. That's what my new book, Jumpstarting America, is all about. Is about why we need the government to come in and invest more in R&D because firms underinvest. Okay? Essentially, firms don't account for the spillovers that their investments have on others. So a great example we use in the book is the example of when two drug companies were racing to invent statins. You guys are too young to know about statins, but statins are basically a cholesterol-lowering drug that's a miracle. It saves hundreds of thousands of lives every year. That's about 200,000 lives a year saved by people lowering the cholesterol through being on statins. Statins are being invented in the early 1980s by two rival drug companies, Merck in the US and Senkyo in Japan. And they were racing to develop these statins. And then Senkyo suddenly stopped. And Merck found out through the
Just the micro dude, yeah.
In the animal trials.
Doesn't need to do macro
so
too.
Merck went to Senkyo and said, hey,
But I read it as MIT.
you're our competitor. So Merck offered to pay the money. They offered to partner. Senkyo said, no way. This is private R&D. We don't want to share it with you. So Merck stopped too. 5 years later, some academics got permission to run trials on statins. Turns out that what happened to the dogs had nothing to do with the drug. They were found totally safe, and statins were invented and saved 200,000 lives a year, but 5 years after they should have. Literally 1 million people died, okay, because they could not benefit from the spillovers of R&D knowledge. Okay, this is an example by underinvestment in R&D. Okay, so we have externalities can be negative or positive. They can be production side or consumption side. Questions about that?
Yeah, based. Yeah, I like this dude. I remember watching a healthcare economics thing that he did. I like that. He wrote the book on government R&D, not the entrepreneur state. Oh, the real book on yeah. Oh my God, can we get him on the non-fun stream? Why is this a conclusion? What do you mean? Why not the show's artificial barriers to entry? How would that be oh, do you mean like the government regulation regarding the regarding like the safe use of drugs or whatever? It's probably highlight. Yep. I mean, I think you can make that argument, but also like one, there's probably just broadly social benefits to the barriers to entry created there, and then two, to some extent, you know, barriers to entry can be not those types of barriers to entry specifically with safety, you know, necessarily, but you know, other types of barriers to entry like patents and stuff like that is, you know, part of the mechanism by which we incentivize innovation, right? Is that, you know, we say, oh, in order for you to capture more of the rewards of your patent, right, or of your innovation, we're going to give you a patent to have a monopoly on it for a certain amount of time. And that is a barrier to entry, but a company could yield high returns regardless of externalities. Why wouldn't they? They would. It's just that we would expect them to underinvest still because of the externalities. Underinvest relative to the, you know, socially optimal outcome. Barrier to entry problems would not be addressed. Would not address the externality issue. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of shit, me finding out I'm really important. I live and learn. Guy was the music video for Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Yeah, I know, it is funny. It is very funny. He's a funny dude. It is funny that his name is Guy, and he was the Pretty Fly for a White Guy. Very, very interesting dude. Yeah, very cool lore. But yeah, I like RI. Brandon Tree probably. Sorry, I reread that. Sam also like he's a little more dark woke now, very based. I haven't seen that. I don't know what I've seen from him that's like dark woke, I guess. But dude, what is loading that is doing that? Key design principles that could contribute to the success of self-govern, common resources, including clearly defined boundaries, collective choice arrangements, effective monitoring, graduated sanctions, and conflict resolution mechanisms. Her work emphasized that with appropriate institutional frameworks, communities could achieve sustainable outcomes without external enforcement. It's often argued by leftist center commentators that the assumptions of Homo economicus being broken implies that large-scale government intervention is necessary. This is wrong. Ostrom shows that Homo economicus being false implies that we should use more laissez-faire. Insight from Bookman and Buchanan and Ostrom underscore the potential for self-organized, decentralized mechanism in provision and management of certain public goods. By recognizing the diversity of goods and the capacity of individuals to collaborate effectively, their work challenges the presumption that government intervention is always necessary, highlighting the importance of institutional diversity and local government structures in addressing collective action problems. In addition to this section, my aim was to show that proponents of intervention often attack the straw man of perfect competition to claim that government intervention should regulate or control or replace markets. The truth is, commentators supported a free market system before the idea of perfect information was even formalized, and they never believed economic actors were omniscient and perfectly rational. Markets who fail to meet the requirements of perfect information often deliver highly efficient economic outcomes, be it in the real world, in lab, or in silico. Figured it out? Figured what out exactly? Government failure. The state lacks the incentive and information to be efficient. Real. In economics, market failure theory posits that under certain circumstances, the market would deliver efficient outcomes. Fail to deliver efficient outcomes. These conditions are things such as irrational agents, imperfect information, the existence of externalities, high transaction costs, or cumulative advantage effects. In these cases, according to this theory, the state should intervene to correct the market failure. In this section, I would like to show that just because the market isn't perfect does not mean the state can do it better and should intervene. In fact, government failure is often worse than market failure. Who says government could reach more optimal outcome concerning resource allocation? I mean, we're reading about that right now, Michael. Yeah, I don't believe that's the case. That even if there is a market failure, the government would necessarily do better, or is even likely to do better, at least under certain cases, right? Did he cite Ostrom as evidence against intervention for public goods? He cited her for I think it's her, right? Evidence with regards to common goods, common resources. I don't buy this notion of a market failure. I'm going to have to be more specific, Michael. First mistake the proponents of market failure theory make is assuming that because the market isn't perfect, the government can be better. Sure, real-world markets do not have perfect information, market agents are not fully rational, etc., but neither are political agents. Political actors are not omniscient angels. Both voters and politicians are often appallingly misinformed and suffer from severe irrationality. Furthermore, both politicians and voters rarely face consequences of their irrationality, whereas in the markets, irrationality is severely punished. What's up, Self-Rama? I'm back from my job, ready to mod away. Let's go. One can go even further. As Brian Kaplan covetously remarks, market failure theory also shows real-world government interventions are inefficient. I think I've read this article before. I agree with this. Like, yeah. But the whole point of market failure is that even though private actors act in fully rational way, it still produces bad outcomes. I'm not sure about that point. Well, sure. I mean, I think it might be like, I mean, I think if you, might be just different definition of market failure. I think, like, obviously there are examples of market failures where even if every individual is perfectly rational, like, you still do see suboptimal outcomes. But also people will just point to things like imperfect information, things like adverse selection or whatever, like as, like, information asymmetries is a big one, like as, you know, market failures or whatever, so. Okay, market failure theory also shows that real-world government interventions is inefficient. Market failure theory recommends specific interventions in specific cases. The best example is pollution. In this case, the recommended policy is to implement a Progovian tax to reduce the harmful activity, but in real-world governments of developed nations often subsidize oil and gas. There are many more examples of this, but the point is that real-world governments don't behave according to the prescriptions of market failure theory. Sometimes they intervene when there is no market failure, sometimes they subsidize negative externalities instead of taxing them, etc. To be clear now, that just because the market is not perfectly efficient does not imply that the government should step in to fix it, because often the government solution will make the situation worse. But why is that? Why are the real governments often unable to solve our problems? I believe the main reason the government lacks are the government's lack of good incentives and good information. Public choice theory is a field of study which applies the tools of economics to game theory and politics. While their model of the state are imperfect, they certainly improve upon the benevolent, omniscient, unitary active view of government. It posits that the state is composed of many self-interested agents with their own preferences, which include ideology and a public interest, and not a single agent trying to maximize the general welfare. Thanks for following. Bro, you look like BJK Svevson. I have no clue who that is. Yeah, unless the market failure is literally irrationality. Well, for externalities and public goods, everyone acts fully rational and the outcomes are bad. Yeah. Can the socialist debate define market failure? No. Should be talking to him in like 20 minutes here. Like I said, I think talking to Grace will be more interesting than, or the chat I had with Grace already obviously will be more interesting than the conversation we're about to have. It's Grit doing his debate show thing. You can check the footballer. Oh shit, wow. Yeah, it is debate night. I don't think I'm, you know, usually not very interested in the topics he's discussing. It's not even very good content, considering 90% of it is just sitting there watching people debate stuff I don't care about, and only, what, 10% of it is, you know, debating. There was something I was going to check, but I totally forgot, because I got distracted. Oh, I was just gonna... Thanks, YouTube. Incredible.
Okay, give or take.
Like, I don't think it is do provide as good a pushback as
by 8 billion
Grace
people,
and or
it would be around $62,500
Hunter.
each. Within...
Or I want to talk to, I think Gabby's her name. I think Gabby did pretty well, but Gabby has not responded to my messages. Wow. True. This is real. Prime Stiglitz, before being Brain Broken, wrote a good book where he went in over market versus government failures into trade-offs. I'm like so from the stuff about Stiglitz I've like read a little bit of and seen, like I'm like so like primed against I'm like so primed against that, like but you know, I guess you know, if you're saying before he was brain broken. Yeah, but she did not respond to my message. Neither did Mason, remember during the subathon where I said I didn't want to put people on blast for not responding or anything, and I didn't want to say who I reached out to? Yeah, I don't give a fuck anymore now. Mason didn't respond either, sadly, so. His modern stuff is soft, but his old work is revolutionary. He's a noble lawyer for a reason. That is true, I guess, yeah. Once we start thinking in this framework, we realize that market agents and political agents operate under vastly different sets of incentives. When a market agent is severely punished for efficiently using funds, or acting irrationally, I'm assuming it means inefficiently, the political agents often suffer no consequences for their bad decisions. Such empirical findings support this insight about incentives. First, we know that the private sector fires around 3% of its employees annually, whereas the public sector fires 0.55%. That's a ratio of almost 1 to 6. The best explanation for this is that the public sector often does not fire employees, even when said employees are severely underperforming, because unlike in the private sector, decision makers' income and the survival of their organization is not directly affected by their decision. The fact that 67% of surveyed federal employees said the organization was not good at disciplining poor performance leads credence to this explanation. If people vote in market failures, that's just the members of the market enshrining values, e.g. free market regardless. That's why I don't buy them. Oh, I can see that point, Michael. I mean, I do think that's why. Yeah. It was basically the continuation of Hayek and information econ, and now he forgot who Hayek is in his new book and has confused him with Friedman or something. Dude, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't know that about him. I only know his more recent brain broken stuff, honestly. So. The market never fails. We fail the market. This is true. It's a nice one, Sauce Rama. Okay, government companies tend to score poorly on management quality metric. Golden et al. 2004 find that even in high-stake capacity Norway, publicly owned enterprises are less efficient than private ones. I think I've cited this. Yeah. I've seen this paper before. In fairness, I don't think this is like especially good paper. From what I remember, they don't even try to. I don't even think they really try to account for the fact that a lot of SOEs have kind of non-profit maximizing goals even in this paper. And I'm pretty sure it's only like regressions from what I remember talking about this paper with the Convoy. What's all this anti-regression talk I've been hearing flying about? Well, I think, I mean, it's not like I think, I just don't think this paper actually has, like, again, I'm not a econometrics guy or anything. I don't think this paper actually has any, like, causal inference in it. But I could be wrong, I could be misremembering. Not that, like, its findings aren't necessarily generally accurate, but, like, regression results. I don't think, fixed effect estimates. Leonid believes that the Nordic model, which a lot of people cherish, is not even a good choice for Nordic countries, but it might result in a complete disaster in a country with low state capacity and high corruption. The misalignment of incentives is ubiquitous in public sector and also makes it unable to contain costs properly. To illustrate my point, I'd like to quote the Government Accountability Office in a 2014 report on the U.S. Department of Defense. In the DoD, there can be few consequences if funds are not used efficiently. For example, as has often been the case in the past, agency budgets generally do not fluctuate much year to year, and programs that experience problems tend to eventually receive more funding to get well. Programs which underperform are rewarded with more funds, the exact opposite of how it works in a market. When bad decision making is not only punished but rewarded, we should expect more bad decisions. But it's not just the Department of Defense. Cost overruns are extremely widespread in public sector projects. Vidsburg 2002 studied 258 large transportation projects in 20 countries and found that 90% went over their budget. My understanding is that, I mean, maybe this. I'd be curious how much private sector stuff goes just like over budget as well. My understanding, like the initial, even in the private sector, like the initial cost estimate for construction is like just almost always gonna be wrong. I think the practical engineering guy had a video explaining it. Oops. I can explain, like, the initial estimate almost always cannot account for things that you're gonna see, like, on site. You know, when you realize the fucking soil isn't as sturdy as you initially thought it was. And it's usually done by consultants that are, you know, not even, like, trying to incorporate everything.
Can't afford. Budgeting and securing funds or not, they'll bid on your project. We don't know the sales reps at the concrete and asphalt plants or keep track of the prices of steel, aggregates, pumps, and piping. We don't have a professional network.
I'm self-text, use me a causal inference. I'm not dumb, but I don't see what all the evangelism is about. I'd like to be convinced without reading enough to get another degree.
A work full of subcontractors,
Me when the soil is thick, real.
and equipment rental companies. We didn't study construction cost estimating in college, and most of us have never built anything in the field. And the people who have, those who are most qualified to do this job, the contractors that will actually bid on the project, usually aren't allowed to participate in the cost estimating during design because it would spoil the fair and transparent procurement process. It would give one or more contractors a leg up on the competition. Because, here's a little secret, they aren't always so good at estimating costs either. When those bids come in, there's often a huge spread between them, meaning one of the most significant uncertainties of an entire project is sometimes simply which contractors will decide to bid the job. Of course, there are some alternatives to the normal bidding process that many infrastructure projects use, but even those often require early cost estimates from people who are necessarily limited in their ability to develop cost estimates. In fact, the industry term for the cost estimate that comes from an engineer is the Opinion of Probable Construction Cost, or OPCC. Take a look at that mouthful. 2 qualifiers, opinion of probable construction costs. And still, agencies and municipalities and DOTs will write that number down on a folded piece of paper, slide it surreptitiously to their governing board and whisper, "This is how much we need." And the next day, the journalists who were at the meeting will publish that number in the news. And now every future prediction of the project's cost will be compared to that OPCC, no matter how early in the process it was developed. All this to say, estimating the cost of a construction project is hard work, especially early on in the project's life cycle. It takes highly skilled and knowledgeable people to do it well, and even then, it's a process absolutely chock full of uncertainties and risks that are really hard to distill down to a single dollar value. But construction cost estimates aren't just imprecise. If that were true, you would expect us to overestimate as frequently as we come under. We know that's not the case. Why is it always
believe
underestimate?
NIMBYism is
One hint is the fact that you often just hear a single number for the project's cost. What's included in that $15 billion for the big dig, or the cost estimate you see for a major project in the news? The truth is that it's different for every job, to the point where it's almost a meaningless number without further context. Large infrastructure projects are essentially huge collaborations between public and private organizations that span years and sometimes decades between planning, design, permitting, and construction, land acquisition, surveying, environmental permitting, legal services, engineering, and design.
Yeah, I mean, he explains.
For example, the final tally of a project's cost, when they weren't included in an earlier estimate, like the engineer's OPCC, of course it's going to look like the project came in over budget. You're not comparing apples to apples. Another reason for underestimation is inflation. The main method we use to estimate how much something will cost is to look back at similar examples. We consult the ghost of construction.
You know, a lot of issues there. It's just the initial estimates. So that's why I believe even in the private sector, you still see, things go over budget relatively often. Comparison studies in Australia, doubled in respect to 2011, 2008, found out involving private sector through private-public partnerships was associated with lower cost and time overruns. I mean, that makes sense. It's funny because I have this game called Suzerain, which is a political sim RPG. Doing a sock dem run, and I choose to build a major infrastructure project based. Dude, I used to play Democracy 4, but project may have never finished, but a lot of workers got paid. Inshallah, let's go. Yeah, exactly. Causal inferences tries to mimic the randomization of RTCs as closely as possible without actually being able to set up an RTC in a real economy. Like, I mean, that I'm familiar with the broad goal, yeah, but I don't know the methods and stuff. Like, I know you look for things to try to closely emulate natural experiments, and then we try to, be able to get even closer. Like, yeah. I guess technically you don't need strictly speaking, I guess you don't need natural experiments, right? Because you can do things like synthetic controls or whatever. But yeah. No, these examples are. I guess I'll take this, but synthetic control be a natural experiment. Maybe I'm. No. I mean, you're right. Yeah, but I guess I like. What's it? What am I? How do I explain this? In synthetic control, you only need like one. I mean, you can look at like the same area or whatever, like treatment versus pre-treatment, and then you take donor, right, data to like construct the synthetic or whatever. You don't need like two differently treated cities or areas or whatever. Well, I mean, I guess you do for the donor share, right? But company I got issue, yeah, the donors. Yeah. Companies I got issues because I passed workers' rights laws, and they got overrun costs, and they asked me for more funding, and I database socked them, said no. It took 2 years for the project to finish. Incredible. These examples are instances of the private sector beating the public sector on a given task, but it should be emphasized that the public sector is not very good at choosing what task should be performed in the first place. This point is similar to Brian Kaplan's distinction of state capacity and state priorities. Politicians have an incentive to win elections, not maximize the general welfare. They will therefore favor short-termist policies, which are popular but not necessarily good for public interest. This is because the general public is pathologically misinformed and irrational about politics, and therefore the overlap between good policies and popular ones is not very strong. My point is bad policies executed efficiently do not make us better off. Example, strictly enforced high minimum wage, very efficiently digging and filling up holes, but the government tends to poorly choose policies and poorly execute them. Source equals ChatGPT.com. Real. What's this? Another piece of literature I would like to discuss is Clifford Whitson's book, Government Failure versus Market Failure. In this book, he reviews microeconomic literature and government attempts to fix market failures. His takeaway, it doesn't work. He finds that deadweight losses from commodity price supports programs are between 3 and 12 billion. Those from tariffs and regulation, but estimated between 12 and 18 billion. Winston cites Crandall and Winston 2003 to show that there is no evidence that any of the large anti-monopoly measures in the U.S. had any effect on reducing prices for consumers. In fairness, that's not even the goal of anti-monopoly legislation anymore. I mean, it's 2003, so back then it was, right? But now it's not even what we focus on. It's important to note that unnecessary antitrust measures have tremendous cost to companies, which divert resources from productive endeavors to legal expenses and thus create important deadweight losses to the economy. Finds, among other things, that the FDA delays the arrival of new life-saving drugs in the market, and that federally funded R&D laws have federally funded R&D has low returns and crowds out private R&D, that patents don't seem to promote innovation, and that state-owned enterprises run large deficits, which must be covered by taxes. Notably, Amtrak loses money in most parts of the U.S. except the East Coast, yet still keeps operating there. You'll find below a summary table of the findings in the book. Oh my god, did it break again? Oh my god. I think sometimes it happens when I... Oh no, okay. We're good. I got a decent economy and past performance in my glorious Swordland. Let's go. I don't know how to find. I don't know fucking Swedish or whatever. The morning will come. Victory is near base. I should be talking to this dude soon. I need to pee again. I drink a lot of caffeine, guys. I drink a lot of caffeine. It makes me pee. This is based on Turkey. The social democratic dream world of Turkey. Let's go. Oh shit, loud. That's my stream now. All right, ready to get started. I want to digestible, non-mathy, easy video and call to inference. Send it in the stream chat, Bob Marley, in Discord, so I can check it out a little bit later. So I don't forget. Panel. There I am, folks. Whoa. What's up?
Right, let's see it.
There we go, yeah.
All right, I had a video and audio up. I'm not sure if they're still there. Can you
Yeah, don't
hear
worry.
me?
No, I can hear you. I can see you. You are vertical. I don't know, which is fine. I don't really care, but you could make yourself horizontal, okay, if you wanted to. But
Let me try to move my device.
Go. Yeah. That works, yeah.
Why can't I see myself? I mean, as long as you can see me, I guess it doesn't matter. But
yeah, I think are you on your phone? You should be able to see yourself. I don't know.
yeah, I saw myself, and then when you pulled me in, now it disappeared. But as long as you can see me, it doesn't matter. You're the one with the streaming capacity.
That is true. Yeah, let me here.
Well, I'm gonna do full screen and see if that helps. Let's see. There we go.
Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks. You should introduce yourself to my audience. I don't know if you have any social media you want to promote, but you can do that. But also just tell us who you are. Sure. All right.
Yeah, my name is Caleb Aaron. If you look up the Dude Wife on TikTok or Instagram, you'll be able to sort of see some of the stuff that I'm sharing. I would say I'm an artist, I'm a teacher, kind of a yogi. I think these words are all there. Vegetarian, queer.
Let's go. Base.
Yeah, so, that's kind of the, I guess, bird's eye view, maybe?
Right.
But yeah. I guess your audience already knows you. You don't have to introduce yourself, but I don't know you very well. So
yeah, I'm non-fun, right? I stream on. Yeah, I'm a streamer. Mostly, I mean, I think I probably mostly technically talk about economics, but I'll do the, cover the news cycle as well occasionally. Whenever I'm invited to certain panels or whatever by other Twitch streamers, I'll be on them. But not always. Sometimes they're just about whatever insane shit Trump is usually doing or whatever. But yeah, that's usually what I do. I like reaching out to people, having a lot of conversations, having debates and stuff. Not that I expect this to be a super heated debate or anything. But I guess I saw that you on Jubilee, right? I think most of my audience will recognize you from that Jubilee video. I felt my side, okay, my quote unquote side, misrepresented. Okay, I think PPD is a horrible, stupid, idiot person. I don't even think he is like strongly capitalist, considering when Trump does things I don't even think are necessarily aligned with capitalism. He seems to be perfectly okay with those. But I guess generally I think capitalism is pretty good. Seems to have worked. It seems to be working now. It seems to have worked historically. I'm curious. So just to start off, one, what is the sort of model of non-capitalism that you advocate for? Or what do we, think we would try to move to? And what issues are we trying to address that we, see today with whatever system we have?
Fair. So whenever I think about that video that I was in, where I was, sort of debating Patrick as well as the rest of the folks, I was labeled an anti-capitalist because I'm very critical of the current system, which Patrick points out is sort of a combination of capitalist values as well as maybe even socialist values, depending on how you want to look at it. So Certainly, on all sides of the political spectrum, we know that there's a problem. So when I think about like the model that would work, I mean, I truly think the only thing that will work is if individuals have a moral, spiritual awakening and start to just deeply care. And without individuals with their freedom choosing morality, choosing to become more aware, more compassionate, and more caring, I think we're headed for some serious challenges, which I think a lot of people are already feeling. So, what is the proposed solution? Well, a system where individuals are supported and taught how to respond essentially with kindness to reality, which most people dismiss as way too lofty, too spiritual, ungrounded. But it's like, no, individuals need to choose compassion. They need to become more aware of how they're impacting the environment, how their consumeristic behaviors are causing all sorts of negative consequences. So is that a system? It's not an idea, it's a practice. It's a daily embodied response that no one ever can escape from. You have to do it where you are, your listeners have to do it where they are, I have to do it where I am. It's just having a heart. And I don't know. I don't think anything else will work. Everything else is just fiction.
Sure. So I guess it's like, is there any one kind of I mean, you mentioned sort of the consumerist stuff, the effects on the environment we might be seeing. Are there any are there any other issues other than the environment that we think our current system is kind of failing at?
Well, whenever I think about the basic needs of a human being, because let's talk realistically, most of the other species on the planet aren't anywhere near to us at all in pretty much by any metric about how much they're causing an impact to the planet. Like,
sure.
Or certainly not a negative impact. So our species is incredibly narcissistic. Like, that's just how it is. And if we just focus on that, how human beings are narcissistic, how our intellectual capacity has evolved so quickly, but our biology is still this hoarding, selfish, greedy mammal, like, it makes sense why we've responded to life in this me, myself, and I way, because we're not viewing things from the very limited survival of like a squirrel creature, or from the wisdom of some sort of like enlightened spiritual sage. Like, most of us are somewhere in the middle, and the consequences of that are clear. So we're failing the environment. We're given that there are huge numbers of people that are overweight and unhealthy or malnourished on the planet. Like, if you look at the numbers that I'm seeing, there's just so much injustice and so much disease and disparity that we've got to make a shift. We have to have like a holistic spiritual shift. I don't know, except for talking about it and then us as individuals creating appropriate patterns in our own lives. I don't think there's anything else we can do.
Okay. I mean, I guess to some extent I'm not 100% going to disagree with some of those things, simply because I think sort of a lot of the problems that we have, like, it's, with the environment even, are things that can't be solved under what I would still call, at least, holistically, a capitalist framework. For example, I think emitting carbon is bad. I think emitting carbon imposes, environmental cost on other people that the market essentially does not account for by its nature. So, we can, and this is going to take action by people. It's going to take people realizing this, informing themselves, and, voting for it. You can't have like a carbon tax. You can have some type of government intervention to try to address these externalities. And I think sort of the relevant thing, and I don't like how much you oppose so many things, is that, like, what I think both the market generally and externality taxes, when we do them, sort of work well at is generally aligning sort of the individual selfish interest with the social interest. So like, with the, in a case that, like with externality taxes, right, which I agree, like that is government intervention, that's an externality tax, right? Like the reason that works is because we're telling people, like, individually, selfishly, if you emit carbon, right, you are going to pay the price for that, because there is a social cost for that, and you should be accounting for that. But just more generally, in a case where there aren't externalities, I think we still see like the sort of price and market mechanism tends to lead to sort of the best outcomes, not only for individuals but for the kind of social good as well. Like when businesses have an incentive to use the least amount of resources possible, lower their costs as much as possible. Not only does that mean like cheaper goods for consumers or whatever, that means other businesses are unable to use the inputs that they didn't use. If they didn't have that profit incentive or whatever, they might be using sort of an excess number of resources to produce the same number of goods or whatever. And I think just generally, without getting like too technical, in an ideal market system, which I'm not saying 100% of the time you're going to achieve, you will get to like a Pareto, I think, a distribution of resources where essentially like, the end distribution, everyone will be, essentially like all positive sum trades will have been made essentially. And no one can be made better off without making someone worse off.
This ideal word, like I want to sink into it because it seems like the ideal, we'd be getting to more of a Star Trek sort of style of existence. I understand that that's just a fictional story, but the idea that, we've figured out how to meet basic needs. Like we've become so intelligent that we know how to make sure that people have the food and medicine that they need. Like before we worry about profits, before we worry about these other things, let's stop feeding the animals that we're eating the food, and let's give it to the people. Let's focus on the first step, which is, can we respond well, peacefully, intelligently, lovingly to where we are in this moment, and then what you're talking about could unfold. But if we're going to maintain our addiction to worshiping the god of profit, if we can't escape that idea, which some people have, some people's lives, they're just going to work the system as it is, the capitalist system, to death. Like, I'll just put it on my credit card. I'll just declare bankruptcy. Like, why wouldn't they just try to work the current model to get what they can? Because they're fucked either way. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on your channel, but
no, you can swear. Don't worry. Yeah.
Well, I'm just at a place now where I'm going, who am I to judge them? Firstly, because they've been burnt. They've not been given a fair shot by luck of the draw, by history or whatever. So now they're just going to be abusive. I think that response is not any more destructive than the hoarding of the billionaires on the top. It's just, I have to say no to both of those extremes. And I have to say, how can I serve people now? How can I serve my body now? And I need vegetables. I need to care about my carbon footprint. I need to be responsible in how I'm not just voting, but also how I'm making purchases every day. Like it's a constant adjustment, just existing mindfully. And I don't think that any one person is going to be doing it exactly the same way as another because of the uniqueness of really how we survive. Like it's a beautifully complicated mess.
Sure. So I guess it's just one thing. I am vegan. Okay, I don't like that we eat that we eat animals. In my ideal world, we would not do that. I don't know if you see there's a shrimp costume behind me because there's this charity I really like. I don't know if you heard of it, called the Shrimp Welfare Project. The way a lot of shrimp are killed, and there's like an insane number of shrimp killed every year, right? It's like 440 like billion farm shrimp are killed, and then it's like into trillions of like wild caught shrimp that are killed. the way most farm shrimp are killed, they're like just left out on a bed of ice. They're like buried alive in ice, and they die over the course of like 20 minutes. And like it's a very stressful, painful way for them to die. We have these electrical stunning machines. And the Shrimp Welfare Project essentially will give these electrical stunning machines to farmers to use, so that shrimp die in an immediate and painless death instead of a prolonged and painful death. Now, in my ideal world, we just wouldn't be eating shrimp at all. But in this world, you donate $1, okay, to the Shrimp Welfare Project, and you can save about 15,000 shrimp, okay, from experiencing this painful death. Very, very effective charity, in my opinion.
Sure.
But yeah, so I guess
reducing suffering, because if you view suffering as something that's not just unique to the human experience, it's really a beautiful thing. It's obviously like we don't have to contribute to the shrimp industry, but I guess if people are going to do it and you can make it a little less evil, why? Why not?
Yeah. Hell yeah. See, that's exactly. See, we agree. But, I guess generally I think it might be, so when I say like ideal, I don't mean that like we're literally going to reach Star Trek. I guess like the technical, I'm trying to think of a non-technical way to say this, because I think, technically what I'm referring to is like the, God, what's a non-technical way? I don't know. Technically what I'm referring to is like the marginal rates of substitution between the stuff that people like, the goods that people own are the same in all their alternative like uses. But regardless, what I'm essentially talking about is all positive sum trades being made. Essentially, everyone under ideal conditions, any trade that helps both parties, would be made. Now, in the real world, we don't actually 100% observe ideal conditions. There is such a thing as imperfect information. There is such a thing as irrational people, right? But generally speaking, the market...
Can we go a little bit broader with this topic and talk to me about how such a thing could be possible, given that money itself is just artificial debt? Do you know what I mean? In order for that to be possible, wouldn't we have to completely begin again?
I mean, I think
I don't see how we could go from.
So for one, I don't think I don't exactly know what you mean by artificial debt. It is true that some money is essentially debt.
All money is essentially debt. If everybody paid off every debt, there isn't enough money in existence to do that. The amount of debt far exceeds the amount of money that's actually available. So there's if again, in an ideal situation, hypothetically, I think I'm understanding what you mean,
right.
But in the actual money system that we're a part of, such a thing isn't possible. The system is designed to continue to squeeze more and more out of people.
I mean, lending itself can be a positive sum trade and transaction. The act of creating money via banks lending, is typically going to be a positive sum transaction. That's why people, want to take out loans. And typically it's going to have a lot of times it has positive spillovers too. Not that there can't be bad or risky loans or whatever. But I mean, I think, the purpose of money typically is just to, one purpose of it is multiple. It is just to lower the sort of transaction cost of doing trades, right? We find it valuable to have a commodity or, even a fiat currency that's, that acts as a unit of account that makes the comparing goods easy in terms of their dollar value. That's why we see even in, indigenous societies, most of the time didn't have fiat money, but they did use a lot of times commodity money. They would use certain goods as money. They would use shells as money. There's a paper about I think there was an economist who was in a prisoner in war camp in Germany, I think, and he noted that everyone would receive rations essentially from the government there in the prisoner of war camp, and people ended up using cigarettes as money in that society because even though everyone got their own rations, there were still gains from trade to be made, but under a barter system it is very hard. If I get my ration of carrots or whatever, and I don't like carrots, but I know this guy has broccoli, maybe under a barter system I'm gonna have to kind of align exactly what I want with exactly what someone else wants to find these positive sum transactions. If you just accept that a commodity for example in this case cigarettes is as money, you lower the transaction costs, you allow people to trade very easily. So I think like that's an important, service of money. And under a system in which
it's not at this stage, like if we wanted to just create a currency that was infallible, like not capable of being inflated, right? It would be pretty easy to do because we would just use something digital, right? So if we used a digital currency that couldn't be inflated, that's possible. Then in that, if we started to really approach value in a way that was not able to be, I guess, fucked with, then I think that there's a chance that what you're saying could be more possible than how it is now. Because again, I'm not 1,000% sure I completely understand how the process of money is made, but my limited understanding of it is we used to have money that was tied to like gold or something in the bank, and now clearly that's not the case. Now we have essentially an organization that just fucks around. Well, generates it.
I mean, they have
money.
goals
We're making it so.
Obviously the central banks, have goals that they try to maximize for. But I mean, so when you say like we could create a currency without inflation, I mean, technically you could do that. Like under a gold standard,
you'd have to start over.
You didn't see. I mean, probably. Well, maybe. I get, like technically, I guess you could probably there probably feasibly would be a way to tie the dollar to something. Like you could probably tie it to gold or whatever. If you really want to. I mean, I think it'd be disruptive and bad. But I mean,
yeah, I think at this point it's arbitrary.
Would you have a currency? Essentially, when you have a currency that you don't allow to inflate, I mean, the question is, inflate relative to what? Because like, everything has sort of relative, exchange values. And the purpose of money is just to sort of act as a unit of account or one purpose of money is just to act as sort of a unit of account that can try to like quantify, those things. Like under the gold standard, like we did see, like obviously the value of gold was pegged at, I think it was like 35, or like a dollar was like 35 ounces of gold or something, or it was like $35 an ounce of gold or something like that. But like even in that case, like for example, like one of the philosophers of gold standards that like, the relative price of that can still fluctuate like relative to other goods. So, if you see like a demand, like a sharp increase in the demand for gold, well, what that does, it makes gold, more valuable. It raises the price of gold. But since the price of gold in dollar terms is fixed, what happens if you see the price of gold go up relative to like other commodities, in that like it would take more of that commodity to buy an individual bar of gold. In other words, you would see deflation of other goods if you saw an increase in the demand for gold. And that's one of the big concerns with the gold standard. Not that you necessarily advocate for that, is that, if you see an increase in demand for gold, you do still see gold go up in value, but instead of, the price of gold going up, you see the price of everything else come down. And generally, like a lot of economists...
Is there a way that we could switch the value away from being something material and something more experiential? So, for instance, the ability for a person to go and eat a meal that has, like a generally well balanced meal, a certain number of calories. So like, I guess, even though I don't think that the caloric value for each person is the same, but if we could come up with some sort of average, like you should be able to go and eat a meal for $1. For one unit of whatever currency, then every day people should, at a bare minimum, be given the equivalent of one meal at the very least. And then if you need to go to the doctor, how much? Like I guess how do we make the value system work for us? Work for what's really real, as opposed to like essentially fiction.
I mean, for one, I would say, like, I'm not convinced that holistically it isn't, or, it's not working better today than, like, an alternative sort of more socialist society or whatever model we're doing, like, would work for. So I think,
I think we're talking about the ideal.
Right. But,
we're talking about ideal.
I would just say, like, no matter kind of what monetary system you have, like there would probably be a role, like a, inability of the government to ensure people have access to food. And like, I think, so for example, I think like obviously, in today's world, the government does to some extent ensure access to food. Like we have food stamps, right? Like we give people money, well, not, close to money. We give people money they can only spend on food, essentially. We give them SNAP cards, so that essentially everyone is ensured access to food. So like essentially under any framework, I think you could have a mechanism like that ensures people some minimum standard of living. And indeed, like I think I think the market mechanism is probably the best at sort of providing food. It's just that sometimes people lack access to it because they don't have income. But generally, the market and prices is going to do a really good job at letting people sort of communicate via prices what type of food they want, right? To express what type of food they value most by, buying it, by communicating how much they're willing to spend on it. And it's going to give producers an incentive to produce the food most efficiently and at lowest cost and, at the type of food that consumers want, essentially. There is a problem.
See, but the thing is,
again, people don't have income.
you can't really trust what people want, though. That like what people want or what people purchase is clearly not. Please don't ask me why. You know why.
So I think there might be.
Like, I'm not trying to like push a spell. I'm just saying like people eat junk. People eat garbage.
Well, that's
people
because
buy poison.
Right. So there might be cases where we consider people irrational. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily irrational to like be obese. Like there are just some people who have a preference for eating the food that they like, and they're okay with the side effect of being obese. Now, I agree. So there might be negative externalities in that when people choose to be.
There might be. Okay, again,
well, I think there are. I think there are indeed negative externalities.
I'm not here to piss anyone off, but like, you've got to start using language in the realm that's under your control in a way that's like confident, because obesity is bad for you. Like, obesity is bad for you.
You can do. I think you can do things that are bad for you. I think you should have the right to do at least some things that are bad for you. There are some things that are bad for you we might assume are irrational.
We're all instilled with the right to do anything that we want, and no
I don't think
nothing can stop you from that.
I mean, I don't know. So I don't know what I don't know what I think are rights exactly either. But when I say, like,
so we already eat in a similar way. So there's overlap. We think that eating in a peaceful way is better than eating in a non-peaceful way, right?
Well, right.
Like,
I don't think that's like the thing I value fundamentally is just like welfare. It's just like the utility of sentient creatures. And I don't necessarily. I don't think I need any sort of like system of like intrinsically valuable rights in order to, support, veganism or whatever. But like I think there are sort of instrumentally important rights. Like I think it's good that we have a right to free speech. I think that's an instrumentally important thing. Just I don't think it's an intrinsically important thing. But the relevant thing is like, certainly like people. The reason obesity is bad to me is essentially there's two reasons. One, we might assume that like sometimes people don't have enough information or like are irrational by some means such that they are making a bad decision, like an irrational decision when they choose to eat junk food that has a side effect in making them obese, right? Like it could be the case that they are sort of like underpricing psychologically the cost
down
of
payment
being fat
on
to them,
coexist
right? Or the price of food to them. And then secondly, being fat imposes cost on other people. So, the fact that you're fat means that, for example, your health is going to be worse and the rest of society is going to have to pay more for health spending because, health spending is even in a private market, to some extent socialized by everyone else who pays insurance. So, those are kind of the two big reasons that we might believe being fat is bad. And I think, again, to the extent that there are externalities, I think there is a place for the government to sort of tax those externalities. Thanks for the $10 Brass House. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah.
Is the subject that we want to focus on today, like, is it...
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, I can see myself now.
So, oh, okay, good. All right.
I don't know. But where is our I want to respond well to life. I want to be an informed, educated person. So right now, it seems like there's so much I should learn about how the body works from a scientific, medical perspective. And then I'm thinking, oh, wait, there's so much I need to learn about how to healthily, mindfully grow sustainable food for myself. There's no shortage of areas, fitness, communication, technology. There's so much to fucking do. There's so many things that we could be giving energy to. But we can't do everything, right? We have to work together. We have to find ways to share the load. So since I'm talking to you and I'm like, okay, what can I do to help you? What are the challenges that you're facing right now? I think if human beings focus on their just most immediate community and start to work from there, that's probably the most efficient thing that we can do. Policies probably have an easier time passing in a very local sort of small bubble, and then that worked, other people can start to copy it. That's the very general way that my mind seems to be framing things. Not that laws from the top down can't also be very helpful, and of course they could be. I want to work and spend my energy in a way that gets results now. So I guess I'm kind of curious what you think, since you're approaching things from a way different field than I've studied. I studied journalism. I studied the arts. I don't know why they chose me over other people whenever they were casting this. I just said I'm great. I think I just went in that I'm angry that profits are being valued over people. And if you look at the comments on that video, I'm just basically being attacked for being androgynous or being told I shouldn't be around children, even though substitute teaching is one of the only jobs that I've been able to find. And they need people to watch the kids, and the kids I'm so it's so preposterous. The whole thing is so preposterous to me. I think I've grown tough skin, but while I'm still young and healthy, what can I do? Because I don't really have money. I'm one of the people on the food stamps or whatever, the SNAP cards right now. And I'm trying to make healthy choices with that bit of electronic fake money or fake money. It's not. I don't fake's the wrong word.
In-kind money, right? It's, money you can only spend on certain stuff.
It's helpful to me. I buy my chickpeas, I make my own kombucha, I bake my own bread. And then what happens is I look around and I'm not working as much. I am accepting the aid from the state. I'm applying to lots of work that is in alignment with my values. And yeah, I'm still surviving and my basic needs are met, and people are calling me lazy. But I'm like, what do you propose I do? I don't see another path. I don't want to demonize Republicans. I don't want to demonize Democrats. I think that the problems that we're facing are human, and it supersedes whatever party affiliation you're a part of.
Right. Well, I guess, I'm not Patrick Bet David. Okay. I'm not going to offer you a job at my life insurance MLM. Okay. Or whatever. But, look, I mean, sort of on the individual level, I guess I would say two things. One, I'm not going to have super specific individualized advice for a lot of people who are struggling, not just you, but anyone or whatever, who doesn't feel like there's upward mobility. And, two, I kind of think, it's more valuable to me to sort of focus on just which system holistically benefits the most people, and to focus on if alternative systems would be better for people overall. So I'm not even I don't even think it's impossible.
Is that because of your personal interest or because of deeply held conviction? Because I guess, okay, I don't want to disturb you. I don't want to disturb your audience. I just find that my energy gets, as I reflect on my edit of the Jubilee thing, I'm just sort of going, did that matter at all? Like, did I have a positive impact at all on anyone at all by being in that such big picture sort of a state? And I can't tell you. I think I've grown comfortable in my own skin and realized that I'm tough through the process. But as far as like creating actual impact and change, like I guess I got to talk to you, which is kind of cool. Like I met a new person through the process.
Let's go.
But it's, I feel frustration building in me. Not that I want to take it out on anyone, but
sure. I guess I'm going to use Jubilee as an example. I mean, the reason Jubilee produces content. Now, I don't know whether or not like Jubilee kind of has like a socially positive or negative impact. Like it's definitely conceivable to me that, for example, like the Mediasan, Jubilee, where they brought on a bunch of insane, like weird fascist people. It's totally conceivable to me, like something like that certainly has like a negative social impact. And then, sort of a lot of other Jubilee things might have kind of no social impact with regards to like politics and policy and everything. But, I think, the reason Jubilee is successful in making content is because, people watch it. That's something that people like consuming. The revealed preference of YouTube watchers is to watch Jubilee over other things, and that's why Jubilee is able to turn a profit by producing these YouTube videos. And Jubilee has a big incentive to meet the demands of YouTube viewers, whatever people are want to watch the most, essentially. And I think that that is valuable, that they provide entertainment to a lot of people the same way like any service, any movie, anything is valuable. And the reason people pay for it, or the reason people spend time watching it, is largely because they enjoy doing it. That's a revealed preference. Certainly, there might be like some, social aspect of it too. But even then, like it's still like a, for example, some people might not like personally want to watch Jubilee that much, but they feel like they have to because their friends are. But even then, they're still revealing that sort of watching Jubilee and being informed on what their friends are talking about is more important. Or is valuable to them enough that they want to watch that video. And I think that's an example of how kind of this profit motive, I think can, not only like not be zero sum with, people or whatever, right? Like Jubilee is going after profits, but they are profitable insofar as they kind of appeal to people generally.
It's interesting. I want to be a part of good things. And I knew I had to just release it. Because when you're getting edited, when you're like there's just so many things about it that frustrate me. Like, why do they have us run to the chair even though they just tell us who goes? Yeah, they just like it's not first come first serve. Like, why do they?
I was told before that before like they start running to the chair or whatever, they just ask like who wants to go. But I thought of the people who
lots of people are raising their hands to go and they pick. Thankfully. Everyone, there wasn't 20 of us, there was just 18. Why? Well, like, again, I understand why can't we just be factual? Like, why can't Jubilee, which is sharing facts, have appropriate factual information? Like, why can't there be that energy? I guess that's my complaint. And I don't know if they're going to invite me back because I'm just like, I'm tired of being used. Like, I'm tired of being used. And I played along. They were like, oh, everybody likes it when you run, so just do it. I'm like, okay, so this is like theater. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing this for? Like, I want to I want to come across as a person who's reflecting truth. But in the moment, I was just like, okay, cool, let's play. I want to hold myself accountable, and I know that if I'm invited back and they say pretend to run, I'll be like, go fuck yourself. Like, I will share my opinions. I will risk being vulnerable. I will get trolled by thousands of people or whatever the fuck it is. Like, but I'm not. I'm going to do my best to fight dishonesty.
Sure.
If Jubilee wants to be entertainment, which they of course are, then they need to have a tighter, crisper process, so that way the entertainment part of their business is that, and when they get the fact check people out, I want them to be more accountable, because I think that there are things that are more important than profits. But of course, that's why they picked me, because I'm on my soapbox about that.
All right. So, I mean, I guess, there might be kind of general moral issues with like the fact that I guess two things. One, we kind of merge entertainment and education sometimes, and that might just have negative effects broadly. And we kind of just sort of reality TV and sort of these shows in general. I mean, they do hyperbolize things, right? They do, skew reality a bit for the cameras. I don't think that's like always bad or anything. I think like, certainly, I don't know how we would fix that other than just request that people be honest about these things. And I'm sure Jubilee somewhere has some disclosures about stuff. I think that they're protecting themselves. I think that they are. I don't think that they're doing anything illegal, but I don't think they're doing as good of work as they could, because again, it's very slippery. It's very slippery to be posting fact checks whenever they didn't even get the number of people in the video correct. Well,
like,
I mean,
it's just
the magnitude, obviously, like in the title of the video, you're trying to get people to like the video and stuff. Like they're going to, a round number looks better in the title, right? Like that's just justification for that. I think when it comes to actual like substantive facts, like that is where being accurate is important. But when it comes to just like rounding up,
I think
to
you're
have a
being
round
too
number in the
generous
title.
with them. I think you're being too generous with them personally. They certainly weren't generous with us. They paid us $35 and then bossed us around. And they're basically suggesting a format to people that's not true in some ways. And then they're asking to be taken seriously as a conveyor of truth. It's duplicitous. Like if I was in charge of it, I would be much harsher. And that might be why they haven't responded back to me about being an editor. Because I applied to Jubilee, of all places, to work. I've applied a lot of fucking jobs, and if I was editing, I would fight them. I would fight them to make sure that the best. Again, I'm biased by my own experiences, but to the best of my ability, I would want to be in there fact checking. And if 20, you're saying it's a better number, and I'm like, it's a number. That's 2 more than the number of 18.
Right. It looks better in the title, is what I'm saying. Like that's a
You're saying
justification.
It looks
probably.
better, but
and I don't think
that's like literal nonsense. It's just like
I think if you titled it,
the idea of better when it comes to an abstraction like a number is like that's like saying
it's not really an abstraction in terms of the click-through rate of the video. Like if you put 18 in the title, I bet it would have gotten less impression, less views, a lower click-through rate, just because people tend to like round numbers. There's a reason. A lot of things are priced in round numbers. People, decide things just based on like round numbers. Like we're so used to like a base 10 system that like it's weird to have things that aren't in the sort of base 10 system. But I don't think like I don't think Jubilee used to do like
it's
fact
all about
checks.
Influence. It's
yeah. I don't think
maybe they could move away from it and they could just pretend like if it was just straight up a talk show.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of primarily what they're trying to be. But like Jubilee used to not do fact checks at all, from my understanding. Like I don't think in the old videos they had any fact checks. In fact, I think maybe the only reason they started doing them is because I think they're sponsored by that SAN whatever news network to do the fact checks or whatever. But I think the reason they have fact checks is because they Jubilee feels some minimum, presumably other than sponsorship potentially, is that they on sort of substantive issues, on issues where like there is like a fact of the matter that actually has like an implication on what people are talking about and what the policy should be, or like whatever the case is for the given conversation. Like they do those fact checks because they feel like it is important to get at least the viewer's context about sort of who's right in those situations. It doesn't strike me as nearly as important to, in the title, have the factually correct number when that there's no substantive effects from that. Like,
well, but you're saying like, okay, so it depends. And maybe I'm a little bit on some sort of spectrum, but it seems like the truth is the truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
if you're trying to do something documentary style, why not get it right? Why not get it right?
I mean, like I said, they want their
less desirable. Click.
They are profit
So they would
maximizing.
rather
They want their content to be seen by the most people, and that's why they use round numbers. That's why everyone uses round numbers. Like I said, like things are priced. Well, actually, you know, things are priced
So
at
you
99
wouldn't
a lot
have
of
watched
times.
the video if it was Patrick versus 18 anti-capitalists.
I mean, I would have
wouldn't.
still. But there's a number of people who probably wouldn't click that video.
It's a faith-based statement.
Well, I mean,
But you could be right.
Sort of the evidence.
You could be right.
For, you know, there's a reason. It's almost every like YouTuber does this. Like, I don't have personal experience with uploading videos with round numbers versus, you know, not round numbers or whatever. But you know, there's a reason they did it, and it's presumably because they thought they would get more views if they put in 20 instead of.
If anyone from
18.
Jubilee ever listens to this, I want them to care a little bit more about sharing truth if they can. Like, that's my wish. And I think that if you practice it in the small ways, it will help. I really think it will. Like,
I don't even entirely disagree with that. I just think that
I think it would help.
You know, like they do feel like, you know, it's of some minimum importance to get the substantive issues right, and that's why they do the fact checks.
Sure.
I think if you
That's better than nothing.
Yeah, right. If you want to take it like against, you know, if you want to like say like I trust these fact checks less or something because Jubilee is willing to lie about the number of people in the video, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a totally like fair thing to say or whatever. I personally would not weight that heavily. But like, you know, people are allowed to weight that however you want. I think right. So, but I think you know, it's good that they try to get at least the substantive issues right, and that's, you know, the things that are most important, and they didn't even used to do that. And I think also, like, if you have problems with it, you know, you're allowed to not trust them because of that, and you're allowed not to participate in the videos because of that. I think, like, another thing like this about, you know, markets and preferences again, like, if you don't like what a company is doing, you know, you're under no obligation to work there. And insofar as there's competition in the labor market, you know, you're going to have some amount of choice over, you know, where to work, what type of work you're going to do. And that's something that, depending on the model of socialism or non-capitalist societies, you might limit in some way.
Yeah. I want good outcomes. I want truth to be shared. I want to be a part of things that I can be proud of. And like, am I proud of my participation in that? Like, outside of the silly running to the chair, because you have people in the comments basically saying like, why don't they just have a buzzer? And I'm just like, wow, like,
I mean, it's better content if they run.
I just hear the producer, we're doing it because everybody loves it. Everybody thinks it's funny, and it gives us lots of comments. And I'm just like, okay.
I mean, yeah, that's obviously the reason why they do it. I just think that, like, you know, if we want good outcomes, I think there's good reason to believe, you know, both in theory and, you know, based on nations historically and natural experiments that we have historically, that markets and price systems and private ownership tend to lead to those good outcomes. You know, I'm not a libertarian, so like I recognize there is a role in some cases.
But like, if you think about the present moment now, can you really say that?
I think so.
That's
I think we're overwhelmingly
human beings have led to good outcomes.
I think I think the capitalist institutions we have overwhelmingly led to good outcomes. I think they were partially responsible for the reductions in poverty that we see globally.
So the destruction of huge number of species is a good outcome? Just because one species on the planet has more comfortability? Like, again, I think we're inside the narcissistic human bubble as opposed to viewing things from a larger, more interspecies planetary context.
I don't think this is controversial. I don't know how much we want to discuss this, but I don't think most wild animals have good lives, so I actually don't view it as necessarily bad that a lot of species go extinct. I don't view some types of habitat destruction as necessarily bad. Like, I think, you know, the way if I came across a factory farm in the wild, you know, I would obviously want to shut it down the same way I want to shut down regular factory farms. And I think, like, the conditions of a lot of animals in the wild are probably not much better than factory farms, especially considering so many species you know, will give birth to just like thousands or hundreds of thousands if it's insects of babies, and like 99% of those babies will, you know, die before ever, before like ever reaching maturity even. So, I think most wild animals actually do live negative lives, and it's not necessarily bad to do some types of habitat destruction. But, more
because
like,
our species is better. Because
no.
our species is more interesting.
No,
because
I think
our species is.
I'm valuing. So I'm valuing like all utility here equally. I also think if you came across a human factory farm, you should shut that down. And I also think if humans
You're just suggesting that the current model, which is the one that's winning on the planet, is leading to good outcomes. And I'm just like,
yeah. Well, not so. I mean, I think
is
insofar
human
as we
life
have
right now good? Like in general, like again, I'm a person that has food, I have shelter.
Mhm.
I wouldn't say that I'm like particularly enjoying my life. Like if I didn't wake up, I wouldn't be pissed. I would be unaware, blissfully unaware or ignorant, unless there's something on the other side. Like I don't have any
So
like
I think compared to
plans to self-harm, but
I think compared to how we lived historically and compared to how other nations with socialist institutions live, I think we're doing pretty well. I think you see broadly, like I mentioned earlier, you do see decreases in poverty both in developed nations and in developing nations that have capitalist institutions. You do see higher incomes generally. You see everyone experiencing rising productivity, rising incomes. And I think a lot of those gains are attributable
how about
to
mental health?
Mental health is a little bit
Probably
complicated, but I don't think
terrible?
that's the only thing. No, I don't think it's terrible. And I don't think necessarily you would see better outcomes under socialist institutions necessarily. I think, I think so I think mental health is somewhat of a unique problem for our time, kind of, because I do think some of the innovations of our time, like social media, have probably had negative effects on mental health. I also think it is kind of hard to assess how good the mental health of people in hunter-gatherer societies or in medieval societies were. We didn't have, the DSM and psychologists necessarily back then. But, certainly...
Human nature led us to this point. We can agree on that. Human nature, our proclivities, our tendencies, our preferences have led us to this moment. I'm saying that there's fundamental, disgusting features to that nature that is no different than a lion going to try to pick off a weak thing. The difference is the lion's capacities have remained tethered to a lower level of intellect, so their impact has remained smaller. Human beings have our best qualities have spread, yes, but our worst qualities have also spread. So to me, it's a very dual picture. I do see that we've made progressions in a lot of different ways for our species, but I also see how we've absolutely done destructive, horrible things. Like,
well, right. So
I agree
I think it's just
I'm
a
not
question.
going to go and defend. Sorry,
yes, I think it's just a question of how we weigh these things. Like how negative do we view the mental health outcomes of today compared to assuming that's actually due to capitalism and assuming they're worse than that it was historically. It's sort of how do we weigh that against the sort of broad gains we've seen in decreases in poverty and stuff. And people are going to have different answers to that probably. And I don't know if there is a strictly speaking objective answer to that we can reach. But certainly I think most people would prefer us to have a higher diagnosis rate of generalized anxiety disorder compared to having the types of extreme poverty that we saw historically. Having homelessness, having food insecurity, having a lot of these negatives. I think most people, a lot of people are going to say we're making kind of the right trade-offs there. And then secondly, it's, what do we think alternative?
What'd you say?
I think most people most people intuitively are going to be happy with the trade-off of maybe an increased rate in generalized anxiety disorder, but a decrease in things like homelessness, food insecurity, extreme poverty. People having higher incomes is good too, right? But maybe some people don't view that as worth it. And another relevant question is kind of what alternative system would avoid that.
So the alternative system is an abstraction. Like the current system is somewhat of an abstraction, right? It's not real. The idea, it's a thought form. It's not, as we change, as we evolve, it will evolve as the powers that be shift, as climate disaster flips the tables on certain situations. You know what? I understand that our species is very successful right now. Very successful. If we deem successful as the viral-like way that we seem to be occupying territories, the way that we've explored things that other species just can't do. So again, I don't want to fight anyone or argue with anyone that's just trying to experience the moment at hand. But whenever you're talking about, oh, how would you do anything different? I'm like, I would be in a world where survival and health are the focus, not profit, like at all. So does that mean socialism? It literally isn't something that you do tomorrow. It isn't about a law. It's right now. I am going to live that way. It's not something that anyone can stop me from doing. And under a capitalist system, I'm empowered to do this. Like, it's an option. Under a socialist system, I'm empowered to do this. Under a communist crazy dictatorship, I'm also empowered because no one can stop me. Like, we have this freedom innately born. Yeah, people can oppose us. Yeah, we can come up with all these atrocious ways of trying to stop it. But like, to me, it's right now in the moment. How can I feed my body, be a good dude, like, or a dude wife? Be a good dude wife, because that's what I want. Is I just want to help cook and take care of the kiddos, and like that's basically like the limit of what I want to do. Maybe a little art here and there, but it's not like an intellectual plan to consider. It's not a model. It's our truth. Like, is this too abstract, or are you getting what I'm trying to say?
I kind of get what you're trying to say, but I think
okay.
I think for one, like, there are other countries, and there are countries historically that have practiced other systems, and we can use evidence from those to see how, what potentially an alternative model would look like. And I think I judge success on probably a pretty similar metric to you, right? Like, I care about human happiness. Like, that's one of the biggest things that I weight, obviously. Like, I care, like, the actual thing that I care about is net utility or total utility. And that includes
quality of life over quantity of life, right? Quality over quantity.
Right. Well, I mean, so I value total utility. So like, I would accept, there's something called like the repugnant conclusion, which is like, would you rather have a society of like 1,000 people who all live like very, very happy lives, like, very small population, but incredibly happy lives. And they, versus a society of like a fuck ton of people, like 1 million people with lives like barely worth living. And like, because I value total utility, like I would entail accepting, this repugnant conclusion that like, I would because I value total utility, I care more about the total sum happiness of everyone. And I would therefore rather have a society with a bunch of people living, like a ton of people living, sort of lives barely worth living that are still net positive over the other societies. Some people find that unintuitive. I don't particularly find it that unintuitive because
So you're saying in the option 1,000 happy people or 1 million middling people?
1 million people, or 1 million people with lives barely worth living versus like 1,000 people with like very incredibly good lives.
But are they entirely fictional? Because if I had to choose to create a reality, okay. So again, when we detach ourselves from our lived experience, our own memories, our own bodies, this present moment, and we just say, I am now going to be the sole creator of a world where there's 1,000 happy people or 1 million unhappy people. Of course I would choose the world with 1,000 happy people. Of course.
I mean, that's not...
Why would I create suffering? Because it's my choice to either create happiness or suffering. I would choose happiness.
Well, no. I mean, in the world of 1 million people, there is more total happiness. It's just that each individual sort of has the average happiness is lower because each individual has more suffering than in the in the world with only 1,000 people. But the total amount of happiness.
But in the
if you
world
care
with
about
1,000 people, they're all happy. There's no
Yeah.
suffering in that world.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to
why
assume
would I
that
in a
there's
fiction?
no suffering. You could imagine they have a little bit of suffering. It's just significantly less than the other people.
Well, again, I'm going based off of what you're saying, and it's like you're literally suggesting like a more utopian world or not. And I'm like, well, utopian for sure.
Well, yeah, but my point would just be that the population size also matters because the total amount of utility matters, right? There is more total
Why
happiness.
does population size matter?
Because that
This
impacts
is a fictional.
the number of people experiencing happiness, right? I think that matters too. And I'd rather a million
Quality
people
over quantity all day. Quality over quantity. So the reason that I'm not reproducing is A, because I'm homosexual. It's not likely that it's ever going to happen. And also because there's plenty of people on the earth. There's no shortage of us. There's a lot. And many of the people that I meet are just like, I want to have kids. I'm like, why? Like, for what purpose? Like, why would you? I don't even understand.
Sort of the way I view it, right? Is I think, with morality, like morality should be essentially impartial, right? Like the moral action should be the action we would take if we were impartial to, and rational. And I think, a way to conceptualize being truly impartial would be to imagine sort of a hypothetical where like you experienced everything every sentient being experienced at one point in time, right? So you were sort of this like collective entity that at one point in time would be yourself, and then at one point in time would be, someone else, and at one point in time would be, every other sentient experience that exists. I think under the,
We're
in that world,
omniscience, Buddhism vibes, God, whatever.
You would eventually experience every experience that happens. So I think under that world, if you lived as a collective
you're not
entity,
in that world?
That's true. But
we're getting trivial. Sorry.
If you were that collective entity, you would accept the repugnant conclusion. You would rather live a million barely worth living lives than 1,000 very happy lives, because the total,
you don't get to make that leap. You don't get to make that leap.
Well,
it's all faith. It's all faith.
What's it?
And you can have faith. Faith is part of it, but like,
I don't know if it's faith.
No.
It
is faith.
Like, it's a hypothetical, right? So obviously this world doesn't exist.
Faith.
But
well, exactly. It's faith. It's dream. It's fiction. But you can't say that you can't say that. Some people who have health, who have money, who have children, who have all the things go on literally in their lives. Do you know what I mean? Like I know people like this. Like
I think I've
met them.
Right.
So I guess I don't know them now because they did. But like I'm just saying, like, there are people who are very much present with this reality who completely choose to jump out of it. So if those people exist, then how could you even pretend? How could you even pretend that you could speak from the place of all knowingness? That's as bad as like a. Again, I'm not trying to demonize you. I'm just saying, like, that's no different than like a religious person being like, it's God's will for you to do this. It's like, okay, fine. It is God's will for us to exist. It's the universe's will. There was an Big Bang process, however you want to talk about it. Here we are chatting, like, hello, it has all the variant degrees of happiness, suffering, annoyance, all of it. So some force may agree with you, but that is the result of this experience. Like, you're a small fractal of this universe's sentience. You're like a piece of this great web. But that's what
you're
just a part
entity,
of this universe,
right? But so the point of hypothetical is essentially you asked like whether we should value quality of life or quantity of life, and I gave my reasoning. Like, this is a hypothetical that a lot of philosophers talk about, the repugnant conclusion, and I get my sort of reason for saying that, like, I care about total utility, and not just sort of the average level of utility. I think also, if you care about kind of the average level of utility, you would entail kind of weird things with regards to, if there were kind of like populations really far away that lived like that lived lives that were either like really bad or really good, like that would either bring up or down that level of average utility, and
Well, that was normal
that would have
up until a few hundred years ago.
Yeah, right. Well, I say when I say really
that was
far
the
away,
human
I
experience
mean
that led us to this.
Sure. When I say really far away, I don't just mean like with regards to Earth. I mean like in a hypothetical so distant that like conceivably we would never even contact them. But regardless, if you care
That
about
may
average,
already be the case. Who knows?
Well, sure,
Yeah, that could already
like,
be happening. It's a big universe.
Certainly.
But I'm suggesting that a few hundred years ago, most humans only encountered their small circle. It never, like, when did our population explode like this? Only somewhat recently. Like
Yeah,
as far as evolutionary time.
And, by the way, I think that's because of a lot of the innovation that broadly market-based institutions, brought us. It certainly
an invasive species.
I don't see how that's an invasive species. But even
we
if
are an invasive species, we've invaded and destroyed, which you don't seem to mind, tons and tons of different habitats. Like, I'm just saying. Again, I don't want to fight on the facts. It's just we have invaded.
Right.
We have done that.
Invaded.
We can call it migrated, but it's still an invasion of another territory that we weren't. Like, again, it's all just semantics. But
obviously, I don't think like all invasive species are bad. Like, I don't know what invasive species entails that would like necessarily mean it's bad.
Well, it's not. It's less about bad or good. It's just the reality of like, oh, there was an ecosystem here that evolved over time and became this, and there was and then what I see, what seems to be my understanding is that a certain human lineage came to be, and that that intelligence, that problem solving capacity, that social mammalian sort of energy just became the top predator, became the ruler. So then we start to look in sacred traditions like, and God gave man control over the animals. Well, he kind of did, because we do have control over them. Like I understand what some of these ancient peoples might have been trying to allude to, because I think I get it. It's happening. We've done it.
Most of my argument was simply that like broadly market institutions and private ownership were responsible for much of the innovation that allowed the human population to increase so much, right? And I think we still observe to this day, like, you see various metrics of quality of life, things like infant mortality do tend to be correlated with like economic freedom, market-based institutions, private ownership, things like that. You see medical innovation being coordinated with, where sort of...
But is living worth it? Is surviving, like, really? I guess, to me, I don't remember, I guess we just feel differently. I feel that quality of life is more important than quality. I don't know if you feel that way. I do. I can't speak for you, and you're allowed to feel and should feel what you genuinely do feel. I don't want to gaslight your inner experience, but I'm just like, no, like,
right. Well, I think obviously, like, even if you care about quality of life, that I think broadly market-based institutions, private ownership tend to increase the quality of life as well, even for, individuals that already exist. And I think alternatives
we've destroyed huge swaths of life with this profit market focus.
I mean, I'm not convinced that
the human energy has grown. Yes, but at the expense of other types.
Right.
So again, it's like a balancing act. It just seems like human narcissism is the thing that is how the market works. It's like human, narcissist, market. You can't take them apart. So if you step outside of the human experience, which I can't do fully because I am that's how I'm able to, I can't pretend that I can get to this all-knowing, sentient sort of place. But if you really tried to view things from that way, I don't think you can say that, like, happiness and life and diversity and all of these metrics are truly thriving and growing and blossoming, because it's almost like it's like a small sect of it is growing, but actually what's really happening is the other forms of life are all more or less going down, unless I'm being lied to by essentially all the scientists.
Right. I mean, I guess,
but again, go for it.
Yeah, so they're kind of, again, I think there'd be three things, which is, for one, I mentioned earlier, like, insofar as wild animals don't live good lives, I don't even view it as necessarily bad to, quote unquote, destroy the environment in some cases. But, even if we do think this is bad, and, I certainly, it can definitely be bad in some cases, especially because, there tend to be sort of knock-on effects whenever you do destroy certain environments that probably do have negative effects on other animals and humans that are net negative. But,
like
I think you
vegetables, vegetations, animals.
Right.
I'm not just talking about just like mammalian styles of life. I'm talking about like plants that used to be thriving that don't exist anymore. Do you know what I mean?
And
there's natural extinction events outside of humans too. This isn't the first time that we've had destruction. So again, it's I'm not trying to take it personally, any of it. I'm just, but yeah, continue.
Certainly agree. Like there can be negative effects. I just don't think that like destroying habitats on its own is always bad or anything. Because I don't think most wild animals live good lives. But, I think for one, like this is a system, or this is a problem that I don't think socialism or most alternative models necessarily solve for. And, certainly at least mostly capitalist societies, can solve for them. Like I think an externality tax on carbon, or even just, land use regulation in a country that still has a market-based system, still has a holistically capitalist system, I think, that probably solves the problem better than even like a lot of sort of more centrally planned, models to try to attack the problem.
Totally down to get you and other people to start to push for this type of legislation, because I think it has its place. And if you have an understanding of how to do that and the steps and the activism needed to make these kind of changes, I am so in support of them, because it seems like you believe that they could genuinely help. And I can understand holding people accountable with the law is a good idea. And that's something that we can do. I think some people, like the current administration, they seem to probably be antagonistic to that kind of a thing, because I think it would hurt their bottom line. So then again, like, what do we do in a world where the powers that be, the king, if you will, is corrupt? Well, we have to Robin Hood this shit. But I would rather us Gandhi this shit personally. Like I understand all these people have, there's a lot of sides to the story, but
right. I guess I'm just talking like more conceptually, that like, politically, like, I agree their current administration is not going to do anywhere close to the policy that I want to see. And there needs to be steps taken to, make sure Democrats get elected and Democrats actually do good policy once they're in office. But, sort of conceptually, like, I don't think you have to be opposed to capitalism. I don't think you have to be remotely opposed to capitalism to say that, like, that's necessary to deal with climate change, essentially, right? Or necessary to deal with, any of these externalities, because our current system already has mechanisms for addressing this, and our current system does a lot of other things well, and our current system even, has sort of the good structures for, essentially companies to help get rid of some of these externalities as well. Like, we do see.
I'm marinating now in the awareness that I am an anti-capitalist, not because I'm anti-capitalist, but because of how that YouTube video was labeled.
Well, I mean,
do you know what I'm saying?
Heard,
so it's like,
I mean, it sounds like you didn't specify an exact model, and that's fine and everything, and I understand your reasons and stuff, but like certainly you don't think our current system with the profit motive is sort of the ideal. I don't know.
It's evil. It's deplorable. It's
evil.
Hellacious.
Right. So I think it's fair. Like, I don't know if you would.
It's the most destructive thing, perhaps, that the planet has ever experienced. That far exceeds even dinosaurs or something like that. Like, it is.
Sure.
It is literally the most abusive, narcissistic, destructive, like, way of approaching. Again, but like, I want to be clear. Capitalism is not the only offender, and of the offenders, it could be better than others. Like, I just I would say that like me being anti-capitalist doesn't mean I'm pro something else. I'm aware that like certain things about your behavior I really am on board with, and I would be like, I would champion certain responses to life that you're taking. At the same time, you know, like when I think about like this idea that you in your mind have this idea about what capitalism is. I have this idea about what capitalism is.
Well, I mean, I think we
what can we do to sharpen one another so that way we're more skilled?
I don't know if we have a disagreement about what capitalism is. I think we might have a disagreement about its effects. Like, I think we probably have broadly similar definitions. I just think like capitalism has been a pretty overwhelming good holistically with regards to poverty, with regards to incomes rising, with regards to standard of living rising. I mean, even
for humans, I can agree. But for the world, I just am not a huge fan of our response to life. I think.
I mean, like socialist countries have not been any better with regards to animal rights. Really, I don't think.
Again,
like,
you're doing it again. You're going.
I mean, you're going
to the ideas, like the governments and the social models and the marketplace. Like your consciousness is operating in that sphere, whereas mine is going. Wait, like. When I hear what you're saying, but I'm like, it's like arguing over. It's like arguing over the pus, as opposed to doing surgery, going in, removing, like cutting. You know what I mean? Like
right,
I just feel like
I guess I don't know. I don't know what the surgery looks like in that case. Like that's what I'm kind of getting at here. Like
I know what it is. You know, I do, and I don't like it, but I've already said it. But I'll say it again. You're an individual that has free will. You are going to use it to the best of your ability, and I'm an individual that has free will, and I'm going to use it to the best of my ability. And hopefully, because this is all that I got, we, in our small ways and in our relationships and the stands we take and the purchases we make and the votes we cast, are able to combat the vast horridness and what that looks like. If we agree on all those steps, that's just not how the power is divided. This universe, the power is divided amongst us. It's not divided amongst species equally. Unfortunately, for us, like if let's say some lions started evolving our level of sentience, or another alien creature came down, I think it would be really interesting to see how they responded to us. If AI gets it in their head that human beings are the problem, you know, like there's a lot of different things that could happen. Like the Matrix might not be too far away, and I don't know. I mean, I know it right now. We're getting a little bit ungrounded I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that I am. I'm getting a little bit ungrounded in my future imaginings, but like I do think that I'm not lying to you about the solution. I think it's real. I think that like you're already having an impact on people who are tuning in, and you're making the choice to have discussions with people. Like you are affecting things, and I don't know what the ripple effects of these conversations
raised a lot of money for the Shrimp Welfare Project a little bit ago. So that's probably most impactful thing I've done. You know, mathematically that was goated.
And I think that's great. I think that's genuinely great, because it's like the idea that, and maybe even on a micro level, because like the stress or whatever that the insects or type creatures, because shrimps are sort of insect-like, in a way. But like how do they measure the stress of a shrimp? Because I feel like if I was starving, I would choose to eat an insect over a shrimp.
Right.
I would choose bugs for some reason. I don't know.
I don't think in order for the Shrimp Welfare Project to be good and stuff, like I don't think you actually have to have like a super, like you don't have to be super confident in like the estimate itself. Like I think broadly I would say like we observe that shrimp, have behavior that aligns with how other species and how we respond when we suffer, right? Like we see, when they're in pain, they rub their wounds, they tend to their wounds, they delay eating. And when we give them painkillers, they tend to their wounds less often. They might not delay eating. We see things like that. We see them make sort of trade-offs between, rewards and risk. Like they're willing to, and they even exhibit different preferences with regards to it. Like they, kind of will say, or not, will not say, they can't speak, but they'll be willing or not willing to sort of accept a certain amount of pain to get a certain amount of reward in some cases, like a treat or whatever. We observed this in other species too. There's a think tank called Rethink Priorities, and they compiled essentially like all the estimates, all the data we kind of have on this, and they tried to sort of calculate how much animals suffer relative to humans and relative to each other. And now again, I don't think you have to be very confident in these estimates, and I think there is a lot of uncertainty with these estimates. Even they will say there's a lot of uncertainty with these estimates. But so the median estimate for how much shrimp suffer was about 3.1% as intensely as humans, meaning kind of like the peak intensity of suffering for a shrimp is about 3.1% the intensity of suffering for a human. I think that's actually a semi-conservative estimate to some extent, because that's the median estimate. The mean estimate is like 19% as intensely as humans. Now that might be intuitively, that does seem like an overestimate, but who knows? Maybe not. It's hard to know what shrimp really experience, obviously.
But like a dolphin on that scale, I would say that they've got to be higher. They just seem to have more faculty, and they're intelligent in certain ways.
I don't think they looked at dolphins, but you kind of do, I think, broadly see most of it align with our intuitions. Like we see, like cows and pigs are like the most sentient, and that seems obviously intuitively to be the case from humans' interactions with them. And you see things like shrimp and insects to not be really sentient, except for one thing that does go against people's intuition is like honeybees. Honeybees, they find to be like very likely to be sentient and like have a decent intensity of pain, because honeybees, if you look into it, are tend to be like pretty impressive with the things that they do, with the ways they're able to communicate, the way amount of intelligence they seem to exhibit for an animal of that small a size. But other than that, other than honeybees, like most of the data tends to like align with our intuitive stuff, understanding of animals.
Yeah. With my limited faculties and emotional guidance system, I'm gonna do my best. And beyond that, I think I feel a sense of peace. I don't want to disrupt the good parts about human society, but I think I hope that my energy, either on the Jubilee video or even now, I hope that the anger that I feel isn't being internalized as some sort of attack on you, or some attack on Patrick or whoever might be listening. I think humans are doing their best. I just think their best really sucks. I think our best really suck.
Really sucks it's weird to me, because I think that's probably a relative term. I think people 300 years from now, people 300 years from now will probably view our lives as sucking the same way we kind of view people 300 years ago as having, lacking most of the quality of life things that, we have now.
Sure.
But I think, I think the relevant thing there is I kind of expect, people's quality of life to improve insofar as we have, what I would call capitalist institutions with private ownership and markets, because those tend to, sort of align incentives the best. Those tend to have really good outcomes on things like innovation, on things like the, businesses allocating resources efficiently. That seems to all be pretty good at reducing poverty and things like that, even.
I feel like I can't escape the timeline of history, and I'm trying to allow myself, because I'm writing a fiction series, or at least coming up with the story concept, and there is a moment where I do sort of create an alternative way of life, guidelines, essentially. But it just keeps returning to the individual. it keeps returning to the individual as opposed to ideology, as opposed to what's a book that I can recommend? What time is it, by the way? Oh shit, I don't know what time it is. I'm supposed to be.
It's well, actually, I don't know. So it's 10:30 where I am. I don't know where you are.
Let me scroll down. Okay. Oh fuck. Yeah.
We've been
I do
talking.
need to go.
Yeah. For
I
an
do
hour,
need to go in
23
a
minutes,
second.
so. Mhm.
But I think the book is called Sapiens. It's interesting. I think that it was really great. I think that was a really great book, and I feel like maybe your listeners would like it. Obviously, probably a lot of them have studied economics, maybe more seriously than I have. I don't know. I'm not.
Sure.
Profit's not crossing my mind, and profit's not. I don't want to be profitable. I want to be comfortable. I want to be intelligent. Profitability is just not. It's just not on the list. I don't really know if I even have the desires to like go anywhere or buy anything or do anything. Like it's. I don't know. I don't know what my consciousness's gravity is going to be drawn towards next, and I certainly don't know what yours are. But I hope it's a good place.
Okay, well, I mean, you can shout yourself out. I'll make sure to send at least your Instagram link in all my chats, and tell people.
Perfect.
Whatever you want to tell them. Yeah.
I appreciate your energy. Thanks for chatting, and I guess I'm just gonna press the red button. But yeah, nice to talk to you. Wishing
nice
you
to
well.
talk to you. Yeah, appreciate you coming on. Yeah.
Yeah, have a great one. Bye.
You too. See ya. Yeah. Fun time. That's about what I expected. His Instagram truly is a gem. Yeah. Namaste, indeed. Brother vibes are off, I know. Yeah, should be talking to Seth and Hunter next week. Also, Dylan Thomas, you did miss a more substantive debate earlier that I had with Grace was her name, one of the other Jubilee participants that was in that video. Eventually, I'll get around to editing stuff, but I've been, I haven't even always been lazy because I've been reading a decent amount, but like, I just don't like editing, so I've been not editing and instead been reading. So that's that. Yeah, but yeah. Hopefully on Monday should be talking to Seth, and then from the Jubilee video as well. If you join my Discord, I went to Discord in the chat. You can see the stream schedule and see who I'm talking to next. And then on Tuesday or Thursday, I think, or Tuesday or Friday probably, we'll see if I'm talking to Hunter. I believe I will be on Tuesday, but we haven't fully locked that in yet. At one point, I'll be talking to Harmon, who's another dude in that Jubilee video. So, I was there for a bit. She was not the bride. I mean, I thought she did pretty well on the Jubilee episode. I thought she, I didn't think she was dumb or anything when I talked to her, but I missed that. Where's the stream schedule again? It's in my Discord server. I just have a channel called Stream Schedule, and it has all my, has all the stuff that I got coming up. So I mention what Discord and chat. Make sure to check that out. I was actually wondering that earlier. Yeah. But yeah, I think I'll maybe be streaming again tomorrow. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll be streaming the day after. But I don't have anything planned for tomorrow. I'm going to go read more and then maybe play Fortnite with my buddies who are on Fortnite right now. And I'll be... hold on. On YouTube, you're going to Tomfoolery, and on Twitch, I can send you over to, I guess, Mooncakes. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Maybe I'll edit. Maybe I'll get around to editing. We'll see. Appreciate everyone stopping by. Also, you know what we need to fundraise for? YouTube. My friend sent me this link. Apparently, YouTube is selling fucking shrimp plushie with a fucking trumpet or whatever. $30. I could save so many shrimp with that, though. So is it really worth it? I don't know. But yeah, I'll see you guys all soon. If not tomorrow, the day after. But certainly on Monday for sure. Exclamation Discord in the chat. Make sure to subscribe. Okay, make sure to show your these videos, these streams to all your buddies. Yeah, fun time. Love streaming. Love to guys for stream. Really, really cool that you guys will stop by, chat with me, watch me stream. Good night, everyone. See you later.